Chapter 11. All this in the space of one night. The girls took the seat in the window the men had vacated and sprawled there like sirens on a rock. Even the fangirls joined them. It was quite clear there was a secret in the air. The ostentatious way in which the girls kept up a low-voiced chatter to show they were not listening was proof enough of that. Vasantasena lay on the wide divan with a cushion beneath her breast and her chin on both hands, considering Omni for several minutes before she spoke, presumably curious to know why he had come with Maitreya. Possibly she thought the silence and the stare would break him down and make him offer an explanation, but he met her eyes with challenging indifference. Silence is the only safe answer to silence. "Tsiang Samdup," she said at last. "Let the girls put your mat here in front of me." But the Lama would not move. He shook his head, and Samding spoke. "The Holy Lama knows where it is best to sit. He is not to be moved for convenience." The voice was no more astonishing than is anything else that sets a keynote. It was like the rhythm of a tuning fork. It changed the key, the very atmosphere, asserting fundamental fact to which everything else must adjust itself or be out of harmony. Vasantasena raised her eyebrows, but yielded and changed her position so as to face the Lama, signing to Omni to squat down on a cushion beside Maitreya, which was disappointing because it prevented him from watching the Lama's face. He could see Samding's profile beyond Maitreya's, only through the corner of his eye, but he marveled at that. It was as beautiful as a figure of the Buddha done in porcelain. "If I am to let my piece of jade go," Vasantasena asked at last, "what reward have I?" "None," said the Lama, and that was another fundamental statement, issuing in a voice like the gong that starts the engines. It left nothing whatever to argue about. "Then why should I do it?" Vasantasena asked. "Because you wish to do it, and the wish is wise," the Lama answered, as if he were replying to the question of a little child. "How do you know I wish to do it?" "How do you know you are alive?" the Lama retorted. Vasantasena laughed. "I believe you know where you can sell it," she said, in an obvious effort to lower the conversation to a plane on which she might have the advantage. "I know you do not believe that," said the Lama. Vasantasena sighed. "How do you learn such knowledge?" she asked. "You seem to know everything. I am not ignorant. 100 men come here, and none of them can make a fool of me, but—" "Perhaps you are not a fool," the Lama interrupted. "No, I am not a fool. I can whisper a word here and a word there, and some of the evil that would have been done dies stillborn, and some of the good that might never have been born has birth. And as for me, what does it matter? And yet sometimes I think it does matter about me, and sometimes I think I will give all my money to the poor." "And rob them," said the Lama. "Rob them of what?" She stared at him blankly. "Of the moment. It is not wise to deprive them of the moment. At the moment of our utmost need, we learn." "Yours is a heartless creed," she retorted, glancing at the money in the bowl beside her. "That money would feed 1,000 people." "Nothing is heartless," said the Lama. "It is better to eat consequences now than to put off the day of retribution. Better the sting of an insect now than a serpent's bite a year hence. Better an experience in this life than 1,000-fold the bitterness in lives to come." "What says the Bat to that?" she asked suddenly, glancing at Omni, and Samding came out of his immobility to give one swift, searching glance sidewise. Privilege has its disadvantages. It is one of the obligations of a Bat that when appealed to, he must say something, and the quicker he says it, the better for his reputation. "I am not your priest. You would like to quote me against him, but I am only interested in learning why I was brought here," Omni answered. Vasantasena sneered. "Just like a Bat! You think of nothing but your own convenience. Well, I am glad there is none of your money in my birthday bowl. Rather, I will give you some of it. Here, help yourself." "It is unclean money," said Omni, falling back on the caste rules that a Bat may observe if he chooses, even if the other Brahmins refuse him recognition. "Is that true?" she asked the Lama. "This is not all. I am rich. I have lakhs and lakhs." "It is yours," the Lama answered. "It is your responsibility." "Well," she said, "as I told you before, if you will take it all, you may have it. I am about to become sannyasin, I think the piece of jade will help me more than all my money. I will keep the jade. I will not take your money, said the Lama, nor can you escape responsibility. There is a middle way, and the middle of it lies before you. Vasantasena frowned, her chin on both hands, studying the Lama's face. His bright old eyes looked straight back at her out of a mass of wrinkles, but he did not move. If he smiled, there were too many wrinkles for anyone to be quite sure of it. Well, I will call the girls, she said at last. I will test you. You must tell me from which of them I received the piece of jade. She clapped her hands, and the girls came hurrying from the far end of the room, standing in a line self-consciously. They were used to being admired, and it was quite in keeping with the probabilities that every one of them had been bought and sold at some early stage of her career. But there was novelty in this ordeal, and they did not seem to know what to make of it. That one, said Vasantasena, nodding at the nearest, is much the most popular. She has no other merit, said the Lama, and the girl looked bewildered, piqued. And that one at the other end is the cleverest. She has the quickest wit of all of them. She might have stolen it. If so, she would have kept it, said the Lama, watching the girls' faces. The fourth from this end. She is the one. Let the others go. At a nod from Vasantasena, 8 girls returned to the window seat and one stood still. She was the same who had admitted Maitreya and Omni, only now all her self-possession had departed. She seemed to fear the Lama as a cornered dove fears a snake. She was trembling. Why are you afraid? The Lama asked, as gently as if he were talking to a woman he would woo. But the girl made a gesture to her mistress for protection from him. She is afraid because you have read rightly, said Vasantasena. I too am afraid. Are you in league with gods or devils? That is not well, said the Lama. Whom have I harmed? You are too wise, said Vasantasena. Macaulay the Eurasian had the stone, the Lama went on in a booming voice. A certain person gave it to him in a package yesterday, to take it to Simla and thence to Tilgan. That would have been well, but Macaulay the Eurasian was weak and dallied with a woman. No Eurasian has ever been in my house, Vasantasena interrupted, flaring. And the woman had a husband, and the husband was a Sudra who was seeking education from a Brahmin, so he gave the piece of jade to him. And the Brahmin came hither and boasted and took opium. He brought the drug with him. I never gave any man opium, Vasantasena interrupted, and she took the stone from him and brought it to you. All this in the space of one night, said the Lama. But how do you know? I do know. How do you know it was this girl? She is the only one who would have given it to you. Any of the others would have kept it. Omni managed to master his emotions somehow, but it was not easy, for here was proof of a system of spying that outspied the Secret Service. How had the Lama learned that the stone had been entrusted to MacGregor, to be given in turn to Macaulay, to be taken to Tilgorn? Given that much information in the first place, it might have been comparatively easy to trace the stone afterward, but MacGregor had surely not talked. Macaulay and MacGregor's says were the only possibilities. Vasantasena groped under the cushions and brought out the piece of jade, the same piece that had been in Omni's possession. There was no mistaking its peculiar shape or the deep-sea green translucence. The expression of Samding's face changed for a moment. He actually blinked and smiled, and the smile was as attractive as the marvel of the stone. Vasantasena noticed it. "Give me your chela in exchange," she said suddenly. "I could endure that chela. He is almost fit to be a god. He needs only passion to awaken him. I cannot understand this stone, which makes me dizzy to look into it, and dark with fear of myself. The chela makes me feel there is a future. I can look into his eyes and know that all wisdom is attainable. I will teach him passion, and he shall teach me pure desire." The Lama chuckled engagingly. His wrinkles multiplied, and his smile was as full of amusement as a Chinese fisherman's. "Ask him," he said. Vasantasena smiled at Samding, that same smile that had explained the secret of her influence. It promised unrestraint, indulgence without limit, and thereafter forgiveness. She held up the stone in her right hand, ready to exchange. "A bargain?" she asked eagerly. "No. one monosyllable, abrupt and clear, F natural exactly in the middle of the note. A golden gong could not have answered more finally or with less regard for consequences. Vasantasena started as if stung. Her eyes flashed and her mood changed into savagery like a stirred snake's. The girl who was still standing before her shrank and half smothered a scream. Maitreya ducked instantly with his face behind his hands. Vasantasena flung the stone at Samding straight and hard. It struck him in the breast, but if it hurt, he gave no sign. He covered the stone with both hands for a moment as if caressing it, wiped it carefully on a corner of his robe, and passed it to the Lama, who secreted it in his bosom as matter-of-factly as if the entire proceeding were exactly what he had expected. "Go!" Vasantasena ordered hoarsely. "Begone from here! Never darken my door again! Go, all of you! You and you! What is a dog of an actor doing here? A Bhat! A Bhat! A casteless Brahmin! You defile my house! A gang of devil worshippers! Girls, call the men servants and throw them out!" But the Lama was quite unhurried. He got up from the mat and blessed Vasantasena sonorously in Tibetan, which she did not understand. It might have been a curse for all she knew. Samding rolled up the mat. Maitreya got behind the Lama for protection, and the girls hesitated to obey the order to use violence on anyone as sacred as a Lama or as dangerous as a Bhat. The Lama led the way out of the room with his skirts swinging majestically, and Omni brought up the rear, aware that the danger was by no means over. He paused in the door and met Vasantasena's furious stare. "Shall I summon the guests from below?" he inquired, for that was the one risk he wanted to avoid. If he proposed it, she might forbid. "They would like to hear me sing a song of this," he added. "Go!" she screamed. "I will have you stabbed! I will have you." "Shall I sing to them in the courtyard?" he asked. And as she choked, trying to force new threats out of her throat, he shut the door behind him and hurried to follow the Lama, dreading what mood might overtake her during the minute or two before they could reach the street. But the Lama would not make haste, although Maitreya urged him in sibilant undertones. In the courtyard, he chose to think the greetings called out to Maitreya were intended for himself and bowed, bestowing blessings right and left. Then solemnly and very slowly, as if walking were as mathematically exact a process as the precession of the equinox, he led the way into the outer courtyard, where he stood for a moment and studied the fountain as if it contained the answer to the riddle of the universe. The sound of running footsteps did not break his meditation or upset the equanimity of Samding, but Maitreya, glancing over shoulder, started for the gate, and Omni, muttering, "Oh my God," had to steel himself not to follow. The two enormous sashed and turbaned janitors who kept the stairway to Vasantasena's upper room came shouting from the inner court, shouting to the man on guard at the outer gate, and Omni's blood ran cold, but they stopped shouting when they caught sight of the Lama, stopped running, stopped gesticulating. Very humbly they approached him, offering a present from Vasantasena, gold in a silken bag, and a smaller bag of gold for Gupta Rao the Bhat, with a request that he should remember the donor kindly. They pressed the presents, followed to the gate, imploring, swearing their mistress would take deep offense and think it an ill omen if the gold were not accepted. When the Lama and Omni persisted in refusing, they tried to force both presents on Samding, and even followed to the street, where they snatched the flowers that were tucked into the carving of the arch and thrust them into the Lama's hands. Not until a strange, old-fashioned one-horse carriage with shuttered sides drew up at the gate, and the Lama and Samding stepped into it, signing to Omni and Maitreya to follow, was it possible to escape from the clamorous importunity. And even when the carriage drove away, the voices followed after. In a sense, this means taking the veil, although the process is almost exactly the opposite. Just as men so often do in India, women sometimes renounce all worldly possessions and become wandering hermits, living in caves and practicing inhumanly severe austerities. Such women, whatever their previous occupation may have been, are deeply venerated. Some Brahmins consent to teach the Sudra castes because of the enormous gifts they receive for doing so, but the practice is frowned on by the pundits, and the guilty Brahmins are considered degraded, although not outcasts. The man who knows he is ignorant is at no disadvantage if he permits a wise man to do the thinking, because the wise man knows that neither advantage to one or disadvantage to another comes at all within the scope of wisdom, and he will govern himself accordingly. But he who seeks to outwit wisdom adds to ignorance presumption, and that is a combination that the gods do not love. From the Book of the Sayings of Chiang Samdup. Chapter 12. All things end, even carriage rides. The heat inside the carriage was stifling. No breeze came through the slats that formed the sides, but they had the advantage that one could see out, and sufficient light streamed through to show the Lama's face distinctly at close quarters. The Lama sat perched on the rear seat with Samding beside him, both of them cross-legged like Buddhas, but the front seat was as narrow as a knife board, and in the space between there was hardly room for Omani's and Maitraya's legs. Faces were so close that the utmost exercise of polite manners could hardly have prevented staring, and Omani took full advantage of it. But the Lama seemed unconscious of being looked at, making no effort to avoid Omani's eyes, although Samding kept his face averted and stared between the slats at the crowd on the sidewalks. The Lama's eyes were motionless, fixed on vacancy somewhere through Omani's head and beyond it. They were blue eyes, not brown as might have been expected, blue aging into grey, the colour of the northern sky on windy afternoons. The horse clop-clopped along the paved street, leisurely, the clink of a loose shoe adding a tantalizing punctuation to the rhythm, and a huge blowfly buzzed disgustingly until it settled at last on the Lama's nose. "That is not the right place," he remarked then in excellent English, and with a surprisingly deft motion of his right hand slapped the fly out through the slats. He smiled at Omani, who pretended not to understand him. For the most important thing at the moment seemed to be to discover whether or not the Lama had guessed his identity, and if not, to preserve the secret as long as possible. From a pouch at his waist that Benjamin had thoughtfully provided, he produced pan and began to chew it, an offensive habit that he hated, but one that every Brahmin practices. The Lama spoke again, this time in Urdu. "Flies," he said in a voice as if he were teaching school, "are like evil thoughts that seem to come from nowhere. Kill them, and others come. They must be kept out, and their source looked for and destroyed." "It is news to me," said Omani, in his best Bat Brahmin tone of voice, "that people from Tibet know the laws of sanitation. Now I have studied them, for I lean to the modern view of things. Flies breed in dunghills and rotten meat, from larvae that devour the solids therein contained. Even as sin breeds in a man's mind from curiosity that devours virtue," said the Lama. He did not smile, but there was an inflection in his voice that suggested he had thought of smiling. Omani improvised a perfectly good Brahmin answer. "Without curiosity, progress would cease," he asserted, well knowing that was untrue, but bent on proving he was someone he was not. The Lama knew Cotswold Omani for a thoughtful man, for 20 years' correspondence must have demonstrated that, and, if not profound, at least acquainted with profundity. And it is men's expressions of opinion more often than mechanical mistakes that betray disguises. So he didactically urged an opinion that he did not entertain. "Without curiosity, 9/10 of sin would cease. The other 10th would be destroyed by knowledge," the Lama replied, whereat he took snuff in huge quantities from a wonderful old silver box. "Where are we going?" asked Omani suddenly. "I have disposed of curiosity." The Lama dismissed the question with one firm horizontal movement of his right hand. "I have a servant to whom I must send a message," Omani objected. "The chela may take it." Omani glanced at Samding, and the calm eyes met his without wavering, yet he did not have the Lama's trick of seeming to look through a person. Perhaps youth had something to do with that. His gaze betrayed interest in an object, whereas the Lama's looked behind, beyond, as if he could see causes. Omani sat still, grateful for the silence, thinking furiously. He had witnessed proof that the Lama commanded a spy system perfectly capable of discovering even the secret moves of McGregor. The odds were therefore 10 to 1 that he knew exactly who was sitting in the carriage facing him. Samding had read the name Omni on Diana's collar in Chatterchand's shop. The letter from the Lama had been delivered to Mrs. Cornet Campbell's house. Benjamin was the Lama's secret agent, as well as more or less openly his man of business. Viewed in all its bearings, it would be almost a miracle if the Lama did not at least suspect the real identity of the Bhat Brahmin who sat chewing betel nut in front of him. And the Lama now had the piece of jade for which ostensibly he had come all the way to Delhi. Moreover, he had known where it was, at least for several hours. Then why did he continue to submit to being spied on? Why had he not, for instance, stepped into the carriage and driven away, leaving Omni on the sidewalk outside Vasantasina's? That would have been perfectly easy. Or he could have denounced Omni in Vasantasina's presence, with consequences at the hands of the assembled guests that would have been at least drastic and perhaps deadly. If the Lama really did know who was sitting in the carriage with him, the mystery was increased rather than clarified. And now there was the problem of Dawat Sering and the dog. Omni wished for the moment he had made some other arrangement, until he realized the futility of making any effort to conceal what the Lama almost certainly already knew. He might have left the dog with McGregor and have had Dawat Sering confined in jail, but he would have lost two important allies by doing it. A man with a knife and a dog with a terrific set of teeth might turn out to be as good as guardian angels. On the other hand, the Lama might be planning to disappear along the mysterious middle way that baffles all detection. If so, the dog and Dawat Sering might be exceedingly useful in tracing him. If the offer to send Samding with a message were not a trick, it would at least acquaint the dog with Samding's smell, and it might be that the Lama was ignorant about a trained dog's hunting ability. Finally, as the carriage dawdled through the sun-baked, thronging streets, Omni reached the conclusion that he had been guided by intuition when he gave orders to Dawat Sering. A man who has lived in a forest for the greater part of 20 years and has studied native life and nature in the raw as methodically as Omni had done, achieves a faith in intuition that persists in the face of much that is called evidence. He decided to carry on at least one step farther, trusting again to intuition that assured him he was not in serious danger, and wondering whether the Lama was not quite as puzzled as himself. He glanced at the Lama's face, hoping to detect a trace of worry. But the Lama was asleep. He was sleeping as serenely as a child, with his head drooped forward and his shoulders leaning back into the corner. Samding made a signal not to waken him. The carriage dawdled on. The Lama stirred, glanced through the slats to find out where they were, and dozed away again. The streets grew narrower and then broadened into unpaved roads that wandered between high walls and shuttered windows in a part of Delhi that Omni only knew by hearsay and from books. It was shabbily exclusive, drab, with plaster peeling from old-fashioned houses and an air of detachment from excitement in all forms. Here and there a Moslem minaret uprose above surrounding flat roofs, and trees peeped over the wall of a crowded cemetery. They were going northward, toward where the ruins of really ancient Delhi shelter thieves and jackals in impenetrable scrub and mounds of debris, a district where anything might happen and no official be a word the wiser. Suddenly the carriage checked and turned between high walls into an alley with a gate at the farther end. The driver cried aloud with a voice like a prophet of despair, announcing the end of all things. The double gate swung wide, not more than a yard in advance of the horse's nose. Paved stones rang underfoot. The gates slammed shut, and the Lama came to life, opening first one eye, then the other. "All things end, even carriage rides," he said in English, looking hard at Omni. But Omni was still of the opinion it was better to pretend he did not understand that language. Somebody opened the carriage door from outside, a Tibetan, all smiles and benedictions, robed like a medieval monk, who chattered so fast in a northern dialect that Omni could not make head or tail of it. Samding cut short the flow of speech by pushing past him, followed by Maitreya. Omni got out next, his eyes blinded for the moment by sunlight off the white stone walls of a courtyard, and before he could take in the scene, the carriage containing the Lama moved on again and disappeared through a gate under an arch in a barrack-like building. The gate was pulled shut after it by someone on the inside. It was a four-square courtyard, dazzling white, paved with ancient stones, surrounded on three sides by a cloister supported on wooden posts, onto which tall, narrow doors opened at unequal intervals. There was no attempt at ornament, but the place had a sort of stern dignity and looked as if it might originally have been a khan for northern travellers. The windows on the walls above the cloister roof were all shuttered with slatted blinds, and there were no human beings in evidence except Samding Maitreya and the Tibetan who had opened the carriage door. But there were sounds of many voices coming from the shuttered window of a room that opened on the cloister. Samding stood still, facing Omani, silent, presumably waiting for the message he was to take. Omani spoke to him in Urdu. "Is this our destination, or do we go elsewhere from here?" "Here. Until tomorrow or the next day," said the quiet voice. "Do you know your way about Delhi? Can you find your way to Benjamin, the Jews in the Chandni Chowk? Will you take this handkerchief of mine and go to Benjamin's, where you will find a very big dog? Show the handkerchief to the dog and let her smell it. She will follow you to this place." Samding smiled engagingly but incomprehensibly. The smile seemed to portend something. "Speak louder," he suggested, as if he were deaf and had not heard the message. Omani raised his voice almost to a shout. He was irritated by the enigmatic smile. His words, as he repeated what he had said, echoed under the cloister, and were answered by a deep-throated bay he could have recognized from among the chorus of a dog pound. A door in the cloister that stood ajar flew wide, and Diana came bounding out like a crazy thing, yelping and squealing delight to see her master, almost knocking him down and smelling him all over from head to foot to make sure it was really he inside the unaccustomed garments. And a moment later, Dawa Tsering strode out through the same door, knife and all, blinking at the sunlight, looking half ashamed. Omani quieted Diana, stared sharply at Dawa Tsering, and turned to question Samding. The chela was gone. He just caught sight of his back as he vanished through a door under the cloister, 20 feet away. He questioned the Tibetan using Prakrit, but the man appeared not to understand him. Dawa Tsering strolled closer, grinning, trying to appear self-confident. "Oh, Gupta Rao," he began, but Omani turned his back. "Do you know where we are?" he asked Maitreya. "Certainly. This is where my troop was to assemble. Let us hope they are all here and that the Jew has delivered the costumes." "Oh, you Gupta Rao," Dawa Tsering insisted, laying a heavy hand on Omani's shoulder from behind to call attention to himself. "Listen to me. That dog of yours is certainly a devil, and the Jew is a worse devil, and that man there," he pointed at the Tibetan, "is the father of them both. You had not left the Jew's store longer than a man would need to scratch himself when that fellow entered and talked with the Jew. I also talked with the Jew. I bade him supply me with garments according to your command, and 2 pairs of blankets and a good heavy yak hair cloak, and there were certain other things I saw that I became aware I needed. But the Jew said that this fellow had brought word that you had changed your mind regarding me, and that I was to go elsewhere with him. I gave him the lie. I told him who was father of them both and what their end would be, and they said many things. So I helped myself to a yak hair cloak, a good one, and lo, I have it with me. And I also picked out 1 pair of blankets of a sort such as are not to be had in Spiti, and with those and the cloak and some trifles I encumbered myself so that neither hand was free. And while I was looking to see what else was important to a man of your standing and my needs, lo, the Jew took the socks you had left behind and gave them to this rascal, and the son of unforgivable offences showed them to the dog, who forthwith followed him, notwithstanding that I called her many names. He led her out of the shop, and I after him with both arms full, and the Jew after me because of the blankets and what not else. And lo, there was a cart outside having 4 wheels and sides like the shutters of a T-rain, only not made to slide up and down, and the door was at the rear, and thereinto he led the dog, she following the socks, and I after both of them to bring the dog back. And lo, no sooner was I within the cart, not more than my head and shoulders were within it, than 2 men like this one, only bigger, seized me and wrapped me in my own blankets and bound me fast, taking my knife. So they brought me to this place, where they dragged me into that room yonder and released me, returning my knife to me and saying such was your order, and if they had not returned my knife I would have fought them. But as they did return it and said it was your order, and as the dog appeared satisfied because they threw the socks to her to guard, it seemed to me there might be something in it after all. Did you give such an order? Or shall I slay these men? Have you been here before? Asked Omni. Oh yes, 2 or 3 times. This is not a bad place, and there is lots to eat. Well buttered, with plenty of onions. This is a place where they think the Lama Tsiang summed up is of more importance than a bellyful. But they eat notwithstanding thrice daily and much. But tell me, did you give such an order to have me brought here? Omni had a flash of inspiration. The man mistook the order, he answered. Maitreya was listening. He did not want to take Maitreya into confidence. I will tell you later what I intend to do about it. Meanwhile, keep silence, keep close to the dog, and keep an eye on me. But Maitreya was growing more than curious, although he did not understand the Prakrit dialect that Dawat Sering used. What is a Bhat Brahman doing with such a servant? He asked, stroking his chin, cocking his head to one side like a parrot that sees sugar. Omni fell back on the excuse that Benjamin invented. You were told. He attends to my little affairs of the heart. Isn't the real puzzle? What is he doing with such a master? Why are we standing here? The sun overpowers me. Maitreya led the way toward the room whence the voices emerged, and the Tibetan, seeing they knew where to go, took himself off in the opposite direction. Excepting Dawat Sering, there were no armed men in evidence. The double gate that opened on the alley was barred, but there was no padlock on the bars and no guard. It looked as if escape, if once determined on, would be simple enough. If the place was a prison, its system for detaining prisoners was extremely artfully concealed. There did not appear to be even the sort of passive vigilance employed in monasteries. Maitreya crossed the cloister, opened a door near the window whence the voices came, kicked it so that it swung inward with a bang against the wall, and made an effective stage entry into a dim, enormous room. There was a long row of slippers on the threshold, and he kicked those aside to make room for his own with a leg gesture that was quite good histrionics. 6 men, 3 women, and 2 boys, who had been sitting with their backs against a wall, stood up to greet him. They were a rather sorry-looking group, dowdy and travel-worn, without an expensive garment or a really clean turban among them. But that was another form of histrionics. There were bundles on the floor containing finery they did not choose to show yet, lest the sight of it might prevent their paymaster, for his own pride's sake, from fitting them out with new, clean clothing. Maitreya looked disgusted. He knew that ancient method of extortion and assessed it for what it was worth. Such a rabble! Such a band of mendicants, he exclaimed. I am ashamed to present you to His Honor the learned Brahmin Gupta Rao, who will play leading parts in our company. He will think it is a company of street sweepers. They bowed to Omni, murmuring pranam, and he blessed them perfunctorily. It was more important at the moment to examine the room carefully than to make friends with outcast actors who pretend to themselves that they despise a Brahmin, but actually fear one like the devil if he takes and keeps the upper hand. The room was about 35 feet broad by 90 feet long, extremely high and beamed and cross-beamed with adze-trimmed timbers as heavy as the deck beams of a sailing ship. There was a faint suggestion of a smell of grain and gunny bags. Along one end, to the right of the door, was a platform, not more than 4 feet high nor 8 feet deep, with a door in the wall at the end of it farthest from the courtyard. On the platform was a clean Tibetan prayer mat. The walls were bare, of stone reinforced by heavy timbers, and the only furniture or ornaments consisted of heavy brass chandeliers suspended on brass chains from the ceiling, and brass sconces fastened to the timbers of the wails. The place was fairly clean, except for wasps' nests and grease on the floor and walls where the illuminating medium had dripped. There were no prayer wheels, images of gods, or anything to suggest a religious atmosphere, which nevertheless prevailed, perhaps because of the austerity. Omni decided to try the platform. As a Bhat Brahman, he had perfect authority for being impudent, and as a man of ordinary good sense he was justified in taking Dawat Sering with him to keep that individual out of mischief. So he beckoned to the dog, and Dawat Sering climbed to the platform by means of some pegs stuck there for the purpose, and checked an exclamation of surprise. The trunk full of clothes that he had ordered from Benjamin stood unopened in the far dark corner of the platform where almost no light penetrated. It was strapped, locked, sealed with a leaden disc, and the key hung down from the handle. He determined then and there to waste no further effort on conjecture. The Lama knew who he was. Benjamin was the informer. Probably on one of the occasions when Benjamin went shuffling along the passage by the staircase in front of his store, he had sent a message to the Lama. Luck must favor him now or not, as the powers who measure out the luck should see fit. He sat down cross-legged in deep shadow on top of the trunk, which creaked under his weight, signed to Dawat Sering to be seated upon the floor, watched Diana curl herself in patient boredom in the shadow beside him, leaned into the corner, listened to the chattering of the actors and to Maitraya's pompous scolding, and presently fell asleep. Not having slept at all the previous night, he judged it was ridiculous to stay awake and worry. Opportunity is meant for wise men seizing. The magic incantation of Sanfun Ho, lords of evolving night and day, ye spirits of the spaceless dreams, O souls of the reflected hills, embosomed in pellucid streams, magicians of the morning haze, who weave anew the virgin veil, that dews the blush of waking days, that with innocence ye riches hail. I charge that whosoever may view, this talisman shall greet the dawn, degreed, arrayed, and ranked anew, as he may wish to have been born, prevail desire, a day and night, prevail ambition, till they see they cannot set the world aright, by being what they crave to be time and space, and all save karma stilled. Grant that each secret wish may be fulfilled. Chapter 13. Sanfun Ho. How long Omni slept he did not know, but probably for at least an hour. At first his doze was broken by the sound of the actors' voices, but after a while they may have slept too for lack of better entertainment. The buzz of conversation ceased, and he was left to the pursuit of unquiet dreams, in which the Lama plotted and disputed with Vasantasena for possession of Samding in a place in which there was a fountain brimful of golden mohurs. He awoke quietly after a while, that being habit, and noticed that Diana's tail was thumping a friendly salute on the platform floor. The next thing he saw was the Lama sitting motionless on the prayer mat, with Samding as usual beside him. Below them, on the floor of the room, stood Maitreya looking upward. The gabble of angry argument that he caught between sleeping and waking made no clear impression on his brain. The first words he heard distinctly were the Lama's, speaking Urdu. "My son, you are convinced of a delusion. That is not good. You believe you are answerable for results, whereas you are not even connected with the cause. You have but to obey. It is I who am burdened with the tribulation of deciding how this matter shall be managed, since I conceived it. From you there is required goodwill and whatever talent you possess for your profession." The voice was kind, but it did not allay Maitreya's wrath. He scolded back, "I am famous. I am known wherever we will go. Men will mock me. Am I to be a common mountebank? Vishnu, Vishnu. Why engage me if you won't listen when I tell you the proper way to do a thing, and what the public will accept and what it will not accept?" The Lama listened patiently, not changing his expression, which was bland and gently whimsical. "All ways are proper in their proper place. Men will usually take what they receive for nothing," he answered after a pause. "As for your dissatisfaction, you may go, my son. You may go to Benjamin, and he shall pay you 1 week's money." "I have a contract," Maitreya retorted, posturing like Ajax defying lightning. "That is true," said the Lama gently. "There would be merit in observing the terms of it." Maitreya smote his breast, dishevelled his turban desperately, and turned to throw an appealing gesture to the troop. But they were a hungry-looking lot, more interested in being fed and paid than in Maitreya's artistic anxieties. The Lama looked kind and spoke gently. In silence, with eye movements, they took the Lama's side of the dispute. "Prostitutes!" exclaimed Maitreya in a frenzy. "You will make apes of yourselves for the sake of 2 months' wage. Oh, very well, I will out-ape you. I will be a worse ape than the one who ate the fruit out of the Buddha's begging bowl. Behold me, Maitreya the prostitute. I will be infamous to fill your miserable bellies." Then, facing the Lama again with a gesture of heartbroken anguish, "But this that you ask is impossible. It is not done, never. My genius might overcome a difficulty, but how can these fools do what they have never learned?" "How does the wolf cub know where to look for milk?" the Lama answered, and all laughed, except Maitreya, who tried to rearrange his turban. A woman finished the business for him, grinning in his face as boldly as if there were the slats of a Zanana window in between. "Do you observe that woman?" Dawat Sering whispered to Omani. "Now if she were in Spiti, there would be knife work within the day. She lacks awareness of what might be." Aware that he too lacked that most desirable of assets at the moment, Omani frowned for silence. There was just a chance that he might pick up a clue to a part of the mystery if he should attract no attention to himself. Maitreya, supposing he knew anything, was in a frame of mind to explode a secret at any moment. He was blowing up again. "Krishna! By the many eyes of Krishna, I swear to you that some of them cannot read," he shouted, strutting to and fro and pausing to throw both arms upward in a gesture of despair. "Krishna is a comprehensive power to swear by," said the Lama mildly. "How many cannot read?" 2 women confessed to disability. The third boasted her attainment proudly. "Not so insuperable," said the Lama. "That one woman shall read for the 3. Thus the 2 will learn. Give their parts to them. They have almost nothing to say in the first act." Samding picked up a dozen wooden cylinders with paper scrolls wrapped around them and bundled the lot into Maitreya's hands. "We must cast them," said Maitreya. "The cast is all important. Who shall play which part? It is essential to decide that to begin with." "No," said the Lama. "The essential thing is that everyone shall understand the play. Give the women's parts to that woman. Distribute the others at random." Maitreya, with a shrug, chose the biggest scroll for himself and distributed the others. Samding beckoned to Dawat Sering, who got up leisurely as if in doubt whether obedience was not infra dig, now that he had changed masters. Samding gave him a scroll, which he carried to Omani, but neither Samding nor the Lama gave a glance in Omani's direction. The scroll was written in Urdu, in a fine and beautifully even hand, heavily corrected here and there by someone who had used a quill pen. It looked as if Samding might have written, and the Lama perhaps revised. There was no title at the head, but the part was marked "The Sadhu," and the cues were carefully included. To get light enough to read by Omani, sat at the edge of the platform with his face toward the Lama, and presently began to chuckle. There were lines he liked, loaded with irony. There followed a long silence while Maitreya glanced over his own fat part and consulted stage directions in the margin. It was he who first broke silence. "O ye critical and all-observing gods," he exclaimed. "This is modernism, is it? Who will listen to a play that only has one king in it, and no queen and no courtiers, but a shoemaker and a goatherd, and a seller of sweetmeats, and 3 low-caste women with water jars and only 1 soldier, he not a general but a sepoy, if you please, and a wandering sadhu and no vizier to support the king, but a tax-gatherer and a camel-driver and a village headman and 2 farmers, and for heroine. What kind of a heroine is this? A Chinese woman? And what a name! San Fun Ho! Bah! Who will listen to the end of such a play?" "I will be the first to listen," said the Lama dryly. "Let us begin reading." "And not even a marriage at the end," Maitreya growled disgustedly. "None marries the king, not even the Chinese woman and her pigtail. No gods, 1 goddess, not even a Brahmin. How do you like that, Gupta Rao? Not as much as 1 Brahmin to give the play dignity. What part have you? The sadhus? Let us hope it is a better part than mine. Listen to this. I am a king. I enter right, 1 sepoy following. O Vishnu, thy sharp beams burn, a king, and 1 sepoy for escort." The sweetmeat seller enters left. Back of the stage, the Chinese woman is beside a well under a peepal tree, talking with 3 women who carry water jars, and may the gods explain how a Chinese woman comes to be there. I address the sweetmeat seller. "Listen, Thou who sellest evanescent joy and possibly enduring bellyache to little ones, what hast thou to offer to me, who am in need of many things? What do you think of that for a speech for a king to make his entry with? To which, what says the sweetmeat seller? Asked the Lama. Who has the sweetmeat seller's part? Read on. They sat down in a semicircle on the floor, Maitreya standing in the midst of them, and one of the men read matter-of-factly, Mightiest of kings, thy servant is a poor man needing money to pay the municipal tax. May all the gods instruct me how to answer. Who am I that I should offer anything to the owner of all these leagues of forest and flowing stream and royal cities? An alms, O image of the sun. If he were a real king, and this a real play, Maitreya exclaimed, consulting the directions, he would order that sweetmeat seller into jail for impudence. But what does he do? He looks sad, gives the fellow an alms, and turns to face the women at the well. How can he do that? I tell you, he must face the audience. Are they interested in his back? And this is what he says. Bearers of refreshment, ye who walk so straight beneath the water jars, ye who laugh and tell a city's gossip, ye who bring new men into the world, what have ye to offer me whose heart is heavy? Lo, I bring forth sorrow amid many midwives. Wherewith shall I suckle it? It is just at this point that the audience begins to walk out, said Maitreya. A woman speaks. What says the woman? Boomed the Lama. And the woman who could read held her scroll to the light, speaking sidewise, jerking her head at the Lama as if he were the king. O Maharaja, thy servants are but women, who must toil the day long, and the water jars are heavy. If we bring no man into the world, we are unfortunate, but if we do, we must suckle him and cook, and keep a house clean, and go to the well thrice daily notwithstanding. Lo, the young one robs us of our strength and increases our labor. We are women. Who are we to offer comfort to a king? Enter the sadhu, read Maitreya. He leans on a staff and salutes the king with quiet dignity. The sadhu shall have a dog with him, the Lama interrupted. Sam Ding, he glanced sidewise at the chela. There is merit in the dog. Consider well what part the dog may play. The chela nodded. He and the Lama seemed to take it quite for granted that the dog and her master were obedient members of the troop. Who ever heard of a dog in a play? Maitreya grumbled. Krishna! But the very gods will laugh at us. Read, Gupta Rao. What says the sadhu? O king, thou art truly to be pitied more than all of these. Mine, the path I take, is the only way from misery to happiness. Alone of all these I can give advice. Forswear the pomp and glory of a kingdom. Pomp and one sepoy! Maitreya exploded. Silence! Commanded the Lama in a voice that astonished everybody. His face was as mild as ever. Omani continued, Discard the scepter. Let the reins of despotism fall and follow me. I mortify the flesh. I eat no more than keeps the body servant to the soul. No house, no revenues are mine, no other goods than this chance-given staff to lean on and a ragged robe. None robs me. I have no wealth to steal. None troubles me, for who could gain by it? I sleep under the skies or crawl into a cave and share it with the beasts. For they and I, even as thou and I, O king, are brothers. Now the king speaks, said Maitreya. Listen to this. Brothers, yes, but someone has to beat the ox. And who shall rule the kingdom if the ass and the jackal and the pigeon and the kite are reckoned equals with the king? Answer me that, O sadhu. Rule, read Omani. Are the gods not equal to the task? What is this world but a passage to the next, a place wherein to let the storms of karma pass and store up holiness? Beware, O king. The sadhu passes on, turns and stands meditating, Maitreya read, consulting his scroll. A shoemaker approaches. What says the shoemaker? He salutes the king, said the Lama, and walks up to the soldier. Now, let the shoemaker speak. A voice piped up from the floor. Thou with the long sword, pay me or kill me. He turns to the king, the Lama interrupted. Read on. O mighty king, O heaven-born companion of the gods, this sepoy owes me for a pair of shoes, nor will he pay, nor have I any remedy, since all fear him, and none will give evidence against him. I am poor, O prince of valor. May the gods answer if there is any justice in the world. As I am an honest laborer, there is none. To which the king answers, said Maitreya, True. And if you were king, what would you do about it? The shoemaker. Ah, if I were king. Now, said the Lama, a crowd collects. They enter left and right. The tax gatherer, the goat herd, the farmers, the camel driver, and the village headman. They all make complaints to the king. A crowd of 7 people, sneered Maitreya. There are dancing women also, said the Lama. They are not wanted to dance until later, therefore they may take part in the crowd in various disguises. They have nothing to say. Read on. Maitreya read, The crowd salutes the king, and the sadhu watches scornfully. The sadhu speaks. Read on, Gupta Rao. So many men and women, so many fools. Waves crying to an empty boat to guide them. O ye men and women, children of delusion and blind slaves of appetite, how long will ye store up wrath against the hour of reckoning? Now the shoemaker, said the Lama. Tell us how to collect our debts, thou sadhu. Tell us how to feed our young ones. To that we will listen. Now the tax collector. Tell me how to get the tax money from men who declare they have nothing. Tell me how to conduct a government without a revenue. Tell me what will happen if I fail, O mouther of mantras. The king, said the Lama, and Maitreya spoke with the scroll behind him to prove how swiftly he could memorize. Peace, all of you. Ye little know how fortunate ye are to have a king whose only will is that the realm shall ooze contenting justice. Day and night my meditation is to spread contentment through the land. Is this your gratitude? The sadhu. To whom? For what? Omani's voice charged the line with sarcasm that made the Lama glance at him. A farmer, said Maitreya. The locusts spread through the land, and there is no ooze of dew, nor any rain. The crops have failed, and nevertheless, the tax-gatherer. He fails not with his visits. Meditate a little on the tax-gatherer, O king, the sadhu. Aye, meditate. A camel driver, said Maitreya. O king, they wait beside the mother camel for the unborn calf. They take from us in taxes at the frontier more than the freight is worth. We fetch and carry, but the profit of the labor goeth to the rich. Our very tents are worn until the women can no longer patch them. The sadhu. Live in caves, O brother of the wind. The shoemaker, said Maitreya. And the owner of goats charges twice as much as formerly for goat skins. The goat herd. Maybe, but he pays me less than half of what is right for herding them. The soldier. Listen, all of you. Behold your king, a great king and a good one. Know ye not the nature of a king? Lo, ye should rally to him and support him. A realm is ruled by force of discipline, wherein is strength, and to the strong all things are possible. Rally to your king and bid him lead you to a war on foreigners who nibble at our wealth like rats and give us no return. A woman, said the Lama. Tell us first whose sons shall fight this war. Another woman. And who shall console the widows? The sadhu. The widows of the conquered nation will console them. They will naturally see the justice of the war. The soldier, said Maitreya. He shakes his sword at the sadhu. Peace, idiot. They will invade us unless we first attack them. Then in which cave will you hide? If I had my way, I would send you in the front rank to the war to show us whether your sanctity isn't really cowardice after all. All laugh at the sadhu, said the Lama, now the king, and Maitreya postured splendidly. Ye men and women, know ye not that I have neither will nor power to make war unless ye brew the war within you as a snake brews venom in its mouth? The sadhu. Yet a snake slays vermin. Maitreya read on. Peace, sadhu. There is merit everywhere. Am I not king? And how shall I please all who so unfairly disagree? Ye see these lines that mark my worried brow. Ye see this head that bends beneath the burden of your care. And ye upbraid me with more tribulations? What if I should wreak impatience on you all? Am I alone in travail? Is none among you man or woman who can offer me a counsel of perfection? I, it was Sam Ding's voice, resonant and splendid, yet peculiarly unassertive. It was as if the tone included listeners in its embrace. All eyes turned to Sam Ding instantly, but he sat motionless. The crowd divides down the midst, said the Lama. San Fun Ho steps forward from beside the well beneath the peepul tree. She speaks. O king. The chela's voice was not unlike a woman's, although its strength suggested it might ripen soon into a royal baritone. I come from a far land where wisdom dwells, and all the problems that can vex were worked to a solution in the birth of time. Well said, O king, that there is merit everywhere. Well said, ye men and women, that ye have no words nor wealth to offer to your king. Nor could he understand, nor could he listen, since the ears of kings are deaf to common murmurings, even as your ears are deaf to royal overtones. But lo, I bring a talisman, a stone enchanted by the all-wise gods, whose virtue is to change from dawn to dawn the rank, condition, raiment, and degree of all who look on it. Avert thine eyes, O king. I would not change thy rank, not even while a day and night shall pass. Look, sadhu, soldier, goatherd, women, all of you. She holds up the stone, said the Lama, and they stare at it in superstitious awe. They show astonishment and reverence. Then San Fun Ho intones a mantra. The chela began to chant in a voice that filled the huge room with golden sound, as solemn, lonely, and as drenched with music as a requiem to a cathedral roof. Without an effort, Omni imagined stained glass windows and an organ loft. Maitreya bowed his head, and even the other actors, outcast and irreverent, held their breath. It sounded like magic. All India believes implicitly in magic. The words were Sanskrit, and probably only Omni Samding and the Lama understood them. But the ancient, sacred, unintelligible language only added to the mystery and made the spell more real. None, not even Maitreya, moved or breathed until the chanting ceased. The Lama glanced at Omni, who was so thrilled by the chela's voice as to have forgotten for the moment that he held the sadhu's scroll. He looked at it and read aloud in solemn tones, "I did not look, I turned mine eyes away." The king, "I looked." Maitreya put a world of meaning into that line. "And that," said the Lama, "ends the first act." "Too short!" "Much too short," exclaimed Maitreya. "Too long," said the Lama. "I may have to cut one of your speeches. Now there would be merit in the learning of your parts until the gong sounds for dinner. After dinner we will take the second act. Peace dwell with you, Samding." The chela helped him to his feet, rolled up the mat, and followed him out through the door at the end of the platform, where neither of them paused. Someone on the far side of the door opened it as they drew near, pulled back a curtain, admitted them, slammed the door after them, and locked it noisily. For a moment after that there was no sound. All stared at one another. Omni felt snubbed. He had intended to force an interview with the Lama at the end of the rehearsal, but the calm old prelate seemed to have foreseen that move. "What do you think of it, Gupta Rao?" asked Maitreya. "Crafty," answered Omni, still thinking of the Lama. "I mean, full of craft. I mean, it is a good play. It will succeed." "Perhaps, if he neglects to charge admission," said Maitreya, but he seemed tempted to share Omni's opinion. "If he would let me give him the benefit of my experience, it might be made into a real play," he added. "And the chela? What do you think of the chela?" "I know," said Omni. "He will make all the rest of us, except the dog, look and sound like wooden dummies." "There again," said Maitreya. "The dog!" "Before you know it, he will order the chela to write a part for that knife-swinging savage of yours from Spiti." "I wouldn't be surprised." "By Vishnu's brow, I wouldn't be surprised at anything," said Omni, and cut off further conversation by returning to the trunk and squatting on it with his back to the light to study the scroll of the sadhu, or rather to pretend to study it. He was too full of thoughts of the Lama and the chela, and of his own good fortune in having stumbled into their company, to study anything else. The Lama knows I'm Cotswold Omni. He knows I know who he is. Is he using his own method of showing me what he knows I want to see? Or is he keeping an eye on me while he attends to his own secrets? Or am I trapped? Or being tested? He had heard of the extraordinary tests to which lamas put disciples before entrusting them with knowledge. But I have never offered to be his disciple, he reflected. And then he remembered that lamas always choose their disciples, and that thought made him chuckle. It is notorious they do not choose them for what would pass for erudition according to most standards. I'd better see how stupid I can be, he decided. I chose Diana without asking her leave, he remembered. She likes it all right. Maybe. but the thought of becoming an ascetic lamaist was too much like burlesque to entertain, and he dismissed it, puzzled more than ever. The ways of the gods are natural, the ways of men unnatural, and there is nothing supernatural except this, that if a man does a useless thing, none reproves him. If he does a harmful thing, few seek to restrain him. But if he seeks to imitate the gods and to encourage others, all those in authority accuse him of corruption. So it is more dangerous to teach truth than to enter a powder magazine with a lighted torch. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup, Chapter 14, The Second Act. Although the first act was no more than a prologue, the second was long, constituting almost the entire play, followed by a short third act, which was not much more than epilogue. For more than half an hour, Omni studied his part in silence, and the more he studied it, the more its grim irony appealed to him. The sadhu typified intolerant self-righteousness, and the beautifully written lines were jeremiads of abortive sanctity. Whatever else the lama or whoever wrote the play might be, he was witty and aware of all the arguments of the accusers of mankind. It appeared that, having refused to look at the magic jade while the mantra was being chanted, the sadhu alone went through the second act unchanged. The king, who had looked, although warned not to look, became turned for a day and a night into an increditably wise man, which was just what he wanted to be, but surrounded by the sweetmeat seller, shoemaker, and so on, transformed into members of his court, whose ignorance exasperated him to the verge of insanity. The soldier had become a general who prated about patriotic duty. The camel driver was a minister of commerce who believed that the poor were getting their exact deserts and would be ruined by paternalism. The village headman was a nobleman with vast estates who rack-rented his tenants and insisted that he did it by divine right. The farmers had become a minister of finance and his assistant, who conspired to bring about a better state of things by wringing the last realizable rupee from the merchant classes. The goatherd, strange to say, became a courtier, pure and simple, who had no ambition but to make love to every woman who came within his range. The sweetmeat seller was a chancellor whose duty was to invent laws, and the shoemaker was a judge who had to apply them. San Fun Ho, it seemed, had also looked into the magic jade, and had become a goddess, with her name unchanged, who came and went, heaping puck-like irony on everyone, king included, and engaging in acid exchanges of wit with the sadhu, who had much the worst of it. The women with the water jars had all become court favorites who lolled on divans and complained of their tedious, unprofitable fate, inclining rather to the sadhu's view of things but unwilling to give up sinecures for austerity, which they declared had gone out of fashion long ago, and cynically skeptical of the morals of the dancing women who entered early in the second act to entertain the court. The long and the short of it was that nobody was any happier for being changed, and least of all the king, who had only implored the powers to make him fabulously wise, and who found his wisdom sterile because foolish people could not understand it. The second act was supposed to take place at night, after a long day's experience of the results of the sudden change of character, and at the close they all departed to the well to greet the dawn and welcome a return to their former condition. The third act found them at the well side, changed again, and San Fun Ho, once more a Chinese woman, took them to task for having failed to see the future seeded in themselves, depending for fruition solely on their own use of each passing moment. Because the sadhu had to interject remarks, the whole of San Fun Ho's last speech was written on Omni's scroll, and as he read, he chuckled at the sadhu's vanquishment. He loved to see cant and pseudo-righteousness exploded. He could imagine the sadhu, typifying all he most loathed, slinking off stage, browbeaten, ashamed, and just as bent as ever on attaining heaven by the exercise of tyranny, self-torture, and contempt of fun. Then San Fun Ho's last lines, a mantra, sung to Manjusri, lord and teacher, free from the twofold mental gloom, as redolent and ringing with immortal hope as sunshine through the rain. He was reading that when the gong sounded, a reverberating, clanging thing of brass whose din drowned thought and drove the wasps in squadrons through the window slats. And that brought another problem that invited very serious attention. As a Brahmin, even a Bhat Brahmin, who is not supposed to be above committing scores of acts the orthodox would reckon unclean, he might not eat in company with actors, nor even in the Lama's company, nor in any room in which non-Brahmins were. He began to exercise his wits to find a way out of the difficulty, only to find that the Lama had foreseen it and had provided the solution. Long-robed servants entered from the courtyard bearing bowls of hot food for the actors, but none for Omni or Dawat Sering or the dog. Instead, a tall Tibetan came, announcing that a meal cooked by a Brahmin would be served in a ritually clean room, if His Honor would condescend to be shown the way to it. The room turned out to be a small one at the far corner of the cloister, and no more ritually clean than eggs are square, nor had the meal been cooked by a Brahmin. But the actors were none the wiser. Dawat Sering's food was heaped in a bowl on a mat outside the door, and he, having no caste prejudices, squatted down to gorge himself, with a wary eye on Diana. Omni relieved his mind. She eats only at night. She won't touch food unless I give permission. Dawat Sering promptly tried to tempt the dog, but she turned up her nose at the offer, and the hillman grinned. I think you have more than one devil in you, Gupta Rao. However, maybe they are not bad devils. He nodded to himself. Down in the recesses of his mind there was an evolution going on that was best left to take its own course. Omni left him and the dog outside and shut himself into the small square room. There was only one door, one window. He was safe from observation. There was a plain but well-cooked meal of rice and vegetables laid out on a low wooden bench with a stool beside it, and a pitcher of milk that smelt as fresh as if it had come from a model dairy. Also a mattress in a corner on which to rest when the meal was finished. Good monastic fare and greater ease than is to be had in many an expensive hostelry. He finished the meal and sprawled on the mattress, confessing to himself that in spite of the Lamas having avoided him for 20 years, in spite of the evidence of an astonishingly perfect spy system that had enabled the Lama so infallibly to trace and recover the jade, and even in spite of Benjamin's confession, it was next to impossible to believe the old Lama was a miscreant. Because of the story of traffic in white children, reason argued that the Lama was a fiend. Intuition, which ignores deduction, told him otherwise, and memory began to reassert itself. There was, for instance, 20 years of correspondence from the Lama, mostly in English, with reference to the business of the Tilgaon mission. Not one word of it was less than altruistic, practical and sane. There had never been a hint of compromise with even those conventional lapses from stern principle that most institutions find themselves compelled to make. In fact, he admitted to himself that the Lama's letters, more than anything else during his life in India, had helped him to see straight and to govern himself uprightly. And now this play, and Samding. Could a man who made victims of children so educate a chela as that one evidently had been educated? Youth takes on the taint of its surroundings. Samding had the calm self-possession of one who knew the inherent barrenness of evil and therefore could not be tempted by it. And would a man who permitted himself to outrage humanity by hypnotizing children write such a play as this one, or approve of it, or stage it at his own expense? The play was not only ingeniously moral, it was radically sound and aimed equally at mockery of wrong ideals and the presentation of a manly view of life. A saint might have written it, and a reckless angel might finance it, but a criminal or a man with personal ambitions hardly. Then again, there was the mystery of the Lama's treatment of himself. How much had Benjamin told? The old Jew had sent the trunk, so there had been plenty of chance to send a message with it. Benjamin might have brought the trunk in person. Anyhow, the Lama now unquestionably knew who the Bhat Brahmin was, and he was evidently willing for the present not only to submit to espionage but to protect the spy. It might be, of course, that the Lama had views of his own as to what constitutes crime. He had radical views and was not averse to voicing them before strangers. But if his conception of morality included smuggling children into the unknown hill country, How was it that he was so careful for the Tilgan mission and so insistent on safeguards against mental contamination? Above all, why was he so careful to avoid an interview? What did he propose to gain by pretending not to see through the Brahmin disguise? True, he had spoken English once or twice, but he had made no comment when the Bhat Brahmin pretended not to understand him. Was he simply amusing himself? If so, two could play at that game. For the present, Omni had to let the problem go unsolved, but he dismissed the very notion of not solving it, and he determined to get at least as much amusement out of the process as ever the Lama should enjoy. He had about reached that conclusion and was contemplating a siesta when the same attendant who had brought him to the room came to announce that the Holy Lama Tsiang Samdup was expecting him in the great hall. When he reached the hall, rehearsal of the second act was already underway. Maitreya was getting off a speech he had already memorized, strutting, declaiming, trying to impress the Lama and the troupe with his eloquent stage personality. The Lama took no notice as Omni entered with the dog and Dawa Tsering, but told Maitreya to repeat the lines. Maitreya, rather nettled, gave a different rendering, more pompous, louder, and accompanied by gestures more emphatic than the first. The troupe applauded, since Maitreya plainly expected it, but the Lama broke into a smile that disturbed his wrinkles, as if they had been stirred with a spoon. "My son," he said quietly, "the whistle does not pull the train." Maitreya's jaw dropped. "Samding, show him how I like to have those lines read." Samding spoke the lines from memory, not moving his body at all, and the amazing thing was that while he spoke, one forgot he was a chela, and almost actually saw a king standing where he was sitting, a king who was bored to distraction and trying to explain kindly to stupid people why their arguments were all wrong. One felt immensely sorry for the king and saw the hopelessness of his attempt. But all that was between the lines and in the wonderful inflection of the voice. "And now, my son, try once more," said the Lama. "Imagine the audience is on the stage and speak to them as you would like a king to speak to you. Not as you yourself would speak if you were king, but as a king should speak to unwise people." Maitreya swallowed pride, tried again, and so surprised himself with his second effort that he tried a third time without invitation. And the third rendering was almost good. The man had imitative talent. The whole of the afternoon was given up to the reading and rereading of the second act, and Dawa Tsering slept and snored throughout the entire performance. Several times the Lama obliged Omni to repeat his lines without once calling him by name, and once he made Samding repeat them for him, the chela doing so from memory, apparently knowing the whole play by heart. The Lama was as exacting with Omni as with Maitreya and the rest. Once he said, "My son, you know the sadhu is a false philosopher. You like to see him ridiculed by Sanfun Ho. And that shows wisdom. There is merit in appreciation. But it is not good to forget that you are the sadhu. Those who listen must not be aware that you expect to be worsted in argument. Now speak the lines again." Omni complied and did his best, for he was enjoying the game hugely, and that put Maitreya in a somewhat similar frame of mind. Maitreya imitated anything, including mental attitudes, and the rest of the troupe took example from him. When the East sets forth to play a part in earnest, it becomes audience as well as actor and accepts the drama for reality. Even the Lama was pleased. He praised them after a fashion of his own. "Because you are doing well, it would not be good to believe you can not do better. Even the sun and stars are constantly improving. Let vanity not slay humility, which is the spirit reaching upward." Then, as if that perhaps were too great praise, which might deceive them, he picked out an actor here and there for comforting rebuke. "You must remember that to play the part of a stupid character requires intelligence. You will grow more intelligent as you endeavor. Now let us begin again at the beginning. Trying to forget how stupid we have consented to be hitherto, let us consent to be intelligent." He did not once betray impatience. When he needed an example, he commanded Samding, and the chela spoke at once from memory, occasionally descending to the floor to act as well as speak the lines. Once the chela acted the same part in the same way twice in succession, and then he came in for reprimand. "Samding, no two atoms in all nature are alike. No day is twice repeated. No second breath is like the first. Do that a third time. Do it differently. Tyrant, however, was no right name for the Lama. There was no sense of oppression, even at the end of a long afternoon, when every faculty, Samding's apparently included, ached from exercise. Samding worked harder than them all together, because all through the second act in the role of a goddess, he had to come and go and speak the all-important lines on which the action hinged. But when darkness came, and tall, monk-like Tibetans, armed with tapers, lit the hanging lights and set candles in the wall sconces, the chela was as self-possessed and full of life as ever, which he hardly would have been if he had felt imposed on. At last, the Lama dismissed the troop to the far end of the hall, where they sprawled wearily on the floor and awaited supper. Not moving from the mat, he beckoned Omni and Dawat Sering to come and squat on the floor in front of him, not on the platform. They had to look up. "Now for the showdown!" "Good!" thought Omni, stroking Diana's head as she crouched on the floor beside him. But the Lama spoke to Dawat Sering, using the northern dialect. "Why did you say to Samding that I owe you 2 months' pay?" he asked, not offended, curious. "Oh, I had to say something. I had to have an excuse for seeing you. I had a letter to deliver." The Lama nodded, but his voice became a half-note sterner. "Why did you use violence to Samding?" "I am a violent man, and the chela offended me." "What offense did the chela commit?" "Oh, he looked too satisfied. He was a fool to stir the devil in me. Also, I was disgusted." "Why?" "Because he did not look afraid. And I knew he was afraid of me. Therefore he was a liar. Therefore I smote him with the letter and hustled him a time or two. He was afraid to hit back. Let him hit me now if he's not afraid to." The Lama meditated for a moment, seemed to fall asleep, and then to come out of a dream as if emerging from another universe. "There is a certain merit in you," he said quietly. "Are you now the servant of this Brahmin?" "I am keeper of the dog. I picked the fleas from her. She is a very wise and unusual devil." Dawat Sering glanced at Omni, who rather hoped he would say something to the Lama about the Bat disguise and thus bring that subject to a head. But he was disappointed. Nothing was farther from Dawat Sering's intention. He was thoroughly enjoying what he thought was a perfect imposition on the Lama. "This Gupta Rao," he went on, "is a devil even greater than the dog. I like him. He and I are friends." "Well," said the Lama, "that seems to be excellent, because friends must stand together. There is a devil needed in this play of mine, and you shall act the devil. You will like that. But remember, there must be no offense to Samding or to anyone. You and Gupta Rao are together, being, as you say, friends. If I should need to dismiss you because of wrongdoing, I will dismiss him also. Therefore his safety, do you hear me? His safety will depend on you, and you must behave accordingly." The word safety was plainly intended for Omni's ears, and the chela glanced at him, but the Lama's eyes did not move. After a slight pause, he continued, "You and the dog will both receive instruction." Then at last he looked at Omni. "Will the dog open her mouth when she is told?" he asked. Omni ordered Diana to sit upright. He did not need to speak. At a sign from him, she opened her mouth wide and yawned. "That is good," said the Lama. "That will do. Peace dwell with you, my son. Samding." The chela helped him to his feet, rolled up the mat, and followed him to the door exactly as on the first occasion, leaving Omni and Dawat Sering looking at each other until the hillman threw his shoulders back and laughed. "Now you see why I have served him all these months. I, who have a devil in me. I, who mean to slay a man in Spiti. I, who hate a long-faced monk as an ape hates the river." Then another thought occurred to him. "You must pay me more money, Gupta Rao, else I will offend the old bag of wisdom and he will discharge the two of us." But instead of answering, Omni got up and found his way to the little room reserved for him. Through the slats of the window he could hear Dawat Sering squatting beside Diana, taking her into confidence. "It would be amusing, thou, to betray this Omni and see what happens. But I am afraid that what would happen might be serious. I think I had better say nothing, because what may happen then will probably be amusing." Thou, I think, a person who can teach thee such obedience might be a bad enemy and a good friend. Tibetans brought the evening meal with a huge bowl of rice and a bone for Diana, but Diana refused to touch the food, although the man set the bowl down in front of her and Dawa Tsering urged. It was not until Omni gave her permission that she fell to greedily. Thou, Gupta Rao, put no such spell upon me, Dawa Tsering urged solemnly. I am used to eating when my belly yearns for it. Omni finished his meal and decided to find out whether or not he was under any personal restraint. He crossed the courtyard and approached the double gate through which the carriage had entered that morning. There was a Tibetan standing near who bowed, saw his intention, and opened the gate civilly to let him through. Diana followed, but he sent her back, making her jump the gate, which she managed at the third attempt, and he could hear the Tibetan on the far side laughing good-humoredly. He knocked on the gate from outside, and the Tibetan opened it. Plainly, there was no restriction on his movements, so he whistled Diana and started strolling down the alley, considering Benjamin and wondering whether the old Jew had lied about the smuggled children, and if so, why? What did Benjamin stand to gain by telling such a tale if it were not true? The more you know of India, the less you know, he muttered. It was Diana who transferred his thoughts to another angle of the problem. She had paused at the end of the alley and was signaling in the way she used to in jungle lanes when she detected a human who had no ostensible right to be there. Omni stood still, which obliged her to glance around at him for orders. He signed to her to come to heel and then walked very quietly to the end of the alley, where the corner of a high wall intensified the gathering darkness. No lamps were yet lighted, although there was one fixed on an iron upright at the angle of the masonry above him. It was almost pitch dark where he sat down, with his back against the wall, giving no orders to Diana, simply watching her. The hair on the scruff of her neck began to rise. She could hear voices, and so could he presently. He pulled her closer against the wall where she crouched obediently, trembling because she added his alertness to her own. She was quite invisible in the depth of the shadow. Omni was between her and the road into which the alley opened, but he knew his own figure could be seen, something like a wayside idol, by anyone with sharp eyes who should pass close to the corner. There were two men approaching very slowly, deep in conversation. One wore spurs, unexplainably, without delving into such science as Chutterchand expounds in his room behind the jewelry store. Omni received an impression that they had been pacing to and fro for a considerable time. They came to a halt around the corner within 3 steps of where he sat, and when he held his breath, he could hear their words distinctly. You see, Chalmers, if we raid the place without being sure of our ground, all we'll do is make trouble for ourselves and serve them notice to cover their tracks. We must have evidence that'll make conviction certain, or they'll hold us up as another horrid example of official tyranny. I tell you, sir, I know the women are in here. But do you know they are the women? We can't interfere with religion. We'd be in a fine mess if we hailed a bevy of legitimate Nautch girls into court. We've got to have proof. Pardon me, sir. Lamesum doesn't run to Nautch girls. These people are Tibetans. They've no proper business in Delhi, and absolutely no excuse for lugging unexplainable women around the country. The Lama was seen to enter Vasantasena's place, and I myself saw him come out and drive off with his chela and 2 other people. I had him followed, and I know he drove in here. He hasn't come out since. You know what kind of a place Vasantasena keeps. Yes, but we also know every member of her household. And she's another individual it's deadly dangerous to monkey with unless we're certain of our facts. We've got circumstantial evidence enough to hang a Raja, sir. Circumstantial won't do, Chalmers. I spoke with McGregor about it today. He assured me there isn't a thing on the Lama in the secret archives. He admits there's slavery on the Assam border, and that slaves are sold into Nepal and Tibet. But that doesn't justify us in raiding this place, warrant or no warrant. We'd be inviting a riot. The way things are at the moment, Muslims and Hindus would get together and make common cause even with Christians if they thought they could jump on us by doing it and slit one another's throats afterward. They'd call it another Amritsar. I'll tell you what you may do if you like. Surround this place and shadow everyone who leaves it. That way we may get evidence. There was silence while someone suppressed ill temper. Then a voice, "Very well, sir." A piece of mortar from the top of the wall fell to the ground beside Omni. He glanced up. It was growing very dark, but he thought he saw the shadow of a man's head, vague against the colored gloom of an overhanging tree. The men who were talking moved on, toward the alley mouth, past it, turned, and started back again. "Hello," said one of them, the taller, he with the spurs. "Do you notice the audience?" "Wait, don't go down there. That's a nasty, damn dark alley. Might be an accident." "Good evening," he said, coming to a stand 6 feet away from Omni. "I hope we haven't disturbed your meditations." Omni's hand closed on Diana's muzzle. She crowded herself closer against the wall. "I say, I hope we haven't disturbed your meditations." Omni did not move. "Maybe he doesn't know English, sir." "Damn it, I can't see his caste mark. He looks like a Hindu. Haven't a flashlight, have you?" The younger of the two men struck a match. Its yellow glare showed Omni in high relief, but darkened the shadow behind him. "By gad, sir, that's the Brahmin who came out of Vasantasina's with the Lama." The last thing Omni wanted was police recognition. With the best will in the world, the police may bungle any intricate investigation through overzeal, and because they must depend on underqualified subordinates. He was satisfied to learn that McGregor had kept his promise not to unleash the Secret Service on the trail. Disturbed to learn the police, on the other hand, were busy. During 30 seconds, until the match went out, he cultivated the insolent stare to which Brahmins treat unclean intruders. "Brahmin and a Lama keeping company? That's strange." "I'd call it suspicious if you asked me, sir. What's he doing here? He's not even sitting on a mat. That corner's ritually unclean, fouled by dogs and God knows what else. I'll try him in the vernacular." "I'm curious to know why you are sitting here," said the man with spurs. "Is there anything wrong? Are you ill? Can I help you in any way?" "Leave me to my meditation," Omni answered in a surly tone of voice. "Why meditate just here, O twice-born?" "This is a bad place. Dangerous thieves, you know. Don't you think you had better move on?" Omni was in doubt whether or not to answer, but he was afraid Diana might betray her presence unless he could get rid of the inquisitors. He made up an answer on the spur of the moment and growled it indignantly. "A year ago my son died on this very spot, slain by a bullet from a soldier's rifle. Therefore I choose this place to meditate. I abase myself in dirt before the gods who visited that evil on me." "Damned unlikely story, sir, if you asked me." "Everything in this damn country is unlikely. Have him watched. You'd better stand at that corner, and if he moves off, have one of the men follow him. I'll go back and send you 20 or 30 men to surround the place. Good night, O twice-born. Meditate in peace." Omni listened until their footsteps died away in the near distance. Then, taking very great care that Diana should understand she was still stalking danger, not defying it, he crept on tiptoe to the gate at the other end of the alley and drummed on it with his knuckles. There was no answer. He tried the gate, but it was fastened on the inside. So he made Diana jump it, and in less than a minute after that, Dawat Sering came and undid the bars. "O thou, Gupta Rao, there are happenings," he said, showing white teeth that gleamed in the dark. "To him who truly seeks the middle way will open. One step forward is enough." From the Book of the Sayings of Chiang Samdup. Chapter 15. The Roll Call by Night. Within the courtyard there was not confusion, but a silent flitting to and fro as purposeful and devoid of collision as the evening flight of bats. Tall, spectre-like figures on the run were carrying out loads and arranging them in a long row under the cloister. There was no sign of the Lama nor of Maitreya, and only one dim light was burning, a guttering candle set in a sconce under one of the arches. "They go," said Dawat Sering. "They go." He was excited, thrilled by the atmosphere of mystery. "There was a fellow on the wall along there at the corner of the garden where the tree is." He came running, and another summoned the Lama, and there was an order given. "May devils eat me if they weren't quick. They are like ants when the hill is damaged." Omni approached the cloister where the candlelight threw dancing shadow, and the first thing he recognized was his own trunk, with the bags and bundles of the other actors laid alongside it, in a line with scores of other loads all roped in worn canvas covers. There was every indication of orderly but swift and sudden flight, and only one reasonable deduction possible. Dawa Tsering voiced it. "Women! Trouble! Trouble! Women! It is the same thing. They bring a man to ruin in the end." Omni sat down on the trunk and suddenly jumped up again. A woman's voice cried out of darkness from an upper story. "Did you hear that?" "So screams a woman when the knife goes in," said Dawa Tsering pleasantly. He was having an entirely satisfying time. "Look to thyself. There is room to hide dead men in this place, and none the wiser." But Omni was not quite sure the woman's cry did not hold a suggestion of laughter. A Tibetan unlocked the door of the great hall in which the rehearsals had taken place, and Maitreya emerged in a tantrum. "Krishna! This is too much," he snorted. "Is that you, Gupta Rao? What do you think of it? To lock us in like criminals? To take our luggage by the many-armed immaculate? What is happening?" The other actors trailed out after him, the women last, peering over the shoulders of the men in front. One of them was half hysterical, and seeing nothing else to be afraid of, screamed at the dog. Omni retreated into darkness. Dawa Tsering followed him, immensely free as to the shoulders, like an old-time mercenary fighting man who foresaw trouble of the sort that was his meat and drink. "Have you a weapon, Gupta Rao? If you ask me, I should say you would need one presently." Omni dragged the hillman down beside him, and the three, he, Dawa Tsering, and the dog, sat with their backs against the wall in impenetrable shadow, out of which they could watch what was passing in the ghostly candlelight. "How many women has the Lama with him?" asked Omni. "Oh, lots. I never counted. There were one or two I had my eye on, but the crafty old ring-ding looks after them more carefully than an Afghan watches a harem. He and the chela are the only ones who can get within talking distance. Never mind. We will have our opportunity now, unless I am much mistaken." "Why didn't you tell me about these women before?" asked Omni. "Oh, I thought you knew everything. Besides, you are probably a gay fellow yourself. I don't like interference. If you and I should love the same one—" The Lama stepped into the circle of candlelight, entirely unexcited, and as usual Samding was with him. Samding counted all the loads twice over. "Wait until I get my yak hair cloak and the other things," said Dawa Tsering, and disappeared. The Lama said one word, and Samding promptly commenced a roll call from memory in a clear, commanding voice, beginning with a string of northern names, following with Maitreya and all his actors, Omni's almost last. It was as thrilling as a roll call on a battlefield. "Gupta Rao? Here. Dawa Tsering? Coming." "And the dog?" Omni whispered to Diana, and she bayed once. Everybody laughed, including the Lama, who stood so upright that he could have passed for a young man until Samding came and stood beside him, when the contrast exposed the trickery of darkness. The Lama spoke in low tones to a Tibetan, who repeated the order to others, and in a moment all the loads were on men's heads. There was a prodigious number of them. Men had arrived like ghosts, apparently from nowhere, and the discipline was perfect. Not a man spoke. There was no sound except for a grunt now and then, and the rutching of heavily loaded bare feet on the paving stones. And not a woman yet in evidence except Maitreya's actresses, who seemed too frightened to make a fuss, or too interested to be frightened. It was hard to tell which. If there was another order given, Omni did not hear it. The procession started across the courtyard, in through the stable door into which the Lama's carriage had vanished when they first drove in that morning. Someone opened the door from inside. The Lama stood in the courtyard watching, Samding beside him counting, and they too entered last, a dozen paces behind Omni, and the moment they entered the echoing arch, the door slammed shut at their backs. One candle on an iron bracket showed the shadowy outlines of 3 carriages on the right, and 3 horses in stalls beyond that. The place seemed clean, with plenty of fresh air, and the stable smell was not overpowering. "Have you been here before?" asked Omni. "Not I," said Dawa Tsering. "Maybe it is here he keeps the women. This is one of those places the police dare not look into lest men accuse them of committing sacrilege. In my next incarnation I will study to be a priest, because then I can laugh at the police instead of being inconvenienced by them." Diana trotted right and left into the shadows, sniffing, interested but not suspicious. It was she, 3 or 4 yards ahead, who presently gave warning of danger in the form of steps descending into absolute obscurity. The candlelight did not penetrate to that point, and it was impossible to see whether there was a door to conceal the steps when not in use. The voices of 3 women added to Maitreya's complaining of darkness and danger, answered by cavernous rumbling as someone reassured them, proved that the steps did not go very deep, but there was nothing else to judge by, until 20 paces beyond the foot of the steps, the tunnel turned and another solitary candle burning at a corner in the distance showed the long procession shuffling toward it. There were no rats, no dirt, and it was not particularly damp. The tunnel, which was floored and lined with heavy masonry, was roofed in places by the natural rock, but there were spaces beamed with heavy timber and other spaces filled with what looked like fairly modern concrete. The floor and walls seemed very ancient, but the roof had undoubtedly been repaired more than once within the century. The level could not have been more than 30 or 40 feet underground, and there was a distinct draught of cool air passing through. It was not until he came within a dozen paces of the candle that Omni's ears, growing accustomed to the echoing shuffle of about 200 feet, detected that not all that noise came from in front. He looked back and saw shadowy, black-draped figures behind the Lama and Samding. It was impossible to guess how many, since he looked with the light behind him, into darkness, and when he passed the candle, the tunnel turned again rather sharply to the right. He stood still at the corner, looking backward, but the Lama boomed to him to go on, boomed so cheerfully and confidently that it would have been churlish to refuse. "Do you suppose those are women behind us?" he asked. "I know they are," said Dawat Sering. "For a jest, O Gupta Rao. Send thy she-dog to them. There will be a happening." There was more in that notion than its propounder guessed. Omni snapped his fingers for attention and spoke to Diana as loud as he could without letting the Lama hear. "Friends! Go and make friends!" He waved his hand toward the rear. Diana turned and darted past the Lama, who tried to intercept her. Failing, he made a curt exclamation whose meaning Omni could not catch. "What did he say?" he asked. "It means to be silent because they are not afraid," said Dawat Sering. And whoever they were not afraid, which was sufficient cause in itself for much hard thinking. Diana was as high at the shoulder as a Great Dane, as shaggy and lean and active as a monster from the folklore legends. As an apparition suddenly emerging out of darkness, with her eyes aglare in candlelight, she was enough to have thrown old hunters into panic. But instead there was nothing but laughter, much snapping of fingers and enticing noises made between the lips. And the laughter was as merry and appealing as the sudden view-hello of children when a circus clown kisses a pig. The Lama had to boom a second time for silence, although why he called for silence after that ringing revelation was not exactly clear. Surely there was no risk, down there in the tunnel, of the noise being heard by the police. And another thing, his voice was not alarmed, not even anxious or offended. It more resembled that of an engineer who orders steam turned off, or of a clerk convening court, quite matter-of-fact, with hardly the suggestion of command in it. Omni let Diana stay behind there, making friends. He chuckled to himself. There were few but he who knew the possibilities of that dog. Having once established in her mind that certain individuals were friends, he would have no particular difficulty in using her to penetrate any screen the Lama might contrive. There was no further need to risk an issue with the Lama by appearing over-curious. He could wait for opportunity and let Diana open up communications. Meanwhile, it would not have helped him in the least to be inquisitive just then. The tunnel turned again and grew pitch dark, became a stream of echoing noise in which a man could only feel his way by touching the man next to him or elbowing the wall, letting himself flow forward as it were in the general movement, which some forgotten sense reported to the brain. Then dim light, far ahead, and at last a glimpse of sky, framing half a dozen stars that made the tunnel seem even darker and a backward glimpse impossible. Diana came sniffing for Omni and shoved her nose into his hand. Then she suddenly bayed at the sight of the sky in front and raced away to investigate. Omni did his best to memorize the details of the tunnel opening, but failed. There were steps, but not many of them. Then he found himself in a courtyard about 30 yards square, with stars overhead, and the shadowy columned entrance of a place that looked in the dark like a temple behind him. He was aware that a stone floor had come sliding forward to conceal the flight of steps. A man had shouted to him to hurry lest he be caught in the gap, and he had seen that the sliding stone was 2 feet thick. There was no sign of the Lama or of Samding or the women. There were camels in the courtyard. He knew that by the smell before he saw them kneeling in 2 uneven rows. Diana, who hated camels, came to heel, growling to herself in undertones, and Dawa Tsering laughed aloud. "I smell travel and the road that runs north," he said triumphantly. "The devil may have these hot plains. Wait while I pick us 2 good camels. Wait here." He disappeared, and within the minute there were sounds of hot dispute, 3 voices. A camel rose like an apparition from another world, and snarled as if this world were not satisfying. A heavy thump, a louder oath, and Dawa Tsering limped back. "In the belly! Kick me in the belly!" he gasped, unable to stand upright, but with enough wind left in him for agonied speech. "I would have hamstrung the brute, but those Tibetan devils, but it hurts! They pushed me toward his hoof again, and yow! Let me sit, so stand beside me! Yah! Ha! I have a bellyache!" The courtyard was alive with movement, but there was hardly a spoken word. The camels moaned and gurgled, as they always do when loads are being heaped on them, and now and then someone called out for an extra package to balance an animal's burden. But on the whole, there was even less noise than when Bedouins strike tents and vanish. After a while, as his eyes grew accustomed to the gloom, Omni could make out men who certainly were not Tibetans. They wore turbans and were more like Bikaniri camel men. Then, huge and shadowy against the sky, there loomed 7 elephants with curtained howdahs, making no noise, effortless, coming through an open gate like phantoms in a dream. Next, there came from behind Omni, a man in a turban and long cloak, followed by a younger man whose stride seemed familiar, who wore a scimitar at his waist and the dress of a chieftain. Diana knew them instantly and wagged her tail. They were the Lama and Samding, changed almost out of recognition. Omni followed them, wondering at the Lama's strength of gait that he seemed to have acquired along with the change of costume. But they were presently surrounded by Tibetans, who seemed to be receiving whispered instructions. Unable to get close enough to hear what was being said, Omni turned his attention to the elephants, and noticed that they bore the trappings of a Raja, although he did not know which Raja. He asked one of the mahouts, who told him gruffly to mind his own business. He walked up close to one of the camel men, but it was too dark just there under the wall to see his features. "Whose man are you?" he asked. "Mine own man," the fellow answered in a plucked, flat, harp-string tone of voice. "Have a care! This camel bites." Omni jumped in the nick of time to avoid the vicious teeth. Diana flew at the camel. The heavily loaded brute struggled to its feet, tried to kick 4 ways at once, and bolted. Omni grabbed Diana. 9 or 10 men chased the camel into a corner, managed it amazingly with forked sticks, and compelled it to kneel. It was plainly enough a desert outfit, used to meeting all emergencies without fuss. Then the shadowy elephants moved in single file across the yard and halted, swaying, at a door beside the one that Omni had come through. He could see the top of a ladder laid against the first one from the far side, but could not see who mounted it. A moment later, however, he caught sight of the Lama and Samding, the Lama walking like a warrior, skirted, pantalooned, seeming to have thrown off 30 years. They climbed onto the last of the elephants and moved off first, the others following. After that, there was confusion for about a minute. Several more elephants came through the gate, colliding with the loaded ones, and for reasons that were doubtless logical to them, the camels all got up at once and stampeded into the jam. But a little low-muttered swearing, some sharp cries, and a lot of stickwork straightened that out. The camels were herded out into the open behind the elephants. The second lot of elephants came in, and a Tibetan seized Omni's arm. Not a word. No explanation. 2 other men seized Dawa Tsering, taking no chances with him, pouncing on him from behind and shoving him along toward the same elephant to which the first man led Omni. Maitraya's voice was raised in protest somewhere in the dark, and a woman cried out hysterically, but none answered either of them. The whole party of actors was hauled into curtained howdahs like so much baggage. Diana jumped. Omni caught her by the scruff of the neck, hauled her in after him, and found himself in a howdah with Dawat Sering and one Tibetan, who leaned forward, touched Dawat Sering on the shoulder, and shook a finger at him meaningly. For answer, the hillman made a gesture toward his knife, but they were off, swaying like insects on an earthquake, before that argument could ripen into happenings. And in less than 2 minutes the hillman was seasick, hanging on and moaning that he could smell death. "That camel kicked my belly into ruins. Peace! I will get down. I have had enough of this." But the Tibetan leaned forward and lashed him very neatly to the howdah with a rope. "Cut me loose, Gupta Rao, or I call the Omani." "Nay," lied Omani, "it was my order." "Thou! Oh, very well. Omani!" he yelled. Then again, between spasms of vomiting, "Omani! Omani!" It did not seem to matter. The Tibetan took no notice of it. Such a cry by night, smothered by howdah curtains, was not likely to mean much to chance passers-by. Perhaps Maitreya could hear it on the elephant ahead, but he would not know what it meant. Omani let his name be yelled until the hillman wore himself out, hoping the Tibetan would be too disturbed by it to notice anything else. He had his finger through a small hole in the curtain and was tearing it for a better view. He did contrive to snatch one hurried glimpse before the Tibetan saw what he was doing, but it was dark. There was no moon, and all he saw was a broken wall with trees beside it, nothing that would help him identify the route. The Tibetan touched him on the arm and shook a warning finger, then climbed over to Omani's side of the howdah and tied up the hole carefully with thread torn from a piece of sacking. He did not seem in the least afraid of the dog, nor did she object to him. On the principle that good dogs know what their masters think subconsciously about a stranger, Omani decided the Tibetan was quite friendly. And the process of self-adjustment to mysterious conditions consists rather in keeping adventitious friends than in losing them. It seemed much more important to disarm suspicion and to create a friendly atmosphere than to find out which direction they were taking. As a matter of fact, Omani did not much care where he was going. He guessed he was on the middle way, and that, if true, was the all-important fact. Details of the route, he knew, might change from hour to hour. The key to it was probably a string of individuals extended all across the country, bound together by a secret interest in common. He decided not to try to memorize the route, but to look out for and identify those men. However, he made one casual attempt to draw the Tibetan, in the hope of further disarming suspicion by appearing naturally frankly curious. "Where are we going?" he asked in Prakrit. "Wherever the holy Lama Tsiang Samdup wishes," the man answered, almost to himself, as if he were repeating prayers. After which there was long, swaying, hot silence, broken only by the groans of Dawat Sering and the soft, exactly regular footfalls of the elephant. Treason, as between men, is considered worse than theft, for even thieves despise it. He who betrays his country is considered fit for death. But I tell you, he who betrays his own soul has no longer any link with honesty, and there is nothing sure concerning him, except that he will go from bad to worse. And evil grows little by little. He who is faithless in small things will ultimately lose all honor. Therefore strive eternally to keep faith, not telling secrets nor inquiring uninvited into those of others, for the great offense is grounded on an infinite variety of little ones, exactly as great merit is the total of innumerable acts of self-control. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup, Chapter 16. Where are we? Each to his own heaven. Some men prefer golf. To Omani, the seventh heaven of delight, the apex of a heterodox career was reached that hour in a curtained howdah lurching into unknown night. And the best of it was that he knew the future must hold even more thrilling mysteries. There was going to be no anti-climax. He was uncomfortable, sweating so that his dripping cotton garments clung to him, breathing the smell of elephant and dog and Dawat Sering, which is no boudoir mixture, possibly in deadly danger. And he was utterly contented, having no regret, no backward yearning. The curtains that cut off the view could not limit imagination. He enjoyed a mental picture of the string of camels leading, and the elephants mysteriously padding in the wake, beneath colored stars and a blue-black sky, between broken walls and shadowy trees, toward an obscure horizon. The dusty footfalls were as music. The Mahout's occasional expletives were an open sesame to mystery beyond the reach of ordinary men, and that, perhaps, explained 9/10 of the delight. It is doing what the other fellows cannot do that satisfies, and so, through vanity, the gods make use of us. No millions, nor fame, nor offers of a sterilized and safety-infested heaven could have tempted Omni to forgo that journey in the howdah, although there were not wanting opportunities to steal away. Now and then there were halts, when muffled voices of unseen men on foot, who turned up out of the night, delivered terse commands that were barely audible and quite incomprehensible through the howdah curtains. Time and again he could have tumbled out of the howdah and lowered himself to the earth by the elephant's tail, but he preferred to act Jonah in a whale's belly, especially since the whale was willing. He knew that with the dog's help he could have tracked the caravan to its destination and so have learned the details of the course it took. But he also guessed that none who saw it pass would answer questions. And at the other end there was the risk that he might find a blank wall, silence, and perhaps a knife's edge for inquisitive intruders. To play for safety, to look for it, to expect it, would be ridiculous. He must run all risks without a gesture of self-protection. He was glad he had not even a revolver with him, for a hidden weapon might betray him into rashness of the wrong kind. He made up his mind, if he were threatened, to rely solely on whatever wits the gods of emergency might sharpen for him at the moment. Meanwhile, he felt reasonably sure of one thing, that the elephants were a Raja's property. The camels might possibly belong to someone else, but it was more likely they were also the same Rajas. There might be a Raja who would not ask questions, but who was linked in some chain of more or less esoteric brotherhood, akin perhaps to masonry. If so, the procession would arouse no comment on the countryside, for it is no man's business and to no man's profit to inquire too closely into a Raja's private doings. He who does so may count with almost absolute precision on what the jury will subsequently call an accident. I don't know, I didn't see, and I forget are difficult, exasperating pegs on which to hang a chain of evidence. At the end of 2 hours swaying, Dawa Tsering's stomach, void of embarrassing content, began to recover. His sunny disposition followed suit. "Loose me, Gupta Rao. I am sorry I bawled out thy other name. I will slay this fool who heard me. Then none will be the wiser, and thou and I are friends again." "Do you hope ever to see Spiti?" Omni inquired. "By the wind that blows there, and the women who laugh there, surely. I have a treasure tucked away in Spiti, earned on the tea rains. Loose me, Gupta Rao, or I call thee by thy other name again. I can shout louder, now my belly aches less." "Shout, and let us see what happens," Omni suggested. The small boy's mind that had its kingdom in the hillman's bulk considered that a moment. "Nay," he said presently, "I think that an evil might happen. The luck is not good lately. Who would have thought a camel would kick me? The devils who live in the hills around Spiti owe me for many a good turn I did them. The devils of these parts seem very mischievous. I had better behave myself." "How about a promise?" Omni suggested. "You mean a promise between me and you?" "But I would have to keep it. That might be inconvenient. I would promise for my part to assist you to return to Spiti at the proper time." "Oh, very well. Only I shall judge the proper time by when the devils have turned friendly. Loose me. I will behave myself." Omni undid the rope, and the Tibetan, far from objecting, stuck a stump of candle on the bare wood of the howdah frame, lighted it, produced a pack of cards, and challenged Dawa Tsering to a game. They played interminably, both men cheating, both appealing to Omni to settle constant arguments, although there was no money involved. "My honor is at stake," Dawa Tsering grumbled after about a dozen furious disputes. "This ignorant Tibetan says I am a liar." "So you are," said Omni. "That may be. But he has no right to give himself airs. He is the greater one. Look, he has 5 cards tucked under his knee, whereas I had but 2. He shoved the Tibetan so that his knee moved and uncovered the missing cards. two of which slipped down between the howdah and the elephant's flank, thus putting an end to the game. "But I have dice," said Dawatsering, and from then until dawn they murdered time and peace with those things, while Diana, her tongue hanging out with the heat, panted and shifted restlessly. But Omni snatched scraps of sleep, dimly aware that Dawatsering was losing more often than he won, growing more and more indignant with devils who refused to bring him luck. "I will obey thee, Gupta Rao, until the luck changes," he said at last. "My dice are loaded, yet even so I cannot win. Luck is funny stuff." It was about 10 minutes after dawn, the choicest hour in India, alive with cock-crow and the colour-drenched solemnity of waking day, when the tired elephant came to a final halt in some sort of enclosure and shuffled a slow measure to call the mahout's attention to sore feet. At a sharp word of command, the beast lay down, like a hillside falling. Diana sprang out through the curtains and Omni followed, yawning and sitting down on the elephant's forefoot to pretend to watch the mahout's ingenious ministrations to a corn while he surveyed the scene from under lowered eyelids. The other elephants, already offloaded, had shuffled away to a roofed enclosure at the far end of a compound where great heaps of food awaited them and equally huge vats of water. The camels, still burdened, were lying down in picturesque confusion, carrying on a camel conversation, which consists in snarling at the world in general. Along one side of the compound was a row of mules, tied by the heel with their rumps toward the wall, squealing for breakfast, which was being brought by naked boys and by a bisti who poured water into buckets from a goatskin bag. The opposite side of the compound was formed by a low two-storied building with a double-decked veranda supported on square wooden posts running the entire length. There were flies, much litter, and a most amazing smell. Over the roof of the building, where a long line of crows formed a mischievously interested audience, there appeared a jumble of other roofs that made no pretense to architecture. Small-town noises, such as a smithy bellows and the hammer ring on iron, the patter of goats' feet and the heavier tread of cattle being driven forth to graze, arose on all sides. There was one minaret in sight, and one Hindu temple roof, ornate with carvings of deific passion. The compound gate was locked, and there was a guard of 2 men standing by, not evidently armed, but obviously sullen and alert. There was no sign of the Lama, nor of any women. After a minute or two, Maitreya looked out from a door midway under the long balcony and greeted Omni with the familiarity of boon companionship established by journeying together. It only needs one night of shared discomfort on the road to produce that feeling, or else it's opposite. One either hates or likes one's fellow traveler. There is no middle ground on the dawn of the second day out. "Do you know where we are?" Maitreya asked cheerfully. Omni did not know, but he was no such fool as to admit it. In his capacity of wiseacre, he gave the mahout good advice regarding elephants' corns, about which he knew nothing. In his role of privileged extortioner, he demanded a rack from a man who seemed to be the master of the stables, and established friendship with the elephant by giving the grateful beast 2/3 of a bottleful of the atrocious stuff. Meanwhile, Diana was exploring on her own account, alarming many mules, offending camels, and reducing elephants to a state of old maidish nervousness, at which their mahouts yelled in chorus, offering to throw sticks, dung, and missiles of all sorts, but daring no more than the threat. Diana, solemnly indifferent to abuse and contemptuous of elephants since she had ridden on the back of one, snooted around in corners until she reached the end door under the balcony, and finding that open, she entered. There was an instant chorus of women's voices. Maitreya grinned. "Gupta Rao," he said, "I have seen many curiosities in my day, but those dancing girls surpass all. If they are Tibetans, Krishna, I will risk my life and go to Tibet. I saw them descend from the elephants, and Vishnu. Vishnu, I assure you my heart thumps. Such beauty, such chastity redeemed by mirth, such modesty of manner uncontaminated by humility. I foresee adventures, Gupta Rao. That divinity of yours who broke your pocketbook in Bikaner will have a dozen strong competitors. Krishna, I am impassioned. I am inflamed with love. If I can find a shrine of Hanuman, I will make gifts and a sacrifice this morning." Diana emerged, led out through the door by Samding, who held her collar. Seeing Omni, the chela signaled to him with a smile to call the dog. "I hate that chela," said Maitreya, grinning. "Did I not tell you I had an intuition to be jealous of him? Is it possible those twice-born creatures are the chela's wives?" "Whom are you calling twice-born?" Omni demanded, instantly assertive of a Brahman's rights. "Pranam," said Maitreya. "But wait until you have seen them." Impelled by a feeling that perhaps the luck might favor him, and partly in order to live up to his Bhat reputation, Omni strolled toward the door whence Samding and the laughter had emerged. It was slightly ajar, but he had scarcely reached it when the Tibetan, who had been fellow traveler during the night, touched him on the shoulder, led him back to a door at the extreme opposite end, and almost violently shoved him into a room furnished with a clean wooden table and a bench. Food was on the table, loads of it: fruit, milk, chapatis, honey, butter, boiled rice, and flowers enough to have graced a wedding feast. The Tibetan slammed the door, and Omni heard him turn a key on the outside. However, there were two doors to the room, and the window was not fastened. He went first to the window and made sure that Diana was within hail. She was watching Dawa Tsering gorge his breakfast from a bowl in the shade of the compound wall not 15 feet away. Having satisfied himself on that score, he discovered that the inner door was not locked, so he attacked the food, that being an important consideration when you don't know what the next 5 minutes may bring forth. The locked outer door and the guard on the compound gate were not exactly reassuring. The Lama came in through the inner door just as Omni finished eating. He was alone, no longer dressed in the warrior-like garb of the night before, and looking old again, immensely old, because the morning light streamed through the slats of the window and showed all his wrinkles. The snuff-brown color of his robe was streaked with old gold by the sunlight. In that moment one could believe he was a rather world-weary, very wise old saint. It was next to impossible not to believe it. Yet there was humor in his eyes and a gaze unconquerable, blue-gray, very wide awake. His frame for the moment seemed shrunken, yet his height, though he stooped from shoulders that seemed almost too weary to support his head, was considerably more than Omni's. "Peace perfect you in all her ways." The blessing was solemn, but the voice rang with assurance, as if he knew that his will to bless was infinitely overpowering. "And to you, my father, peace," said Omni. He had stood up when the Lama entered. "And the food was enough? And good enough?" the Lama asked. "The journey not distressing?" "Where are we?" Omni retorted bluntly. But the Lama merely smiled until his wrinkles were all in movement, and the fearless old eyes shone with kindly humor. "My son, he who knows where he is knows more than all the gods. He who knows what he is knows all things. Is it not enough that each moment we are where we should be? Is not the whole universe a mystery? How shall the part be more comprehensible than the whole, since it must partake of the quality of the whole?" But Omni did not propose to be put off by wise conundrums. His jaw came forward obstinately. "I was locked in here," he said. "I have a right to know why." "To keep out those whose ignorance might cause them to intrude," the Lama answered, exactly as if he were teaching school. "It is not good to place temptation in the path of the inquisitive." Feeling as if stilts had been kicked from under him, Omni tried again, more bluntly. "You know who I am," he began, speaking English. But the Lama interrupted in Urdu. "My son, if I knew that, I should be wiser than all those whose duty is to rule the stars. You have answered to the name of Gupta Rao." "For God's sake," said Omni again in English, "why not tell me outright what your business is? I'll begin by being frank. I'm spying on you. I would like to believe you are above suspicion. I'm in doubt." "My son," said the Lama, answering in Urdu, "no man is above suspicion." The sun and the moon cast their shadows, and therein the destroyers lurk. Doubt is the forerunner of decision. Shadows move. All revelation comes to him who waits. That sounded like a promise. Omni jumped at it. "We have one interest in common. Tilgaon." "Why treat me as an enemy? Why not clear the air now by telling me the truth about yourself?" "My son," said the Lama in Urdu again, "no man can ever be told the truth, which either is in him or it is not in him. If it is, he will see the truth. If it is not, he will see delusion and will confuse himself with surmise. He who looks for negation beholds it. He who looks for truth beholds negation also, but perceives the truth beyond. Wherein have I shown you enmity? For a moment there was silence. Omni tried to think of another way of getting past the Lama's guard, but the old man's impersonal dignity was like armor. There are things you may see, but you must put your own interpretation on them, said the Lama. One by one we attain to understanding. The wise ponder in silence, but the fools are noisy, and the noise precedes them to their doom. That sounded like a threat, but his face was as kindly as ever, rippled again with quivering wrinkles, as a smile broke and vanished into the recesses of brown ivory skin. "Come," he said, but instead of opening the door behind him, he strode first to the window, threw the shutters back, glanced out and made a clucking noise. Diana jumped in, and Omni wondered. She was trained to be wary of strangers, and was not given to obeying even her master's friends unless carefully charged with that duty by Omni himself. She thrust her nose into the Lama's hand before she came and fussed over Omni. The Lama led the way into a narrow passage onto which many doors opened to right and left. It extended from end to end of the long building, its walls forming a double support for the heavy beams of the floor above. Two-thirds of the way along it, he opened a door on the right, and a chorus of women's voices burst through the opening. But there were no women to be seen yet, because the door opened onto a gallery. There was a lower story on that side of the building, and the gallery ran around two sides of a large room, screened from it by a breast-high balustrade. The Lama led the way to the farther end, where the gallery was 20 feet wide, and Samding waited, standing beside a spread Tibetan prayer mat, marvelously dressed in ivory white and looking like a young god. However, god or no god, he had to alter the position of the mat by an inch or two before the Lama would sit down, after which he motioned to Omni to be seated on the floor in the farther corner, where he could see through a slit in the wooden panel and look down on the floor below. It was a surprising room to discover close to mule and elephant stables, but not so surprising as its occupants. The walls were hung with painted curtains, and the floor was strewn with cushions on which Indian women, many of them high-caste ladies, sat chattering with girls who resembled no caste or tribe that Omni had ever seen anywhere. They were lively, full of laughter, young but no more beautiful as far as actual features went than any gathering of normally good-looking women anywhere. 6 or 7 of them, if not Tibetans, were at any rate of part Mongolian origin, but Omni counted 14 who fitted into no mental pigeonhole of races he had seen and studied. In more than one way, those 14 and the Tibetans were all alike. They were dressed in the same loose, almost Greek white cotton robes. They all wore stockings, which the native Indian women in the room did not wear, and they used more or less the same gestures, were alert with the same vivacity. But there the resemblance ended. The 14 were fair-complexioned. One had golden hair that hung in long plaits. She would have looked like a German Gretchen if it had not been for the dress and something else, something quite indefinable. The whole proceedings, the whole scene was like a weird figment of imagination. There was nothing natural about it, simply because it was too natural. It was not India. There were Moslem as well as Hindu ladies in the room, betraying no self-consciousness and no objection to one another's presence. And there were actually low-caste women, Sudras, chatting with the rest apparently on equal footing. True, there was no food being passed around, but every other caste rule seemed to be forgotten or deliberately flouted. Yet there was no sign of self-consciousness or strain. They were talking Urdu, a few of them with difficulty, but it was next to impossible to catch the conversation from the gallery because there was so much of it, so many chattering and laughing all at once. The 14 girls in white kept glancing up at the gallery, apparently expecting some sort of signal, so Omni had plenty of opportunity to scan their features. He did not doubt they were the smuggled children Benjamin had spoken of, only there were 14 instead of 7. There were therefore other agents besides Benjamin. But the fact in no way simplified the mystery, rather it increased it. Their ages ranged at a guess from 17 to 23 or 24, which, allowing for the years elapsed, tallied with Benjamin's description near enough. And they had grown to wholesome-looking womanhood. Not a trace of shyness, no awkwardness, no vulgarity, not one symptom of forced manners or repression. The whole thing was incredible, yet there they were. And who had educated them? The Lama? That seemed more impossible than for a river to flow uphill. He might have made priggish nuns of them, or downright Tibetans, but not that. It began to be evident that there was something worth investigating in the Abhor country, or wherever else the Lama kept his secrets. It was the Lama who at last cut short the flow of talk. Sitting still on the mat, where his head was not visible from below, he boomed a word in Tibetan, as commanding as the gong that brings sea engines to a halt, and there was instant silence, as in an aviary when the chattering birds are frightened. Whatever he might be, the old man knew what drama meant, and discipline. He whispered to Samding and the cella, opening a swinging door in the front of the gallery, walked down a carpeted flight of steps to the floor below. He was received in silence. He took from his breast the broken piece of jade that Omni had lost, and that the Lama had recovered from the courtesan, and holding it in both, hands on a level with his shoulders passed among them, pausing to let each woman in turn devour it with her eyes. Some of them appeared to fall into a state of superstitious rapture, others were curious, all were respectful almost to the point of worship. And the Lama watched them through a slit in the swinging gate as if all destiny depended on the outcome, every tendon in him rigid. The neck tendon stood out like a bowstring. Then suddenly, as if to calm himself, he took snuff and rubbed his nose violently with his thumb. The chela said nothing, but the women were allowed to touch him, and appeared to think the touch conferred a priceless boon. They laid a finger of the right hand on his shoulder as he passed, and one woman, a Moslem, who laid both hands on him and clung almost passionately, was quietly reproved for it by two of the girls in white. The game begins to look political, thought Omni, watching the Lama clean a snuff-filled nostril with a meditative forefinger. Vasantasena. Now these women, I've always wondered why some genius didn't try to conquer India by winning the women first. They rule the country anyhow. The Lama just then looked as calculating as a medieval cardinal, but despite that air of playing a deep game for tremendous stakes, there was now something almost Puck-like in his attitude. Omni noticed for the first time that his ears did not lie close to his head, were large and slightly pointed at the top. Seen sidewise in the rather dim light, there was a faint suggestion about him of one of those gargoyles that survey the street from a cathedral roof. He was even more interesting to watch than the proceedings on the floor below. Suddenly the Lama spoke again. When he did that, his leathery throat moved like a pelican's swallowing a big fish, and the noise that came out was hardly human, startling, so abrupt that it completely broke the sequence of all other sounds. It monopolized attention. In the ensuing silence, he sat back, took snuff again, and seemed to lose all interest in the proceedings. But to Omni the interest increased. The girls in white threw black cloaks over their shoulders. The Hindu and Moslem women smothered themselves in the impenetrable veils without which it is pollution to face menfolk out of doors. And all of them in groups of 3 or 4, each little group in charge of one of the Lama's female family, who shielded their faces in masked hoods that formed part of the black cloaks, departed toward the street. There was no doubt that they did go to the street. A door opened onto a vestibule, and sunlight shone through a street door at its farther end. Samding returned up the steps and gave the piece of jade to the Lama, who stowed it somewhere in his bosom without glancing at it. Omni watched the chela narrowly. Was he a European boy? There was something in the clean, strong outline of his face and in the lithe, athletic figure that might suggest that. But he was too abstract-looking, altogether too impersonal, and the word was as vague as the impression Omni was trying to fix in his mind. Too fascinating. No European youngster could have looked as he did without stirring resentment in whoever watched. Samding aroused in the beholder only admiration and an itching curiosity. The Lama's Law. O ye who look to enter in through discipline to bliss, ye shall not stray from out the way, if ye remember this. Ye shall not waste a weary hour, nor hope for hope in vain, if ye persist with will until self-righteousness is slain, if through the mist of mortal eyes deluded ye discern. That ye are holier than these, ye have the whole to learn. If ye are tied with tangled pride because ye learn the law, know then, your purest thoughts deny the truth ye never saw. If ye resent in discontent the searchlight of reproof, preferring praise, ye waste your days at sins not soul's behoof. Each gain for self denies the self that knows the self is vain. Who crowns accomplishment with pride must build the whole again. But if, at each ascending step, more clearly ye perceive that he must kill the lower will, who would the world relieve, and they are last who would be first, their effort thrown away. Be patient then and persevere, ye tread the middle way. Chapter 17. Diana rehearses a part. The moment the last woman had vanished from the room, the Lama let Samding help him to his feet and clucked, snapping his fingers to Diana. She glanced at Omni. He nodded, immensely curious, and promptly she trotted to the Lama's side as matter-of-factly as if she had known him all her life. The Lama and the Chela went down to the room below, taking Diana with them. The Chela spread out the mat, rearranged it in accordance with the Lama's instructions, and the two sat down on it facing the balcony, conversing in low tones, evidently waiting for something preordained to happen. Diana sniffed around the room, inspecting cushions curiously, but they took no apparent notice of her. After a minute or two, she sat down and looked bored. Instantly, the Lama called to Omni, "Can you cause the dog to open her mouth from where you are without speaking?" Omni stood up, his head and shoulders visible above the rail, and seeing him, Diana pricked an ear. The trick was simple enough. Ever since she was a puppy, she had always dropped her jaw when he held up a finger at her. By education, for his own amusement, he had simply encouraged and fixed a habit. Her mouth opened, closed, and opened wide again. Samding laughed delightedly, but the Lama very seriously beckoned to Diana to come nearer, and she obeyed at a nod from Omni. She wanted to sit on the mat, but the Lama would not allow that. He pushed her away, and she squatted down facing the balcony, watching Omni, awaiting orders. "Now again," said the Lama. Omni raised his finger. The ear went up, the mouth opened and stayed open until the finger was lowered. The Lama was as pleased as a child with a toy. Diana would have been satisfied to go through all her tricks, but a Tibetan entered through the door the women had used. The Lama froze into immobility, and Samding followed suit. There entered a man whom Omni knew from his photographs, Prabhu Singh, the almost middle-aged but younger son of a reigning Raja. He knew him well by reputation, had admired him in the abstract because he was notorious for independence and for fair, intelligent, outspoken and constructive criticism of foreign rule. He was said to be an intimate of Gandhi and was, in consequence, about as much appreciated by the ruling powers as a hornet at a tea party. He was tall, lean, lithe, big-eyed under a plain silk turban, and extremely simply dressed in tussore stuff that showed every line of his athletic figure, not very dark-skinned, clean-shaven except for a black mustache. He wore no jewelry, strode barefooted with manly dignity to a point midway between the Lama and the door, bowed low and stood still. Diana went up and sniffed him. He showed surprise, but laid his hand on the dog's head and rubbed her ear. "Peace be with you. Peace perfect you in all her ways," the Lama boomed. "And to you, my father, peace," he answered. "Was it well done? Was anything lacking for your comfort? Have my servants failed in anything? Were there enough elephants?" "It is all good," said the Lama, "and the mission succeeded. The first part." The Lama's hand went into his bosom and produced the piece of jade. Prabhu Singh approached to the edge of the mat, received the jade into his hands, and stepped back to examine it, holding it to the light from a window. He did not appear to have any superstitious reverence for it, but handled it as if it were a work of art, rare and valuable. "I am glad," he said simply after about 2 minutes, handing it back to the Lama, who returned it to his bosom. The Chela's eyes were missing nothing. "San Fun Ho," said the Lama suddenly, and the chela stood up on the mat. Was the stage name his real one? The mystery increased. Prabhu Singh's attitude underwent an instant change. He became embarrassed. He bowed 3 times with much more reverence than he had shown the Lama, and when the chela smiled, the lineal descendant of 100 kings was as nervous as a small boy being introduced to a bishop. Samding said something to him that Omni could not catch, and the murmured answer seemed to be no more than a conventional formula of politeness. The chela was as perfectly at ease as if he had been receiving the homage of princes all his life. Prabhu Singh bowed again 3 times and retreated backward, stumbling against Diana and recovering his balance awkwardly. He appeared almost physically frightened. Yet he was famous on polo fields from end to end of India and was notorious for speaking his mind bluntly, 2 viceroys at real risk of personal liberty. His back to the door at last, he made his escape with better grace, recovering presence of mind and remembering to salute the Lama. The moment the door shut, the Lama turned on Samding and rebuked him in Tibetan. Omni could only catch occasional sentences, but it seemed that the Lama was angry because Samding had not put the visitor at ease. "That is only vanity, self-approval. Worshippers are mockers. Turned your head. I would rather see you pelted with stones. Better for you and for them. Break the shell of the egg before the chicken hatches." Schlappcap, whatever that meant. Dirt under your feet will someday cover your grave. All these years and yet you know so little. If you are going to fail, you had better not begin. Presumption. It was a wonder of a discourse. Samding listened, standing for a while, then sat down cross-legged, off the mat, facing the Lama, head bowed humbly. Not once moving until Diana came and sniffed his neck to find out what the matter was. That stopped the Lama's flow of speech. He glanced up at the gallery and called to Omni in an absolutely normal tone of voice, as if he had entirely forgotten the whole incident of Prabhu Singh's visit and the rebuke and all connected with it. "Now again, my son, make the dog do the acting again." Samding resumed his position on the mat at the Lama's right hand. He too seemed to dismiss the lecture as if it had never taken place, and Omni, directing from the gallery, made Diana open and shut her mouth. The Lama insisted on her doing it again, and at last he and Samding chuckled together over it, as if it were the greatest joke that ever happened. Still chuckling, they got up and left the room by the door leading to the street, taking the mat with them and locking the door as they went out. No explanation, not a word to Omni as to what was expected of him, not even a backward glance at the gallery to suggest that they had him in mind. Omni sat still for a while. Then, whistling Diana, he made his way to the gallery door, found that open, and proceeded to explore. But he found all the other doors along the passage locked, except the one at the end that opened into the room assigned to himself. He looked through the window into the compound where there were all kinds of noise and confusion. 4 men were trying to throw a mule and several other mules had broken loose. An elephant was lying on its back near a water butt while 2 mahouts scrubbed its belly, and 2 bull camels were fighting with everything except their tails, while 20 onlookers heaped humorous advice on rather bored-looking experts who were watching for a chance to rope the brutes by the leg and separate them. And in the midst of all that riot, with the sun pouring down on them and crows and sparrows hopping about among them, Maitreya and his troop sat on boxes, repeating their lines to one another. It appeared that the devil's part already had been written. Maitreya held a small scroll in addition to his own, and was trying to teach the lines to Dawa Tsering, who was disposed to believe he could play the devil better if left to his own resources. "I tell you, a devil is devilish!" he shouted. "A devil is like one of those bull camels. You never know what he'll do next. Or like a mule, you have to look out for his teeth and heels. This devil of yours is like a pretty gentleman. Here, let me show you how to act the devil." But Maitreya stuck to it, patiently correcting the hillman's mispronunciation of the Urdu words. Catching sight of Omni through the window, he called to him to come out and take part in the rehearsal. But the door was still locked, and though he could have climbed through the window easily enough, Omni hardly liked to confess that he was locked in, not knowing what effect that news might have on Maitreya. After a moment's hesitation, he excused himself on religious grounds. I must recite the mantras. Even Maitreya, possessed by the almost absolute of religious cynicism, respected that Brahman's privilege, so Omani was left to his own meditations, which were mixed, amused, and mystified in turn. His thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door behind him. The chela came in. He had changed his clothes again and was in the same snuff-colored robe in which Omani first saw him in Chutta Chan's back room. His face was an enigma, a mask with a marvelous smile on it, but the eyes, to Omani, suggested excitement. At any rate, some strong emotion was shining through the self-controlled exterior. The remarkable thing was that the youngster's calm did not suggest fanatical asceticism or conceit. He seemed human, curious, and not unfriendly. Diana's tail thumped on the floor. Flies buzzed in and out through the window. There was nothing in the situation to cause nervousness, and yet Omni confessed to himself that he felt an inclination to shudder, the sort of inclination that forewarns a man of something that his eyes cannot see. He spoke first, purposely in English, hoping to catch the chela off guard. Maitreya has suggested that those young women who are with the party are your wives. That seems improbable. Tell me the truth about it. If eyes mean anything, the chela understood. He was laughing. No muscle of his face moved. He pretended to assume that the words were some form of greeting, and answered in kind in Tibetan, then broke into Urdu. Tsiang Samdup sends a blessing. He is unwilling that you should speak of what occurred this morning. You mean of the performance of the dog? Asked Omani. But the Chela appeared to be an expert in dealing with stupidity, of anything that occurred. Omani chose another angle of assault. Whatever the Holy Lama wishes. Kindly tell him so. As long as I am his guest, I will be silent. Wait. The Chela had started to go, but Omani stepped between him and the door and stood with his back to it. Don't be alarmed. But the Chela had only retreated a pace or two. Accepting that, he seemed hardly more than curious to know what would happen next. It was Omani who felt uncomfortable. I want you to tell me, he said, whether it was Tsiang Samdup or someone else who educated you and those young women. The Chela, still standing erect, did not answer. Come on, tell me. There must be someone else besides the Lama. Is that why you stand between me and the door? The Chela asked. The voice was ironic, amused. Omani tried emphasis. I won't let you go until you answer a few questions. Tell me. But the Chela had already gone. He had crossed the room in 3 strides, laid a hand on the window ledge and vaulted through, tucking his legs up neatly under his chin and landing almost noiselessly on the veranda. He contrived the whole swift maneuver without a moment's loss of dignity and walked away unruffled, not glancing behind him. Omani strode to the window feeling cheap, wishing he had gone about things differently. He supposed it would take an interminable time now to establish himself in the Chela's confidence. He had possibly totally ruined his chance of doing that. The Chela was sure to go straight to the Lama and tell him, but there stood the Lama, in the midst of the group of actors, with Samding already beside him, and apparently Samding was talking about the play to Maitreya. The Lama seemed to be encouraging Dawat Sering to rehearse his lines. They did not glance in Omani's direction, but a minute or two later a Tibetan came and unlocked the door, and when Omani stepped out under the veranda, the Lama turned and beckoned to him. However, the Lama had nothing to say. He led the entire troop at once toward the elephant stalls, down a gangway between 2 of the big beasts, whom he saluted in passing as if they were human beings, and through a gate at the rear into an alley 50 yards long. The alley seemed to have been used as a sheep corral the preceding night. There were some loose boards that probably served to enclose it. Across its end ran a street in which a dozen or more nondescript humans lounged in front of back doors. It was a back street. All the houses faced the other way. Their rears were an irregular jumble of yards and walls, with empty kerosene cans, rubbish heaps, and faded cotton purdahs much in evidence. The Lama led straight across the street into a doorway and down a long passage that admitted to the wings of a fair-sized theatre, almost modern in some of its details. Someone had been busy, for the stage was set. A hideous backdrop had been almost concealed by branches upended, that gave a very good suggestion of a clump of trees, and in front of those in mid-stage was a wicker work affair covered with cotton cloth that had been painted to look like the stonework of an old well. A beam with a rope thrown over it, supported on two uprights, completed the illusion well enough. The flies had been very simply painted to resemble house corners at the end of a street, and the whole scene suggested the extreme fringe of a village, with the audience looking out through it toward the open country. For a wonder, there was electric light, although none too much, and the switchboard was a mystery, painted red and labeled in English, "Keep Away." At the rear of the theatre and along both sides was a balcony for women, screened off with narrow wooden slats that left openings about 4 inches square. The orchestra pit was a platform, 3 feet lower than the stage, in full view of the audience. The musicians were already squatting there, Tibetans to a man. 4 were armed with radongs, 4 more had tom-toms. The remaining dozen were provided with stringed instruments. The radongs blew a foghorn blare to greet the Lama as he stepped onto the stage. In the opposite wing, no longer in white or in stockings, protected by 3 stalwart Tibetans who lounged in the flies, were the women of mystery. They were in costume, which so orientalized them that Omni almost doubted recognition. Memory plays strange tricks. His took him back to the day when he and Benjamin had played a part at Chota Pegu, and the Nauch girls had been wild with inquisitive mischief, ready to betray the chief priest at a nod. These girls now, in gauzy draperies, less naked but as subtle in their motions, so resembled those Nautch girls at first glance that he was not sure they were the same he had seen in the room among the Hindu ladies until he noticed that they laughed and chattered on a comparatively low note, instead of a high-pitched dissonance. The Lama clapped his hands and sat down inside the well, where he could see out through holes in the painted cloth. Then he told Omni to make Diana sit down almost exactly in front of the well, and the rehearsal began at once, as if preordained from the beginning of time, the girls in their Indian costume mingling with the stage crowd, and so well versed in their part that they pushed the other actors into place, needing no direction by the Lama. Omni had plenty of chance to observe some of them closely, for 3 had been told to engage the sadhu in mock conversation during parts of the first act. 1, the Gretchen girl, put an offering into his begging bowl, but though he missed his cue twice through trying to engage her in real whispered conversation, he failed. She was as evasive as abstract thought, as apparently engaging and as actually distant as a daydream. She turned every advance he made into an excuse of byplay for the imaginary audience's benefit, and all Omni accomplished was to draw the Lama's irony from behind the well. Some sadhus hide lascivious hearts under robes of sanctity, but you are supposed to be one who has truly forsaken the pursuit of women, Gupta Rao. When the laugh that followed that rebuke had died down, Omni was still not sure of the Gretchen girl's real nationality. He had tried her with English, French, German, and 2 or 3 Indian languages, watching her face, but detecting no expression that suggested she had understood him. As for the others, one might be a Jewess. But there are many well-bred women, for instance, in Rajputana and in Persia, who are fair-skinned and who resemble Jewesses in profile. Even fair hair was no proof of their origin. Most Eastern women, but by no means all, have dark hair. The only really convincing evidence that they were Europeans was their behavior, and even that was offset by the fact that some of them were certainly Tibetans, whose manner was equally unembarrassed in the presence of men, yet equally free from familiarity. The difference from their behavior and that of Maitraya's actresses grew more and more noticeable as the professionals became aware of an atmosphere to which they were utter strangers. They tried at first to imitate it, then grew resentful and sneered, resorting at last to low jests in loud whispers and attempts to scandalize by bold advances to the men, until at last the Lama stood up in the well like a priest in a pulpit and beckoned those 3 women to come and stand in front of him. "I could show you your secret hearts," he said, in a kind voice that was much more withering than scorn, "and ye would die in horror at the sight. It is not good to slay, not even with the rays of truth. So I show you instead what ye may become mildly, patiently, a little wearily, as if he had done the same thing very often. He included all his own mysterious family in a gesture that conveyed diffidence and hesitation. Life after life ye shall struggle with yourselves before ye shall come as these, and these are nothing, nothing to what ye may become. The road is long, and there are difficulties, but ye must face it. Take advantage of the moment, for it is easier to imitate than to find the way alone. Ye cannot undo the past, nor can all the gods, nor he who rules the gods undo it. But now this moment and the next one and the next forever, ye yourselves by thought and act create the very hair's breadths of your destiny. Now let us begin again, from the beginning. They began again so meekened and subdued that for a while the first act suffered. But that was overcome by Diana, who produced such peals of laughter that the Lama had difficulty in restoring order, and had to reprimand the musicians for thrusting their heads above the level of the stage to watch. At a signal from Omni standing near the wings, Diana's mouth opened, and the Lama from inside the well croaked words that sounded, even on the stage, as if the dog were speaking them. When the shoemaker said, "Ah, if I were king," Diana's mouth opened wide, and the retort came from behind her, "It might be better to be a dog like me and not worry so much." The illusion was perfect because everybody on the stage looked at the dog as if expecting her to speak. And the best of it was that Diana cocked an ear, put her head to one side, and was immensely interested. In answer to the sadhu's, "How long will ye store up wrath against the day of reckoning?" there was put into Diana's mouth. "For myself I bury bones, but jackals come in the night and make away with them." When the king asked, "Is this your gratitude?" and the sadhu replied, "To whom? For what?" Diana's retort was, "The sadhu is like the vermin on my back. He helps himself, but isn't grateful. And when he is scratched, he just goes to another place." Diana was easy to manage, and Omni's signals, made with his right hand, were invisible from the front of the theatre on his left. But Dawat Sering was a hard problem. He was supposed to be one of those wandering clown fakirs who amuse and terrify village gatherings by alternately acting like idiots and pretending they are in communication with the underworld of demons and lost souls. He could neither remember his lines nor keep his head, but blundered in at the wrong cues and then laughed self-consciously. Omni advised the Lama to dispense with him altogether. "Nay," said the Lama, "all things are good in the proper place. There is a part he can play." Whereat he ordered the stage set for the second act, which was a simple business. The flies reversed suggested a palace interior. Curtains at the rear concealed the greenery. The well was replaced by a carpeted dais with a large throne on top of it, inside which the Lama could conceal himself quite easily. A few heaps of cushions and settees were carried on the stage, and while the change was being made, the orchestra rehearsed amazing music. Tom-toms, radongs, and stringed instruments thundered, howled, and jingled like a storm in the Himalayas, with the voices of 1,000 disembodied spirits carrying on an argument in the teeth of wind and rain. It was stunning, weird, a sort of cataclysmic din foreboding marvelous events, but music nevertheless, in every quarter note of its disturbing harmonies. He who would reform the world must first reform himself, and that, if he do it honestly, will keep him so employed that he will have no time to criticize his neighbor. Nevertheless, his neighbor will be benefited, even as a man without a candle, who at last discerns another's light. From the Book of the Sayings of Chiang Samdup. Chapter 18. Diana adopts buskins, work. Omni had been a worker all his days, but had never known the real meaning of the word until that afternoon. The Lama, as placid as a temple idol, as exacting as fate, as tireless as time itself, kept everybody occupied. There was no return to the place across the street where the beasts of burden rested. The only pause between rehearsals was at noon, when food was brought in baskets and all except Omni munched greasy chapatis in the wings. For him there was special food provided, brought by an ostensible Brahmin and served behind a screen. A Tibetan make-up man, a master craftsman, spread the tools of his trade on the stage behind the well and took everyone in hand in turn under the Lama's critical supervision. Even Diana had to be touched up. Daubs of paint were smeared around her eyes to make them look huge and supernatural, and her ordinary gauntness was enhanced by dark streaks that made her ribs appear to stand out prominently. Trunks full of costumes were dumped in the wings by methodical, matter-of-fact Tibetans who seemed to have gone through the same performance scores of times and to know exactly what to do and when and how. They dressed the protesting actors more or less by main force, ignoring Maitraya's protests, pulling, adjusting, stitching, until every costume hung exactly as the Lama said it should. They provided Dawa Tsering with a devil mask and a suit of dragon scales, then showed him himself in a mirror, which entirely solved that problem. He liked himself so well in the disguise that he could have acted Hamlet in it. But all he was required to do was to laugh like a fiend at intervals, and to dance on and off stage whenever the Lama signaled from behind the well. He was supposed to be the spirit of the underworld who mocked men's efforts. There was no supper. Nobody remembered it. Rehearsals continued until they had to lower the curtain because the audience began to straggle in and squat on the matted floor in groups, munching betel nut. The orchestra tuned up at once. 3/4 of an hour before the curtain was supposed to rise, the house was crowded to suffocation, stunned by the music, which crashed and blared, arresting heraldry of doom or something like it, and nothing fascinates as much as doom foretrumpeted. The audience forgot to talk. When the curtain went up slowly, as if raised by the last resounding boom of the radongs, there was utter silence, in which the thrill behind the women's gallery grating could almost be felt in the wings. And at the very last minute, before the king walked on, the Lama from behind the well signaled to Dawa Tsering to laugh like a ghoul and dance across the stage. It was inspiration. In a country that believes implicitly in devils, that following the cataclysmic music produced the perfect state of mind in which to watch the play, when Maitreya walked on, he was heard with almost agonied attention. There was not a gasp from the audience until it was Diana's turn to speak, when the Lama croaked her line so comically that even the actors laughed. And, presumably because the gods who guard coincidence approved, she put her head to one side and cocked an ear at the audience. It brought the house down. It was so exactly timed to break suspense. The marvel that a dog should speak was so astonishing that an earthquake after that could hardly have called the crowd's attention to itself. Every spoken word and every move was watched as if Earth's destiny depended on the actor's lips, and Diana's 3 short speeches were received as if some god in the form of an animal were on the stage. When she had spoken about vermin, the Lama tickled her with a straw, and she scratched herself, and shrill laughter from behind the women's grill gave evidence that not a gesture of her left hind foot was missed. When the curtain came down at the end of the prologue, the applause out-thundered the orchestra. "It succeeds," announced Maitreya, strutting across the stage in the way of the scene-shifters. "I told you so. I said it would. Trust me to know. Good acting technique can accomplish anything." The Lama recognized familiar symptoms and was prompt. He gathered all the actors close around him in the wings, and what he said was aimed straight at Maitreya, although he appeared to be watching Dawa Tsering through the corner of his eye. "That which is not excellent is not good. There shall be no second act unless I can be sure of more attention to my signals. I am disappointed. If we can do no better before such an audience as this, what could we hope to do in the large cities?" Dawa Tsering nearly burst the devil mask with indignation. "Thou!" he exploded. "Go back to thy monastery. I will entertain these princes and princesses. Ha! This is the greatest success there ever was." "You will not be needed," said the Lama, and at a sign from him, as if they had known from the first what to expect, 3 Tibetans seized Dawa Tsering and led him away to a small room at the rear where his roars of protest were inaudible. That was all that was needed. Even the vainglorious Maitreya forced himself into a careful frame of mind, and the second act began as the first had done, with everybody striving to deliver each line as the Lama wished it. Quite early in the second act, the girls came on to dance and entertain the king's court. They were preceded by mysterious music, quiet and rhythmic, pulsing with a tom-tom underthrob that made the audience breathe in time to it and sway unconsciously. They floated onto the stage, barefooted, swinging so perfectly in unison that each seemed to reflect the other. Lowered lights produced a filmy, otherworld effect. What little sound they made was swallowed by the pulsing, subdued music, until one radong boomed an arresting note and they began to sing, never changing the dance step, weaving in and around as reflections mirrored in the water weave interminably. Song, step, and dimness were all in harmony. There was one mysterious, monotonous refrain that held a hint of laughter, and yet such sadness as is felt when the wildfowl cry across treeless wastes under a rainy sky. And there was no more than just enough of it to make the audience feel that it had not had enough, no encore, although the stifling theatre became a pandemonium of acclamation, and the king's next speech had to be twice repeated from the throne. The Lama underneath the throne insisted on it, lest the audience should miss one word of the thought-laden lines. Diana had only one line in the second act, when the king, worried and perplexed by the ignorant disputing of his courtiers, exclaimed, "Oh, who is wise enough to tell these idiots what to do?" Diana walked up to the throne, turned at a signal from Omni to face the audience, and from under the throne the Lama croaked, "A wise dog chooses its own master and obeys him. It saves lots of trouble." Then she walked off, swaying her long tail contentedly, as if she had solved the riddle of the Sphinx. Because of the heat that made the grease paint on the actors' faces run, her tongue lolled out, and she seemed to be grinning in response to the applause as she vanished into the wings. About midway through the second act, Dawa Tsering was set free from durance vile and allowed to resume his ghoulishness, now somewhat chastened by conviction that after all he was not indispensable. There was nothing prearranged about his entrances. Whenever a line fell flat, or the action seemed to drag a little, the Lama signaled for the devil to dance on and arouse laughter. He was particularly useful when Maitreya remembered he was an actor instead of acting the part of a king. The devil was immediately summoned then to take the conceit out of him by burlesque antics. There was nothing in the play an audience could misinterpret, for it mirrored their own melancholy to them and their own confusion, while Samding in the Chinese robes of San Fun Ho laughed at it triumphantly, his golden voice repeating lines that suggested, hinted, vaguely alluded to a way out of all the difficulties that he knew all about, even if nobody else did. All through the second act, Samding's lines were mockingly destructive, as one actor after another, from king to sadhu, tortured imagination with his own ideas of how to make the world convenient to live in. Between them, they proposed almost every solution that has ever passed current in the realm of politics, and the sadhu seasoned the stew with peppery religious nostrums. But when, before the curtain fell, they all decided they were better off as shoemakers and goatherds, Samding still mocked them. Nevertheless, there was a hint in his last line of a solution if they chose to look for it. "Ye mortals, there is no success in jealousy. There is no comfort in complaint. Ye win no excellence by finding fault." The applause made the curtain swing and sway, but it did not drown the orchestra for quite so long as after the first act. It changed into a buzz of conversation, syncopated, rising from a low note to a higher one in choppy sound waves of expectancy, and when the curtain rose on the scene by the well at dawn, there was silence in which the mouse-note creaking of a door moved by a draught of hot air sounded like whip cracks. The rising sun would hardly have passed muster with a Western audience. It was a thing of gilded wood on which the strongest electric light available was focused from the wings. But to the Eastern mind, long versed in symbolism, it was intelligible, and the fact that mystic signs were painted on its face enhanced its effect. There was no need to tell anyone that San Fun Ho had used the magic jade at dawn to restore everyone to his original condition. There they all were, grouped before the well, with the dancing girls costumed as members of a village crowd and some Tibetans in the background helping to swell the number. The whole of that last act belonged to San Fun Ho, who stood before the well with the magic jade in his right hand, and with the rising sun behind him revealed the mystery of hope and courage. The jade gleamed like a living thing whose light came from within. His voice was like a peal of magic bells rung by the gods who keep the secrets of the dawn. His face was lit with reassuring laughter. His manner was as one who had experienced all emotions and had conquered fear. It was a long speech. Its delivery required 10 minutes, but the audience received it as the East receives a benediction always, straining breathlessly to catch the subtleties of meaning, preferring allegories and a proverb now and then to meat and drink. Does dawn die? Nay, it passes on. It lives forever. Dawn is dawn and never changes. Discontent is discontent. Its fruits are of the elements of discontent, all bitter, none can sweeten them. Who wallows in the mire of jealousy and blames another for the want he feels, may load his bins aburst with golden goods, but he shall know more smarting jealousy and ache with gnawing wants he never guessed. But hope, is hope not sweet? And is the fruit of sweetness bitter? Nay, I tell you, hope is a creative force whose limitless dimensions lie within the boundary of each existing minute. Irresistible, hope's magic is accomplished now. It comprehends no lapse of time. Nay, instant are its dawn, its noon, and its accomplishment. Hope, if it is true, hope fills the mind, affording malice and deceitful dread no room. Hope lives in action. All the elements of hope are deeds done now. Deeds, the very echoes, are the fruit of deeds. One stone laid on another in hope's name is greater service to the gods than all the pomp of conquest and the noise of prayer. A deed, who measures it? Who knows the limits of a mended wheel, or reckons up the leagues it shall lay underfoot? What burdens it shall bear? Whose destiny it shall await and serve? A newborn Krishna may descend into the world and ride on it to glories such as earth has never known. O people, ye have overpraised calamity. Too much ye have considered night, and not enough have ye observed the dawn. Your hope has died because ye starved it like a pot-bound plant within the shell of envy in the drought of greed. Too truly ye have longed to gain and to possess. Too little ye have hoped to add one gift to each gift-laden moment as it comes. Lay one stone on another and give thanks. Add one deed to another and sing praises to the lords of tide and time, who measure the ant's labors and record king's idleness. Sing. Your very song shall vibrate in the universe when ye return to earth 1,000 lives from now. The orchestra stole its way into his last half-dozen sentences, and as he finished, burst into the splendid opening bars of a hymn that was already ancient when the hills were young. Conquering, it sounded, rising, overturning, splendid with the bloom of life and hope that knows it is immortal. And how those girls, and the trained Tibetan chorus massed behind them, sang. They swept the audience along with them into a surging spate of sound whose melody was like the rolling wonder of long rivers. The curtain came down amid such deafening applause that not even the radongs could blare above the thunder of it, and the Lama had to shout like a mountaineer to make himself heard behind the scenes. Omni had seen no messenger arrive, no consultation held, but the word the Lama shouted rang with a strange note of anxiety, and though the audience was yelling for more song and to see the dog again, the stage and the wings took on the aspect of a stricken camp. All haste, all running to and fro, but strangely no confusion. Omni was seized and stripped of his sadhu's costume, left to dress himself in Brahmin clothes as best he might, while Maitreya fought against a similar indignity with as much effect as if he were a scarecrow struggling with a Himalayan wind. The other actors threw their costumes off before the wardrobe men could get to them, and before they could pull on their ordinary clothes, the framework of the well and every detail of stage furniture had vanished. The girls had disappeared almost before the echo of the Lama's warning cry had ceased, and within 5 minutes from the time the curtain came down, Omni found himself alone in the wings with Diana and Dawa Tsering, who wanted to stay there and brag of his performance. I have made up my mind I will be an actor, Gupta Rao. I am good at it. Did you hear how they laughed when I showed myself? That play would have failed but for me. Ha ha! The Lama knew it too. He had to tell his lousy Tibetans to let me out of that room back there so that I might come and save the day. Omni did not waste time to disillusion him, but even so they were nearly caught by a tide of men who tried to surge in through the stage door, sweating, laughing, shouting questions, wanting to know when the next performance would take place. wanting to see the dog and to hear her talk again, demanding to be shown the Chinese actor and to know whether he was really Chinese. Above all, when would the next performance be? Omni had to shove his way through the midst of them, holding Diana by the collar and hustling Dawa Tsering, who wanted to stop and wallow in flattery. Not even loud commands to keep their unclean fingers off a twice-born served to keep the crowd from getting in the way, and they would have followed across the street to the elephant stable if Omni had not thought of telling them that the dog must be fed before she could possibly go to the temple of Siva and speak a couple of mantras from the street near the temple porch. It was quite safe to mention the temple of Siva. There is always one where there are Hindus. They stampeded toward the temple to take up good positions, and only a few small boys saw Omni, Dawa Tsering, and the dog go into the elephant compound by way of the alley, which was full of sheep through which they had to thread their way. The pitch-dark compound was in quiet confusion. There were camels being loaded, and the elephants were all in line beside the balcony, from whose upper deck the girls, already masked in black, were stepping down like goblins into the curtained howdahs. Omni found the Lama, standing beside him, standing near the last elephant of the line, and as he drew near, someone whose outline suggested Prabhu Singh returned thanks for the Lama's blessing and disappeared into the darkness. "Why the hurry?" Omni demanded. "They came crowding to the door to insist on another performance." "Why not stay and give it?" "My son," the Lama answered with the slightest trace of tartness in his voice, "no course is good unless there are 7 reasons for it, even as no week is whole that has not 7 days. You may ride on that elephant, that third one. May peace ride with you. He who is wise is careful not to seem too virtuous, lest they who dislike virtue should exert unceasing energy to demonstrate that he is viler than themselves. True virtue suffers from advertisement." From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup. Chapter 19. A Message from Miss Sanborn. A tumult in the street announced that Omni's ruse had only gained a moment's respite. The night was alive with curiosity. A voice that bellowed like a foghorn asked who the actors were, when they would perform again, whether San Fun Ho was a Mahatma, if so, which of all the pantheon he favored. Another voice shouted for San Fun Ho to come out and speak. However, it appeared the Lama had foreseen all that. The bleating sheep gave notice that the barrier was down and the crowd swarmed into the alley. But a string of elephants, to all appearance loaded, filed down the alley from the compound, and the crowd had to retreat. Those elephants paraded through the town streets, drawing the crowd after them, and there were no spectators when the gate at the opposite end of the compound opened, and the Lama's long procession, camels, elephants, and this time mules as well, swayed toward open country. The same Tibetan shared a howdah with Omni, Dawa Tsering, and Diana, and was just as uncommunicative as before. They crossed a railway line. An engine whistled, and they had to cling to the howdah when the elephant climbed an embankment and descended on the far side. And once there was hollow thunder underfoot as the procession crossed a long bridge. The pace was much more leisurely than on the first night, and there were fewer interruptions. But twice out of the darkness, once in the gloom of overhanging trees, and once where the crimson glow of a bonfire shone through the howdah curtains, muttered orders came from men on foot, and the direction changed. About 2 hours before dawn, a halt was called in what appeared to be some kind of royal park. There was a wall all around it, and there were peculiar walled subdivisions, but nothing to show who the owner might be. The elephants, camels, and mules returned by the way they had come, leaving the baggage heaped in a clearing between trees. Somebody shouted a long series of incomprehensible commands, repeating it all 3 times, and Omni was hurried away to a tent in a triangular space with a stone wall on either hand and trees in front. There was a good bed in the tent, and a generous meal already on a linen-covered table. When Omni had finished eating, Samding emerged out of the darkness like a ghost and stood framed in the tent opening, looking like a cameo against the sky. "Tsiang Samdup sends a blessing," he said calmly. "He requests that you will not leave this enclosure. Kindly do not go beyond the trees." He disappeared again, It was not until he had gone that it occurred to Omni the language he had used was English. Speaking, thinking in two languages concurrently, occasionally listening to a third, one does not identify them without an effort. For a minute or two, Omni sat still, trying to recall the chela's voice, intonation, and accent. It seemed to him that if the words had not been perfectly pronounced, he would have noticed instantly that the chela was talking English, not Urdu. He recalled the exact words one by one. Blessing, enclosure, and thee were keywords that would inevitably have betrayed a foreign accent had there been one. As far as he could remember, all three words had been stressed exactly as a well-educated Englishman would use them. He was sure there had been no accent on the vowel in the E, a shibboleth that everlastingly betrays the Asian-born. "I'll swear that youngster is European," he muttered, and then laughed at himself. No European, certainly no English youth ever had it in him to seem so saintly and at the same time to be so inoffensive. There would have been an almost irresistible impulse to kick any Western youth who dared to look as virtuous as that. One did not want to kick Sam Ding. Omni turned Diana loose to roam wherever she pleased. No inhibition had been laid on her. He hoped natural canine curiosity might lead her to make new acquaintances who in some way would help to throw light on the mystery. For as he threw himself on the bed to sleep, the whole thing seemed a deeper mystery than ever. Was it propaganda intended to foist Sam Ding on the country as a new Mahatma, a political Mahatma who should bring on revolution? If so, why the sudden flight? What could be the advantage of creating intense enthusiasm and then running away from it? He was awakened late in the morning by a man who removed the dishes and spread a fresh meal on the linen-covered table. The man was someone he had not seen before, as silent as an oiled automaton. Diana was coiled up asleep on her sacking. Dawa Tsering, smelling hot food, awoke with a start to devour it, and it was he who first noticed the silence. "Gupta Rao, we are—" He left his bowl of food and ran to the trees that screened the end of the enclosure, peered between them, and came hurrying back with a grin on his face. "It is true. They have gone and left us." Omni's obstinate jaw came forward with a jerk. An insult from the Lama's lips could not have produced a tenth of the effect. "Damn him after all," he muttered. I admitted I was spying. If he'd simply asked me to clear out, I'd have gone and waited for him at Tilgaon. I'll be blowed, though, if I'll let up now. I'll trace him if I have to. He sat down on the bed, glancing in the dog's direction, wondering how much she had seen in the night and wishing she could really talk. She was curled up fast asleep, but his eye detected something on her collar. He called her and removed a piece of paper that had been wired to the brass ring. It was twisted and soiled, but the writing on the inside was perfectly legible. English, and done in heavy quill pen strokes that he believed were the Lama's, although there was no signature. "There is a time for silence and a time for speech, a time for seeing and a time for covering the eyes. This is the time for silence and not seeing. Obey him who will attend you." But the man in attendance had vanished. The only living creatures in sight outside the tent were crows on the top of the nearby wall and kites wheeling lazily overhead. There was almost perfect silence. No roofs, no smoke, nothing to suggest that there were human beings within 10 miles. "I will explore," said Dawa Tsering. "That old Lama is a great one at writing letters that mean nothing. Maybe I shall find that fellow who brought the breakfast. If I beat him, he may interest me with some news." Omni sat still and read the note again. The Lama might be simply inducing him to waste time instead of starting in pursuit. But there were several other possibilities, not the least that the Lama's route might be leading somewhere where it would be dangerous for a foreigner to go disguised. There are individuals in India as elsewhere who would dare to ask the devil, or even a Bhat Brahmin for his identification papers. Another not unreasonable theory was that the Lama might be willing to be spied on at just such times as his actions were not mischievous, but would prefer to keep the spy at a distance when events of true importance were underway. At any rate, the wording of the note might be held to imply a diplomatic threat that disobedience would terminate all communication. And on the other hand, he supposed the Lama, a remarkably good judge of human nature, knew that he, Omni, would not permit himself to be dropped into the discard quite so easily as that. If it was a trick, there would be more to it than merely leaving him behind. The best course was to sit still and await developments. He awaited them for 15 minutes, and then Dawa Tsering came, but not as a free agent. He was being led by the ear, although his huge knife was in his right hand, and there seemed to be nothing to prevent plunging it into his custodian's stomach. Diana growled a challenge and ran forward to sniff quarrelsomely at the legs of the stranger, who ignored her as if she were not there. After a few sniffs, she seemed to recognize him and returned to the tent, where she lay down close to Omni and watched. She had ceased growling. The hair on her neck was no longer on end. The stranger appeared to be a Sikh, but was possibly a Rajput. He was more than 6 feet tall, wore his black beard parted and brushed upward, looked extremely handsome in a grey silk turban whose end fell down over his shoulder, and was dressed in almost military-looking khaki, jacket and trousers with a grey silk cummerbund around his waist. He strode with consummate dignity that appeared to be natural, not assumed. He let go Dawa Tsering's ear when he came within 3 strides of the tent, and took no further notice whatever of the hillman, who stood a couple of paces away and thumbed the edge of his weapon, making grimaces that were nearly as inhuman as the grin on the devil mask he had worn on the stage. There was nothing to show there had been a struggle. Both men's clothes were in order. Neither man was breathing hard. The stranger's dark brown eyes looked steadily into the gloom within the tent, and he presently saluted after a fashion of his own, quite unmilitary, something like the ancient Roman, raising his right hand, palm outward. "Mr. Omni?" he asked in English. "No," roared Dawa Tsering. "Gupta Rao, thou ignorant idiot, a Bhat Brahmin from Bikaner, a man who has a devil in him who can teach thee manners." "Yes, I'm Omni." There was something in the voice and in the eyes that warned Omni there was nothing to be gained by evasion. He stood up and returned the salute, also in his own way, adding to the gesture of his right hand an almost unnoticeable finger movement. The other man smiled. "I am Sirdar Sirohe Singh of Tilgan." Omni laughed sharply, the way a deep-sea captain coughs sarcastic comment when a pilot has missed the tide. Here was the Secret Service after all. It was Sirdar Sirohi Singh who had sent the written report of the missing piece of jade to McGregor. "Come in," he said abruptly, and made room on the bed for the Sirdar to sit down. He did not try to pretend to be glad to see him, but the Sirdar's next words altered the whole aspect of affairs. "I do hope my letter to number 1 did no harm," he began, stretching out long legs in front of him and speaking at the tent wall. His English was almost perfect, but guttural and a trifle aspirated. "I was in a difficult position. As a member of the Secret Service, I was obliged to report. As the Lama's friend, I felt, naturally, other obligations. It was not until I learned that you were assigned to investigate that I ceased to worry." "Who told you?" asked Omni. "Oh, I heard it. News travels, you know. No, I have not been in Delhi." He had answered Omni's thought. The question was unspoken. "I arrived last night from the north. The Lama asked me to submit myself to your disposal." "Does this place belong to you?" asked Omni, examining the calm, strong profile against the light. He had heard that the Sirdar was a wealthy landowner. "No, the Lama has the temporary use of it. It was kind of you to, how did you express it? Submit yourself to my disposal. What I most need is information," said Omni. "Ah, that is elusive stuff. Not if you keep after it. Tell me what you know about the Lama." The Sirdar turned his head quickly and looked straight at Omni. "Did you receive a note from him?" he asked. It was tied to the dog's collar. Omni looked into the baffling dark eyes and could read nothing there except that the Sirdar knew much more than he proposed to tell. He was also conscious of dislike and knew that it was mutual. "Just to what extent are you at my disposal?" he asked bluntly. "I'm to convey you to another place. Of course, that is at the proper time, and if you wish to go, not otherwise." "Will the Lama be there?" "Possibly." "Tell me what you know of Samding." "Did you read the note?" asked the Sirdar, again meeting Omni's stare. "I have a message for you from Miss Sanburn at the Tilgon mission. She entertained me the night I left Tilgon. I admitted to her it was possible I might meet you somewhere. She asked me to convey affectionate regards and to say that she would appreciate notice of exactly when she may expect you. Omni turned that over in his mind for half a minute. He could imagine no legitimate reason why Hannah Sanborn should ask for notice in advance. As a trustee, it was his duty to pay surprise visits. Mrs. Cornock Campbell's story of a girl named Elsa, of whose very existence he had never previously heard, was a perfectly good reason for paying his next visit unannounced. "When will you be seeing Miss Sanborn again?" he asked. "Oh, quite soon." "Will it be necessary to admit to her that you have seen me?" "Just as you like. Please don't admit it then." The Sirdar nodded. He seemed to regard the message as quite unimportant. Omni followed the train of thought, however, and tried to catch him off guard with a question asked casually, as if he were merely making conversation. "Have you seen Miss Sanborn's friend Elsa lately?" But the Sirdar was not to be caught. It was impossible to tell whether or not he knew any girl of that name. "Elsa?" he said. "I see you don't know her," said Omni, unconvinced, but judging it would be useless to pursue the subject. He did not see how a man who lived on the outskirts of such a small place as Tilgaun could very well be ignorant of the existence of Hannah Sanborn's remarkable protégé, more especially since he was a trained and trusted member of the Secret Service, whose duty it would be to report any unusual circumstance. He did not doubt that the Sirdar had been retained in the Secret Service roster as much to keep an eye on the mission as for any other reason. "When are we to leave this place?" he asked. "Tonight. The Lama asked me to suggest to you the wisdom of not leaving the tent until I come for you, after the evening meal." "Very well," said Omni, standing up to cut short the interview. There was no sense in talking to a man who was determined to say nothing. "I'll be here when you come." The Sirdar bowed with dignity and strode away. The moment he was out of earshot, Omni called Dawat Sering into the tent. "Is my trunk in sight?" he demanded. "Nay, everything is gone. My yak hair cloak is gone, and my good blankets. Those Tibetans—" That looked as if the Lama intended to await them somewhere. Omni interrupted with another question. "How did that Sirdar manage you so easily?" Dawat Sering looked sulky. "I will lay him belly upward one of these days." "How did you come to let him lead you by the ear, then?" He lives at Tilgan." "What of it?" "He is the friend of Mrs. Anbun at the mission." "What of that?" "He is also the friend of the Raja of Tilgaun, and of the monks in the hills around Tilgaun, and of all the rascals who make Tilgaun a byword all the way from Lhasa to Darjeeling. He has a servant with him who would have seen and would have told tales if I had done more than draw my knife. And I tell you, Omani, that dog of a Sirdar's influence reaches all the way to Spiti. I don't want too many enemies. I have enough of them in Spiti as it is." "Why did you draw your knife?" "Because I saw him, and he saw me, and I said to him, 'Thou, we are not in Tilgaun. Have a care. The kites in this part are just as hungry as those that live farther to the north.' And to that he said, 'Maybe. But the kites must say prayers to Garudi. It is not I who must feed them.' And at that he took me by the ear and led me hither. He is altogether too despotic." "I'm afraid you'll be a poor friend to rely on in a tight place," said Omni, smiling. I am a terror in a tight place. That is just what I am good at. But I like first to be sure it is a tight place, and that the luck is reasonable. Lately I have had bad luck, but wait and see." He sat down to sharpen his knife with a small imported hone that he had stolen somewhere, humming to himself a song about the feuds of Spiti, where a white mist rolls into a valley and sleeps. "Oh, aye, oh, aye, oh, ah! There's a knife in the mist, and a young widow weeps. Oh, aye, oh, aye, oh, ah!" Omni lay on the bed in the tent and forced himself to accept the situation calmly. There was no use in racking his brains. The mystery now had become still more involved by the fact that Sirdar Sirohit Singh was a member of the Secret Service who considered himself obligated to report unusual incidents to McGregor, and yet did not hesitate to lend a hand in obscuring the very trail he had requested McGregor to investigate, who instantly returned the secret identification signal and yet refused to give information, who had been ordered by MacGregor to remain in Tilgon and observe events, and yet did not mind showing himself within 2 days' march of Delhi, nearly 1,000 miles from Tilgan, to a fellow member of the Secret Service, who he had no reason to suppose would not report him. The mystery increased again when night fell. The same dumb, nondescript servant who had brought breakfast came with supper and hovered 20 yards away, signaling with a white cloth when Omni had finished eating. Promptly in answer to the signal, the Sirdar stepped out from the trees with a lantern and called for Gupta Rao in a loud voice, retreating as Omni advanced toward him until on the far side of the belt of trees. Omni was aware of shadowy forms of men, horses, at least a dozen of them in a long line with gaps between, great shadowy carriages that filled the gaps as he drew nearer, and at last, smiling as placidly as if the new moon that shone like a sliver of pure gold over his shoulder were a halo he had just discarded, the Lama himself. Samding was in attendance, moving about among the horses, patting them. Omni noticed him ease a bearing rein. The Lama nodded to Omni, stepped into the foremost carriage, followed by Samding, and drove away at a gallop, the carriage swaying like a big gun going into action. Sirdar Sirohe Singh pushed Omni into the next carriage, which had only 4 horses, whereas the Lamas had 6, allowed Diana just sufficient time to jump in behind him and slammed the door, almost shutting it on the dog's tail. A whip cracked instantly, and the carriage started rocking and bumping in the Lama's wake. A moment later, a third and a fourth carriage followed. Within was almost total darkness. There were 2 windows made of slats, forming part of the doors. Omni tried them both, but the slides were nailed in position. He opened a door and swung himself out on the footboard to get a view of the following carriages, which he could just discern through the gloom and the cloud of dust, their drivers swaying on the high box seats and shouting as they plied the whip. There was no way of guessing whether Dawat Sering had been left behind or not. He climbed back into the carriage, holding the door open, but could not see much except dust, darkness, and occasional shadowy tree trunks. The pace was furious. The flight was evidently prearranged and managed perfectly. Horses were changed every 10 miles or so, but whenever that happened, men came to either side of Omni's carriage and held the doors shut, riding on the footboards afterward until the place where the change was made was out of sight. The route, except at intervals, did not lie along macadamed roads. Once they lurched into a dry stream bed and followed that for a mile or 2, the wheels sinking in sand. But that too had been foreseen. Men were waiting there who ran alongside and seized the wheels whenever they sunk too deep, toiling as silently and smartly as a gun crew. It was almost dawn when they rumbled over the paved streets of a fair-sized town, but there was nothing to show what town it was. At last, squared stones rang underfoot, a great gate slammed, and a Tibetan opened the carriage door. Omni found himself in a courtyard in front of what looked like a temple door, only there seemed to be no temple at the back of it, nothing but a wall and a dense thicket of trees on ground that sloped uphill for more than a mile. The Tibetan, taking him by the elbow, led him up steps through the entrance and down again into a cavern that was lighted with little imported kerosene lamps set in niches in the hewn rock walls. There was a maze of passages to right and left, and one wide tunnel that wound snake-wise until it opened into a vault, part natural and part very ancient masonry, that would have held 5,000 people. The Tibetan led him across that great crypt, down a passage at the far end, through a short tunnel into a shaft about 50 feet square at the base. Its sides sloped inward so as to be utterly unclimbable, and 70 or 80 feet overhead was a patch of sky not more than 20 feet across. In the midst, exactly under the square patch of daylight, was a tank, brimful of clean water. On every side of the enclosure there were square openings half concealed by curtains made of matting. Omni was led through one of those into a cave about 20 feet long, very plainly but quite comfortably furnished, and there the Tibetan left him without a word. There was no restraint placed on him. He went and sat down in the opening, watching the dawn gradually fill the place with light until the clouds shone clearly reflected in the shallow tank. After a while the Lama entered, followed by Samding and several Tibetans, or men who looked like Tibetans. They crossed to the far side and disappeared through one of the curtained openings. Not long after that, great quantities of food, enough for 20 or 30 people, were brought in earthenware bowls. Enough for 2 men was set down beside Omni, and the remainder was carried through the opening through which the Lama had disappeared. Omni was left entirely to himself. After a while he sent Diana to explore, but though she disappeared through the Lama's entrance and stayed within for more than half an hour, nothing came of it. She returned and lay down beside him with her head on her paws, as if she had no information to convey. So he proceeded to explore on his own account, commencing by merely walking around the tank. Nothing happened, so he peered into one opening that had no mat in front of it, walked in, and found a cave almost exactly like his own, leading nowhere. He stayed in there a minute or two, examining a very ancient carving on the wall that bore no resemblance to any monument he had ever seen, and yet was vaguely familiar. He could not guess its significance. It was extremely simple, almost formless, and yet suggestive of an infinite variety of forms. He tried to memorize it for future reference, and then remembered that the glyph with which the letter to MacGregor in a woman's handwriting had been signed was almost, if not quite, the same shape. He was on his way out when Samding met him in the door, his brown turban and cloak outlined in gold by the daylight at his back. More than ever, the chela seemed like someone from another world, and as usual he spoke without preliminary in a voice no man could quarrel with. Tsiang Samdup desires you should not ask questions. The words were English, beautifully spoken. If anything is lacking for your comfort, you are to command me. Omni laughed. All right, I command you. Explain what all this means. Samding's face became lit with sudden laughter, not aggravating, friendly, wise, humorous. Tsiang Samdup says knowledge comes from within, not from without, he answered. As a man thinks, so are his surroundings. Tsiang Samdup says the eyes of curiosity see only what is not so, and it is not only a man's lips that ask questions. The eyes and the taste and the touch are all inquisitive, seeking to learn from without what shall deny the truth within. He who would see the dawn must wait for it, and even so, if he is blind, it will be darkness to him. Where did you learn English? Omni demanded. From within, said the chela. All knowledge comes from within. Omni laughed back at him. All right. Tell me from within where Dawa Tsering is. He shall tell you himself, said the chela. He stepped back and pointed to Omoni's cave. There sat Dawa Tsering in the doorway, scratching his back against the rock. The chela walked away, stroking Diana's head, who followed him as far as the entrance to the Lama's cave. Where have you been? Asked Omni, going over and standing in front of the hillman. Nowhere. I rode in the carriage behind you with a lot of Tibetans. They are fools, and I won their money playing dice. Thinking to follow the luck, when I reached this place, I discovered where those girls are, all in a big cave together. May it fall in and destroy them. They were too many, and they made a mock of me. But wait until I get them one at a time. I am not one to be mocked by women, Gupta Rao. This much I know, that it is easy to cause offense and easy to give pleasure, but difficult to ignore all considerations except justice, and much more difficult to judge rightly whoever, ignoring both offense and pleasure, leaves the outcome of his actions to the higher law. Therefore judge yourself alone, for that is difficult enough, and depend on it, the higher law will judge you also. From the Book of the Sayings of Chang Samdup. Chapter 20. Omni capitulates. Dawa Tsering would say no more about his adventure among the women, but it was plain enough that he had been made ridiculous. He was fortunate not to have been caught and manhandled. He realized it. If it had not been for some Tibetans, he grumbled, and then lapsed into moody silence, sharpening his knife on the edge of the entrance to Omni's cave. They were left entirely alone, watching birds that moved like specks on the infinite blue through the opening overhead, until night fell and the gloom within the shaft grew solid. Sound died with the light, and one lantern that a man set over the entrance to the Lama's cave made hardly any difference. They brought food again, with some bones for the dog, and a candle to stick on the floor of the cave. But nothing else happened until the Lama's sonorous voice called through the darkness, and Omni followed him down the tunnel into the vast cavern he had crossed that morning. It was already thronged with people seated on mats or on the bare floor, who filled the place with whispers. A shuffling of feet like the sound of wind and running water came from the entrance, where hundreds more were coming down the long tunnel. Such light as there was came from little smoky lamps set on ledges in the rock walls. A bell rang when the Lama appeared, and the orchestra, almost invisible in shadow, burst into tunes such as Stravinsky never dreamed of, filling the cavern with din that made the hair rise, restless yearning noise, accentuated by the hoarse radongs. Across one end of the cavern, a strong stage had been erected and a very rough curtain. The Lama led the way behind it, where the stage was already set, and the makeup man was busy with the last of the actors. Tibetans pounced on Omni and dressed him for his part by candlelight, but in the improvised wings where the girls waited, whispering and laughing, there were batteries of acetylene lights all ready to be turned on, in charge of a man who looked like a Parsee. Where the footlights should have been, there were mirrors arranged to throw the light back in the actors' faces. Everything was makeshift, yet everything appeared to have been done by men who knew precisely what was wanted and who had worked without confusion to provide it. Just before the play began, the Lama went before the curtain and the music ceased. There was no light where he stood. To the audience, he must have resembled a shadow dimly outlined on the dark cloth. He told a story interspersed with proverbs, and the only sound from the enormous audience was in the pauses when they caught their breath. The moment his makeup was complete, Omni stood at the edge of the curtain, where he could hear and look out at the thousands of eyes on which the faint light from the lamps shone like starlight on still water. So they spoke to the god who had come among them, and the god said, "Ye have a government, what more do ye want?" Whereto they answered, "But the government is bad, nor is it of our choosing." And the god said, "Is the weather of your choosing?" And they said, "Nay." Whereat the god laughed pleasantly, for he was one who knew the cause and the effect of things. "As for the weather," he said, "ye make the most of that. When it is hot, ye wear lighter garments, and when it is cold, ye light fires. When it rains, ye stay indoors, and when it is dry, ye sally forth. If a man complains about the weather, ye say he is a malcontent, who should know that all sorts of weather are of benefit to some folk, and that all communities in turn receive their share of heat and cold and drought and moisture. Is that not so?" the god asked, and they answered, "Yea." So the god asked them another question. "If ye so adapt yourselves to what ye say is not of your contriving, how is it that ye say the government cannot be borne? Can ye say that the rain and the snow and the heat are good, but the government is not good?" And the god laughed loud at them, saying, "Out of mischief and destruction no improvement comes. Like comes from like. Improvement is the product of improvement, not of violence. Ye have the government ye earn exactly as the earth receives the weather it deserves. For the weather which comes and goes came and went before your time. Indeed, and also there were governments before your time. The weather has altered the hills and the plains. The governments altered your fathers and will alter you, and your sons after you." Thus said the god, and they answered, "Aye. But what if we alter the government?" And the god said, "Ye can change the name by which ye call it, and ye can slay those in authority, putting worse fools in their place, but change its nature ye cannot, ye being men, who are only midway between one life and another. But as the hills are changed, some giving birth to forests, some being worn down by the wind and rain, the weather becomes modified accordingly, and it is even so with you. As ye, each seeking in his own heart for more understanding, purge and modify yourselves, your government will change as surely as the sun shall rise tomorrow morning, for the better if ye deserve it, for the worse if ye give way to passion and abuse of one another. For a government, said the god, is nothing but a mirror of your minds, tyrannical for tyrants, hypocritical for hypocrites, corrupt for those who are indifferent, extravagant and wasteful for the selfish, strong and honorable only toward honest men." And having spoken to them thus, the god departed, some remembering his words and some forgetting them. To those who remembered, life thereafter was not so difficult, because of hope that brought tolerance so that they minded each his own business, which is enough for any man to do. But to those who forgot, there was trouble and confusion, which each created for himself, but for which each blamed the government, which therefore persecuted him. Because a government is only the reflection of men's minds, may peace, which is the fruit of wisdom, perfect you in all your ways. The radongs roared, drowning the last echo of the sonorous benediction. The orchestra crashed into the overture. The Lama stepped behind the curtain with a glance to right and left, to make sure everyone was in his place, sat down behind the well and signaled for the play to begin. As before, Dawat Sering danced on first, but in no other respect was the play quite the same as on the previous night. The Lama's signals, made at unexpected moments, changed things as if he were making music with the actors for his instrument. Sotto voce he prompted, and no one on the stage dared to slacken his attention for a moment for fear of missing a changed cue. He seemed to know how to adapt and modify the play to fit the different environment, and, in keeping with the solemn gloom of the huge cavern, he subtly stressed the mystery. The acetylene lights threw a weird, cameo-like paleness over everything. The Lama made the most of that, instead of struggling to overcome it. Toward the end of the last act, the audience was spellbound, for the moment too interested to applaud, and the Lama took advantage of that too. He hurried in front of the curtain and stood with both hands raised, the messenger of climax. "Peace!" he boomed. "Peace is born within the womb of silence. Go in silence. Break not the thread of peace. Ye have conceived it. Bring it forth." The orchestra played softly, blending sounds as gentle as falling rain with the burble of streams and the distant boom of waterfalls. There were bird notes and the sighing of wind through trees, half melancholy yet majestic rhythm with an undernote of triumph brought out by the muffled drums. "And if they would not talk for a day or two, they might perhaps remember," said the Lama, pausing as he walked past Omni, who was being stripped of his sadhu's costume. "There is virtue in silence." "Listen, O Captain of Conundrums," said Omni, trying to speak with emphasized respect but failing because a Tibetan was rubbing his face with a towel to remove grease paint. "I can see I was too hasty to suspect you of wrongdoing. I capitulate. From now on, I'm your friend for all I'm worth." It was the most emotional speech he had made in 20 years, but emotion gripped him. He could not help himself. The Lama smiled, his wrinkles multiplying the shrewd kindness of the bright old eyes. "For all you are worth. If you knew, my son, how much that is, you might be less extravagant. Jump not from one emotion to another, lest you lose self-mastery." He passed on, beckoning to Samding. There was the same swift, exactly detailed rush to pack up and depart. The same apparent flight for no apparent motive, this time in covered bullock carts that creaked through dimly lighted streets, until they came to a pitched camp on the outskirts of town, where camels and horses waited. Thereafter, cloaked beyond recognition, everybody except the Lama rode horseback. He sitting on a camel at the head of the procession, looking like an old, enormous vampire, his head drooped forward on his breast. The girls rode surrounded by hooded men who let no other men except Samding come near them. Omni tried to draw abreast to see whether they sat their horses skillfully or not, but 2 Tibetans rode him off and, saying nothing, held his rein until the girls had a lead of 100 yards. After that, they kept 2 horses' lengths ahead of him, and even drove Diana back when Omni bent her forward just to see what would happen. There was only a thin, new moon, and the road ran for most of the distance between huge peepal trees that rendered the whole caravan invisible. 2 hours after midnight, they reached a village, where a change was made back to bullock carts, which conveyed them to a town that they entered shortly after daylight, and now, for the first time, no precautions were taken to prevent Omni from learning where he was. The Lama had taken him at his word. Omni laughed as he recognized the inevitable effect of that. He would almost have preferred continued mistrust. He must now regard himself as the Lama's guest. Intensely curious still, immensely interested, as much puzzled as ever, but satisfied that the Lama was, as he expressed it to himself, a puka sportsman. He had to make up his mind to learn nothing that he might be called on to explain, for instance to McGregor later on. I hate this business of condemning a man on mere suspicion. The old boy's entitled to the benefit of doubt. From me, from now, he gets it. I'm ashamed of having doubted him. Damn, I hate feeling ashamed. Obstinacy has its good side. Having made up his mind that the Lama was entitled to respect, Omoni could no more have helped respecting and protecting him than he would have dreamed of not protecting, for instance, Benjamin in the old days when Benjamin was a fugitive from rank injustice. He began deliberately to shut his eyes to information. The advice of the Chinese prince poet, not to watch your neighbor too closely when he is in your melon patch, about defined his attitude. And it is surprising how much a man can avoid seeing if he is determined not to expose another's secrets. He laughed at himself. He could not resist the impulse to continue in the Lama's company, although it was likely enough that sooner or later his presence in disguise might endanger the lives of the entire troop. He was perfectly aware that he had received no definite proof of the Lama's honesty, pretty nearly sure that his own change of attitude was due to the same psychology that had won the applause of the crowd, and finally excused himself, with a laugh at his own speciousness, on the ground that he and Dawat Sering and the dog were indispensable. But when he had been shown into a small room at the rear of a temple enclosure, that seemed to have been deserted by its Hindu owners, and by some mysterious means reserved for the Lama's use. The Lama came to him, accompanied as usual by Samding, and after looking at him for a moment seemed to read his mind, and promptly blew the argument to pieces. My son, I do not need you, or the dog, or Dawat Sering. All three are good, but I am not the moulder of your destiny. Is there another way you would prefer to take? I'll go with you, said Omani, if you'll accept my word that I'm not spying on you. The Lama looked amused. His wrinkles moved as if he had tucked away a smile in their recesses. My son, to spy is one thing. To absorb enlightenment is something else. A man might spy for all eternity and learn nothing but confusion. For what purpose did you spy on me in the beginning? Omani jumped into that opening. Here was frankness at last. I think you know without my telling. I began with the sole intention of finding my way into the Abhor Valley to look for traces of my sister and her husband, who vanished in that direction 20 years ago. The piece of jade fell into my hands, and you know how that led to my meeting you. Then I heard a story about little European girls smuggled into the Abhor Valley. I have seen these girls you have in your company. Explain them. Clear up the mystery. The Lama seemed to hesitate. I could talk to you about the stair, he said presently. Yet if you should meditate about them and observe, you would learn more than I could tell you. My son, have you meditated on the subject of your sister? On and off for 20 years, said Omani. And you now pursue the course your meditation has discovered? It appears to me that is the proper thing to do. You mean if I follow you, I'll find out? I'm no fortune-teller. Electricity, my son, was in the world from the beginning. How many million men observed its effects before one discovered it? Gold was in the world from the beginning. How many men pass where it lies hidden until one digs and finds it? Wisdom was in the universe from the beginning, but only those whose minds are open to it can deduce the truth from what they see. Do you know what became of her? Omani asked abruptly. The tone of his voice was belligerent, but the Lama ignored that. He answered with a sort of masked look on his face, as if he himself were still pondering the outcome. If I were to tell you all I know, you would inevitably draw a wrong conclusion. There are pitfalls on the way to knowledge. Suspicion and pride are the worst, but a desire to learn too quickly is a grave impediment. During about 3 breaths, he seemed to be considering whether to say more or not, but he leaned an arm on Samding's shoulder and walked out of the room without speaking again. Sooner or later, we must learn all knowledge. It is therefore necessary to begin. And for a beginning, much may be learned from this, that men in pain and men in anger are diverted from either sensation by a song, and very readily, from the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup. Chapter 21, The Lay of Alha. Thereafter life for 2 months was a dream of many colors, through which the Lama led without explaining any of it. At times, Omani abandoned hope of ever learning what the Lama's purpose was. At other times he dimly discerned it, or thought he did, midway between the rocks of politics and the shoals of some new creed. And whether he guessed at the truth, or believed he never would know it, he reveled in the swiftly moving, nigh incredible procession of events. No day was like another. No two receptions were alike in any town they came to. They put on the play in ramshackle sheds at country fairs with the din of sideshows all around them, in pretentious theatres built of corrugated iron, in temple courtyards, in more than one palace garden, once in an empty railway go-down from which a greatly daring Eurasian clerk had removed stored merchandise, in a crypt under a pagoda, and there was a riot that time because some Brahmin said the place had been rendered unclean by the actors, and Omni came within a hair's breadth of exposure, in the open, under trees, where roads led to 7 villages and a crowd of at least 3,000 people gathered silent in the bonfire light that shone between enormous trees. Once they played in an empty tank, from whose bottom an acre of sticky mud, 2 inches thick, had to be cleaned out before the crowd could squat there. Once in a cave so stuffy that Maitreya's women fainted. They travelled by elephant, camel, horse, mule, cart, in litters for 50 miles by train, and once for a day and a night in barges along an irrigation ditch, concealed under hurdles on which vegetables were heaped to look like full boatloads. They went alternately like hunted animals and like a circus trying to attract attention. There were places where the Lama seemed to go in fear of the police. Other places where he ignored them as if non-existent. He always seemed to know in advance what to expect, and whether it was wise to move by daylight. Most of the traveling was done by night, but there were some places where crowds gave them an ovation as they passed through streets at noon. Once, when a man who looked like a Raja's son arrived breathless on a foaming horse and talked with the Lama under a wayside baobab, the party separated into 4 detachments, and Omni lay hidden for a whole day under the blistering iron roof of an abandoned shed. There was never any explanation given. None of the apparently chance-met providers of food and transportation asked questions or gave Omni any information. Sometimes the Lama himself did not seem to know the right direction. On those occasions, he would call a halt by the roadside and wait there until some mysterious individual arrived. Sooner or later, someone always came. Once they waited for a whole day within sight of a fenced village, but they never lacked for food or for the best the country could provide in the way of accommodation. In one large town of the central provinces, in which 3,000 people packed an assembly hall, there were police officers on chairs near the stage, who made notes ostentatiously. The Lama's speech before the curtain on that occasion was rather longer than usual, and Omni, watching the policeman, recognized the insanity that impels men to interfere with what they cannot understand. That night he slipped off the stage before Sanfun Ho's last speech was finished, hurried into his Bhat Brahman clothes, and was standing close to the police officers when the crowd began to leave the theatre. There was one man with whom he had dined in the club at Delhi, another who was notorious for drastic enforcement of the Seditious Practices Act, and a third whom he did not know. They were all 3 very hot under the collar. Said one, "A damned nasty, seditious play, obviously propaganda to prevent enlistment. They've chosen this place because recruiting's going on here for the army. It's anarchistic." "Oh, decidedly. Part of Gandhi's non-cooperation tactics. Financed in America, I'll bet you. That's where all the propaganda money comes from. Anyhow, we've a clear case. Seditious utterances, uncensored play, no permit. Step lively and bring the squad, Williams. We'll lock 'em all up for the night and find out who they are." But an obstinate Bhat Brahman stood in Mr. Williams's way and spoke in English curtly. "No, you don't. I'm detailed to this investigation by McGregor. I won't have police interference. Keep your constables out of sight." "Who are you?" asked the senior officer, pushing himself forward. "Never you mind. Show me your credentials. At your risk. Come with me to the telegraph office if you like and watch me get you transferred to the salt mines. You'll enjoy a patrol up there. You'll get 1 newspaper a month. At least tell me your name." "My number is 903, said Omni. His number on the Secret Service roster was not 903. but one does not squander truth too lavishly on men who will surely repeat it. He was not anxious that MacGregor should have an inkling of his whereabouts. The mere mention of a number was enough. The policeman walked out, abusive of the Secret Service, conscious that the Bat Brahman was grinning mischievously at their backs. The Lama saw but said nothing. That night he directed the departure more leisurely than usual, as if satisfied that Omni had made him safe from the police. But from that time on he kept himself more than ever aloof, and during 2 whole months of wandering, Omni did not succeed in having 200 words with him. However, the Lama and Chela reciprocated in due time. They reached a town in the central provinces where not even certified and pedigreed Bats would have been welcome, and an uncertified one who travelled in doubtful company was in danger of his life. A committee of twice-born demanded his presence for investigation in a temple crypt, and Omni's retort discourteous, to the effect that he recognized no superiors, aroused such anger that the self-appointed judges of sanctity resorted to the oldest tactics in the world. Those who hate the Brahmins the most are most amenable to skillful irritation by them and most careful to insist after the event that Brahmins had nothing to do with it. So it is just where the Brahmins are most detested that they are most difficult to bring to book, and a mob can gather in India more swiftly than a typhoon at sea. It was a hot, flat, treeless city as unlovely as the commercialism that had swept over it these latter years was cruel. The streets ran more nearly at right angles than is the rule in India, and the temples faced the streets with an air of having been built by one and the same contractor, he a cheap one. The quarters the Lama's party occupied consisted of a hideously ugly modern theatre that backed on a cellular stack of ill-built living rooms, the whole surrounded by 4 streets, 3 of which were as narrow as village lanes. That night the packed audience was restless, and whenever the sadhu spoke his lines there were noisy interruptions, catcalls, jeers. Someone threw a rotten orange that missed Omni but put Diana in a frenzy, and for minutes at a time it looked as if the curtain would have to be wrung down before the close. But the Lama's quiet voice from behind the well and from under the throne kept up a steady flow of reassurance inaudible beyond the footlights. Patience! Forbearance! There is strength in calmness. Proceed, proceed. You are a king, Maitreya. You are not affected by ungentleness. Proceed. But even San Fun Ho's long speech was received with irritation. Someone in authority had told the crowd it was a trick to destroy their sacred religion. The Chela's voice rang through the theatre and overcame the murmurings, but the hymn to Manjusri that followed was drowned in a babbling tumult as half of the audience poured in panic out of one door, while a mob stormed another, breaking it down and surging in with a roar that shook the theatre. The stagehands stripped the actors faster than usual and herded them out through the back door to the living rooms. They tried to make Omni go too, but he fought them off when they seized him by the arms. He had hard work to keep Diana from using her teeth to protect him while he hurried into his Bat Brahman clothes, wondering what solution the Lama would discover for this predicament. "I'll bet the old sportsman won't surrender me to the mob," he muttered. "If I live through this, I'll know exactly what to think of him, if he's a—" But there was no word for what he might be. The crowd was yelling, "The Bat! The Bat! The spy, the impostor. Bring out the unclean ape who poses as a twice-born." 2 scared-looking constables who had appeared from somewhere, standing at either corner of the stage with their backs to the curtain, were valiantly preventing the mob from swarming behind the scenes. The Lama seemed to have disappeared, and Omni felt a sudden, sickening sensation that the old man and his chela were only fair-weather intriguers after all. But suddenly the mob grew quiet, seemed to hold its breath. The Lama's voice, not very loud, but unmistakable and pitched like a mountaineer's to carry against wind and through all other sounds, was holding their attention from behind the footlights. Then Samding passed across the stage and slipped in front of the curtain. He had changed into that ivory-white costume in which he had received Prabhu Singh and was smiling as if the prospect of a battle royal pleased him. Omni went to the edge of the curtain to watch, holding Diana's collar, ready to loose her in defense of the Lama in case of need. "Bring out the bat!" yelled someone. There was a chorus of supporting shouts, but that was the last of the noise. The mob grew still again, spellbound by curiosity. Samding took the center of the stage, and the Lama squatted down beside him, eyes half closed, apparently in meditation. The chela spoke, and his voice held a note of appeal that aimed straight at the heart of simplicity. "O people, if ye have been wronged, it is we ourselves who first should put the matter right. Yeah, being pious, unoffending people will afford us that privilege. We ask no trial, that is unnecessary. Which among you are the individuals who have suffered at our hands? Unwittingly, it may be, we have done you harm. You will agree it is the injured one to whom redress is due. Let the injured stand forth. Let him who of his own body or possessions has suffered harm at our hands step forth and name his own terms of settlement." He dared to pause for 30 seconds while the mob glared, each expecting someone else to hurl an accusation. But the original instigators of violence are careful to keep out of reach when the trouble begins, and there was no spokesman ready with a definite accusation, nothing but a disgusting smell of sweat, a sea of eyes, and a hissing of indrawn breath. The Lama whispered, not moving his head, and the chela continued. "It is possible the injured are not here. Let someone bring the men for whose injury we are in any way responsible." There was another pause, during which the Lama got up and walked meditatively toward the edge of the curtain, where he came face to face with Omni. "My son, can you act the Bhat as well as you can the Sadhu?" he inquired. "Otherwise, escape while there is opportunity. Be wise. There is no wisdom in attempting what you cannot do." "Yes, I can act the Bhat," said Omni. His jaws were set. He had been a last-ditch fighter all his life. Of all things in the world, he most loved standing by his friends with all resources and every faculty in an extremity. The Lama returned to the chela's side, whispered, and squatted down. The chela went on speaking. "It may be ye have been misguided. There are always unwise men who seek to stir up indignation for their own obscure advantage. Are there any Brahmins in your midst?" There was only one possible answer to that question. No twice-born would risk personal defilement by mingling with such a mob of untouchables. A laugh with a suggestion of a sneer in it rippled across the sea of upturned faces. "It would seem, then, that the Brahmins have sent you to pass judgment on a Bhat who is one of their own fraternity," said the chela calmly. "It appears they trust you to conduct the investigation for them. That is a very high compliment from Brahmins, isn't it? If they are willing to accept your judgment on such an important point, who are we that we should not abide by it? The Bhat shall give you his own account of himself. Henceforth ye may say to the Brahmins that they are no longer the sole judges of their own cause." There was a laugh of sheer delight that grew into a good-tempered roar. There was doubtless not a member of the mob who had not suffered scores of times from the blight of Brahmin insolence. The Brahmin's claim to be a caste apart and an unindictable offense forever soothes his own self-righteousness but does not exactly make him popular. "I pray you to be seated," said the chela, and after a few moments' hesitation the mob sat down on the floor, first in dozens, then in droves. There was no more danger, provided Omni could play his own part. But if he should make one mistake, the situation would be worse than ever. He beckoned one of the musicians, who was guarding the door at the rear of the stage, signed to him to bring his instrument, stepped out in front of the curtain, and sat down beside the Lama. Hostile silence broke into a sea of grins and chuckles when Diana, still in her grease paint, followed and squatted on his left hand between him and the musician. The musician was deathly scared, but unfroze and tuned his instrument when the Lama looked at him. Omni surveyed the crowd with the best imitation of insolence his strained nerves could muster, taking his time, absorbing the feel of the Lama's calmness. He needed it. He sensed that the old man's courage was a dozen times as great as his. "And now, my son," the Lama whispered, "we are face to face with opportunity." That was a brave man's view of danger. Omni laughed, cleared his throat, and thrust his lips out impudently. "People who don't know enough to ask a blessing may expect to get—" "What?" he demanded tartly. "Pranam," said 2 or 3 voices, and the murmur caught on. It was not unanimous, but it sufficed to put him in countenance. He blessed them with an air of doing it because he had to, not for any other reason. "Now," he said in the nasal, impromptu, doggerel sing-song of the minstrel, "I could sing for you a ballad of your own abominable shortcomings, and it would serve you right. But it would not make your souls white, and it would take all night. It would give me much delight, but it would put you all to flight, and I'm compassionate. Or I could sing you a few measures about the Brahmins of this place, who are a lousy lot. But if I sang of their disgrace, not a one would show his face again among you. You need the Brahmins to keep you from thinking too much of yourselves. They're bad, but you're worse. You're the sinners, and they're the curse. Take that thought home and think about it. Is there anybody here," he asked with his head to one side, "who would like me to sing about him personally? No? You're not anxious. Don't be backward. Don't think it's too difficult. Stand up and tell me your name, and I'll tell you all about you and your father and your uncles and your son, and what mischief you were up to this day fortnight. Nobody curious? Oh, very well. Then I'll sing you the lay of Alha. India will listen to that song hours without end. It is a saga of Rajput chivalry, and men who know no chivalry nor ever were in Rajputana love to hear it better than the chink of money or the bray of the all-conquering gramophone. Since the white man first imposed himself on India, there have not been half a dozen who have learned that lay by heart from end to end, not three who could have sung it, none but Omni, who could have skipped long, tedious parts so artfully and have introduced in place of them extempore allusions to modern politics and local news. He outdid any Bhat they had ever heard, because he did not dare to count, as Bhats do, on the song's traditional popularity, and so to slur through it anyhow. He had to win the audience. But what obsessed him most was a desire to win the Lama's praise. The harder he tried, the more he admired the Lama, sitting as calm as a Buddha beside him. Regarded as music, his effort was not marvelous. As a feat of wit and memory, it was next thing to a miracle. His voice, not more than fair to middling good and partly trained, survived to the end because he pitched it through his nose, relieving the strain on his throat, and his manner grew more and more confident as he realized that memory was not playing tricks, and he could recall every line of the long epic. He sang them into a merry frame of mind. He sang them thrilled, compassionate, intrigued, excited, sentimental, bellicose, and proud in turn. He had them humming the refrain with him. He had them swaying in time to the tune as they sat, their laughing, upturned faces glistening with sweat. He had them throwing money to him before the lay was half sung, and it was then that the Lama whispered, "Enough, my son. Forget not to put skill in the conclusion." Omni stopped singing and gagged at the crowd, with his tongue between his teeth, pretending that his voice had given out. "Did any Brahmin in this city ever do as much for you?" he croaked, and they roared applause. "I am a Bhat, and I can bless or I can curse more efficaciously than any 1,000 Brahmins in the province. Watch!" He turned to Diana and made her sit up on her haunches. "What do you think of the Brahmins of this city?" he demanded, and Diana growled like an earthquake. "What do you think of these people in front of you?" She barked and got down on all 4 feet to wag her tail at them. "There! There you are! Even a dog knows you are well-meaning folk who have been fooled by rascally Brahmins who mouth mantras and do unclean things when none is looking. Get out of here, all of you, before I curse you! Go while I am in a good temper, before I put a blight on you! Hurry!" They yelled for more song, but it was after midnight, and the Lama had other plans. He hustled Omni off the stage, himself remaining at the corner of the curtain for a minute to make sure of the crowd's mood. Omni heard the chink of money as he rewarded the 2 constabeles. Then, as placid as Omni had ever seen him, but a little stooped and tired, he led the way to the stage door, saying over his shoulder to Samding, "Did you study that lesson? Have you learned it?" Omni did not catch the cella's answer. He felt the floor jerk underfoot and stepped off a trap door. It moved, and a hand came through, then the outline of a face that appeared to be listening. He bent down to lift the heavy trap, and Dawat Sering climbed out on hands and knees, sweating profusely and rubbing dust out of his eyes. "Yow, there are rats in that place, Gupta Rao. Big ones, and it is dark. Go down and look if you don't believe me." "What were you doing down there?" Omni inquired. "I down there? Oh, I was looking to see if there was a passage by which that mob could reach you from the rear. Yes, I was. Don't laugh at me or I will call you by your right name. Why didn't you turn me loose with my knife to drive the mob forth, instead of singing to them like a nurse to a lot of children? I could have cleaned the place of that rabble in 2 minutes. You should have left it to me." "Did you kill any rats?" asked Samding, grinning mischievously. He was holding the door open, waiting for them. "Thou! I will kill thee, at any rate!" The hillman rushed at the chela, but Omni tripped him. Samding slipped through the door and let it slam. "There, did you see that?" Dawatsering grumbled, picking himself up. "That chela uses the black arts. He threw me to the floor with one wink of his eye. Did you see? He is no good. He is a bad one. Now I am never tempted to slay the Lama, which is why I endure his objectionable righteousness. But that chela, I never see him, but I want to squeeze his throat with my 2 thumbs, thus until his eyes pop out. The secret of the charm of the lotus is that none can say wherein its beauty lies. For some say this, and some say that, but all agree that it is beautiful. And so indeed it is with woman. Her influence is mystery, her power is concealment. For that which men have uncovered and explained, whether rightly or wrongly, they despise. But that which they discern, although its underlying essence is concealed from them, they wonder at and worship. From the Book of the Sayings of Chang Samdup. Chapter 22. Darjeeling. The standing miracle was the Lama's skill in having his own way and in keeping his own secrets without any discoverable method. His way seemed more alertly excellent, his secrets more obscure from day to day. For instance, those mysterious young women. Not for 1 minute during 2 months and 11 days did Omni or Dawa Tsering find an opportunity to speak with them alone, not though Diana grew dangerously fat on sticky sweetmeats that they gave her, she construing orders to go and make friends with them into permission to accept food. The only key that seemed to fit the mystery was that the girls had been too well trained to be tricked into indiscretion. Tyranny could never have accomplished it. Once, Omni picked up an amethyst earring, dropped in a corridor. He wrapped it in paper on which he scribbled a humorous verse, tucked it into Diana's collar, and sent her nosing around in the girls' quarters. The dog returned after an hour or so with a caricature of himself drawn on the paper in charcoal. Extremely clever, but not flattering. On another occasion, he sent Diana with a note asking for the words of the song that the girls chanted on the stage. He saw the Lama read that note on the stage the same night, and after a quiet glance at him, deliberately tear it up. The following morning he received the words of the song in the Lama's heavy handwriting. He was acutely aware that the girls discussed him with a great deal of amusement, but he could never get them to exchange glances or make any response to his overtures. Dawat Sering made a dozen attempts to invade the women's quarters. Several times he was caught by the Tibetans and disposed of cavalierly, usually simply chucked into the nearest heap of garbage. 3 times he managed to get into a room in which the girls were, but he would never tell afterward what had happened to him. Once he emerged so angry that Omni really believed for an hour or two that he might murder someone, and took his knife away but returned it at the Lama's instigation. "It is not always wise to prohibit," said the Lama. "His imagination needs an outlet. Give him his toy." It was a baffling conundrum why the Lama should go to such pains to present his play in more than 60 towns and villages, and always escape immediately afterward. It was not always the police. He treated the occasional difficulties they presented pretty much as a circus director regards bad weather. He appeared to be much more afraid of the results of his own success, and to run away from that as from a conflagration. Offers of money, prayers, nothing could persuade him to repeat a performance anywhere. The greater a crowd's importunity, the swifter his flight. By the time they reached Darjeeling, Omni was convinced of 2 things: that the middle way is undiscoverable to outsiders, being opened, closed, and changed in detail by unknown individuals, obeyed implicitly, who do their own selecting, and that the Lama was himself in receipt of orders from a secret hierarchy. The latter was almost certainly true. A Ring-Ding-Gelong Lama does not rank as high in the Lamaistic scale as a cardinal does in the Roman Catholic Church. Even supposing Xiang Samdup, as was rumored, was an outlaw who had been turned out of Tibet for schism, That would make it even more unlikely that he could command an extensive spy system and mysterious service along the middle way without some long-established hierarchy to support him. And if he were an outlawed heretic, why was it that in Darjeeling he went straight to a Tibetan monastery that opened its doors to the whole party? They arrived at dawn, having ridden all night on muleback up a winding path that crossed and recrossed the circling railway track, ascending through clouds that wrapped them in wet silence, until dawn shone suddenly through pine trees and the monastery roof glistened 1,000 yards ahead of them. The roar of radongs came down the chilly wind, announcing they were seen. A procession of brown-robed monks filed out to meet them, each monk spinning a prayer wheel and grinning as he mumbled the everlasting Om Mani Padme hum that by repetition bars the door of the various worlds of delusion and permits pure meditation. It seemed to give no offense that Siang Samdup and his chela had no prayer wheels. Maitreya and his actors were as welcome as the rest. Omani was greeted with childlike grins from oily, slant-eyed Mongolian faces that betrayed no suggestion of suspicion. The dog was chuckled at. Maitreya's actresses were greeted no more and no less cordially than the rest. But the chela's reception was peculiar. The abbot blessed him solemnly, then stared at him for a long time. From the others, there was an air of deference, a peculiar form of treating him as a mere chela, with an attitude of deep respect underlying it and not nearly concealed. They exchanged glances and nodded, formed a group around him, regarding him with curiosity and with something akin to awe. The chela appeared more disposed to be friendly than distant, but kept a deliberate course midway between the two extremes, watched all the while intently by the lama, who finally leaned on his shoulder and almost hustled him in through the gate. Once within the monastery wall, Omani was led away to a cell high up under a gabled roof, where a smiling old monk brought breakfast, laughing and snapping his fingers at Diana, not in the least afraid of her, but dumb when asked questions. He knew Omani was no Brahmin, laughed at the caste mark, touched his own forehead comically, and went out spinning a prayer wheel that he kept tucked into his girdle whenever both hands were occupied. He seemed anxious to make up for lost time. The unglazed window provided a far view of Kanchenjunga, 28,000 feet above sea level, 21,000 feet higher than the monastery roof, a lonely, lordly monarch of the silences upreared above untrodden peaks that circled the whole horizon to the north. 6,000 feet below, the Rungit River boiled through an unseen valley. For a moment all the boundaries of Sikkim glittered in every imaginable hue of green, and between and beyond colossal snow-clad ranges the eye could scan the barren frontiers of Tibet. Then, as swiftly as eyes could sweep the vast horizon, mist of a million hues of pearly grey phantom-formed, changing its shapes as if the gods were visioning new universes in the cloud, rolled and descended, stunning imagination with the hugeness that could wrap that scene and hide it as if it never had been. Then rain, cold, dinning rain that drummed on roof and rock, and splashed in cataracts to mingle with the spate of the Rungit River, crowding through a mountain gap toward the rice-green, steamy lushness of Bengal, rain that swallowed all the universe in sound, that beat the wind into subjection and descended straight, as if the lords of deluge would whelm the world at last forever, rain and a smell of washed earth, rain pulsing with the rhythm of a monastery bell like the cry of a Bronze Age drowning. That bell seemed to clamor an emergency, and Omani hurried along cold stone corridors until he found his way into a gallery from which he could peer down into a dim hall through swimming layers of incense smoke. Silken banners, ancient but unfaded, hung all about him. Images of the Gautama Buddha and disciples were carved on shadowy walls. The gloom was rich with color, alive with quiet breathing. He could see the heads of monks in rows, but could distinguish no one for a while because the heads were bowed and most of the light was lost in baffling shadows. At one end was an altar, gilded and most marvelously carved, backed by an image of Chenrezig. All the altar furniture was golden, and the monastery's pride, the book named Zabchuiz Ji Gongs Parang, Groil Las Bar Dohitos Grol Chenmo, lay in the midst on a golden plate before Chenrezig's image. Dim music began, and a chant, long grown familiar, that hymn to Manjusri that had thrilled so many audiences. And at last, through the layering incense, Omoni could make out the forms of the Lama and Samding. The chela was holding the fragment of jade in both hands and was walking solemnly toward the altar, where the abbot and the Lama waited to receive him. The drumming of the rain on roof tiles ceased. One shaft of sunlight, beaming through a narrow window, shone on the jade as the chela laid it on the altar, making it glow with green internal fire. The radongs roared. The hymn changed to a chant of triumph, swelling in grand chords that shook the roof beams. But Omni hardly heard it. Something else, as the chela, almost exactly underneath him, moved into the beam of sunlight, held his whole attention. "Well, I'll be blowed," he muttered. He rubbed his eyes, made sure they were not lying to him by glancing at the image of Chenresi and at the rows of monks' heads, then stared again. "May I be damned if—" He looked at Diana, crouching in the gallery beside him, her head full of information that lacked only power of speech. "I suppose if you could talk, Di, you'd lose your other gifts," he muttered. Then he whistled softly to himself. Not for a fortune and 100 years of life would he let up now. Let the Abhor country be as savage as the fringe of Dante's hell, as inaccessible as heaven, and as far away as righteousness. He would go there if he must die for it. "Die, old lady, this is the grandest scent you ever laid nose on. Mum's the word. I'll take a feather out of your cap." The service no longer interested him. He did not wait to see what they did with the piece of jade, no longer cared a rap about it. He was almost drunk with new excitement and a mystery compared to which the jade was mere mechanics, a mystery half unraveled that set his brain galloping in wild conjecture, so wild that he kicked himself and laughed. "Maybe I'm mad." They say India gets us all sooner or later, but he knew he was not mad. He knew he had strength enough and sense enough to hold his tongue and to keep on the trail with every sharpened faculty he had. He was itching now to get to Tilgaon, partly because that was midway to the Abhor country, but for another reason that made him laugh, because he knew he held a secret key that would unlock more secrets. He returned along drafty corridors to the cell that was full of white mist pouring through the unglazed window, and sat down to consider whether he should keep up the Bhat Brahman role or let his beard grow and resume the garb of an unimaginative Englishman. He had not made up his mind when a rap came on the door and the Lama blew in on a gust of rising wind, his long robe fluttering clear of the strong brown legs. The chela followed him and slammed the door, unrolled a prayer mat, and presently sat down on it beside the Lama. Omni fought hard to suppress the triumph in his eyes as he stood, and then sat down on the truckle bed in obedience to the Lama's gesture. "It is cold," said the Lama. "You must have a sheepskin coat, my son. We mountaineers are too prone to forget that others suffer from what we consider comfort. Samding, see that Gupta Rao is provided." He did not glance at the chela. His eyes were on Omoni's. "And what have you learned, my son?" he asked presently. "Very little," said Omoni. "I have learned that all my power of observation isn't much more than a beetle's." "But that is a great deal to have learned," the Lama answered. Then, without a pause, "And you are not yet satisfied?" "On the contrary. I hold you to your promise to let me pursue whatever course my meditation opens up." "My son, I am not the appointed keeper of such permits." "You can make things difficult or make them easy for me." "Which are you going to do?" asked Omoni, and it seemed to him that the chela was smiling behind that marvelously molded face. "What is it you wish to learn most?" asked the Lama. And Omoni, after one hard look at the chela, closed his eyes to think. It would be useless to tell anything but raw truth. He had a feeling that the Lama could detect the slightest taint of falsehood. Yet he was determined not to confess to what he now knew, because in all likelihood that would shut all doors against him. A little knowledge is usually doubly dangerous if the other fellow knows you know it. "I wish to demonstrate that I was really right to decide to trust you," he said at last. "But you know that," said the Lama. "Your heart tells you you were right. A man's heart does not lie to him. It is the brain that lies, imagining all kinds of vanities." Omoni took thought again. He sensed that he was on trial, not for his life, but for something more important. leave to go ahead and find out for himself the whole solution of the mystery. He had to find an answer that should not be false, that should not betray the knowledge he already had, and that should nevertheless appeal to the Lama's sense of fitness. Superficiality would receive a superficial answer. Deep was asking deep for a disclosure of ultimate motive. "My job in the forest is gone. I want to find work worth doing," he said at last. "And do you think I can show you that?" asked the Lama, looking straight at him. One moment he looked very old, the next not more than middle-aged. It was as if he hovered between this world and another, in which were visions that he could bring back with him to earth. Omni threw evasion to the winds. "I want to learn your secret!" "Ah, but to obey, not me, but to obey your own heart, if I help you to see what none of your race has ever yet seen." "I'll do what I believe is right," said Omni, and the Lama nodded, glancing sharply at Samding, as if to see whether the chela confirmed his opinion. The chela smiled inscrutably. "You should go to Tilgaon," said the Lama, "where you might have gone in the beginning. If you wish, you may follow me to Tilgaon and await what comes of it." He had a way of ending a discussion as abruptly as he had begun it, his mind almost visibly closing, vaguely suggestive of the way a tortoise draws in its head. One realized it would not be the slightest use to speak another word to him on the subject. The chela got up and helped him to his feet, rolled up the mat, and followed him out of the room almost mechanically, but turned in the doorway suddenly and looked back. It was dark there, for the door was set in a stone arch 6 feet deep, and there was no window at the end of the draughty corridor. But Omoni could almost have sworn the chela laughed silently. There was a momentary glimpse of white teeth and a movement of the head that certainly suggested it. "It beats the deuce," he reflected. "That chela knows now that I know she's a girl, although I can't imagine how she knows it, and that means that the Lama knows I know it, for they haven't a secret apart. And the strangest part is that they don't seem to give a damn, either of them. If a vain man should value your virtue, beware, for he will steal it in the name of God, and he will sell your reputation in the marketplace." From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup. Chapter 23. Tilgaon. There was no more rain that day, but mist that wrapped Darjeeling in a dripping shroud. Beads like perspiration gathered and trickled down interior walls, and there were no fires. The monks led the austere life that includes indifference to such minor afflictions as ague, and through indifference they seemed to have become immune. But Omni suffered. A monk brought him a long sheepskin coat, and in that he paraded the corridors to keep his blood circulating. He begged more sheepskins and set Dawa Tsering to work, making a coat for Diana, because animals used to the plains die of pneumonia in those altitudes more readily than human beings. He tried to decide whether or not to go into Darjeeling and buy European clothes, while he leaned over a parapet to watch strong-legged Sikkim women looming out of the mist, loaded like camels with huge piles of cordwood for the monastery kitchen, until that bored him. He was feverish with impatience. At noon he made up his mind to go and ask the Lama's advice about disguise, supposing he could find him. But as he left the cell to hunt for the Lama, a monk came with the midday meal and stood by to watch him eat. A cheery old monk who laughed when questioned and talked about everything under the sun except what Omni wanted to know, spinning his prayer wheel furiously as if to immunize himself against heretical contagion. And when the monk had shuffled away with the empty platters and Omni set forth again to hunt for the Lama, Maitreya met him midway along the first draughty corridor. Maitreya smothered in a sheepskin coat like Omni's and blowing great clouds of breath in front of him. "I am paid, O Gupta Rao. I have a draft on Benjamin and money for the railway fares to Delhi, enough for first-class fares for all of us, and liberal provision for the way. Would that there were more men like Tsiang Samdup. May the generous gods bless him. No argument, Gupta Rao, no deductions, no delay. A bag of money, an order on Benjamin, and such courteously worded thanks as Vishnu never received from a mother just delivered of a son. I feel as if my whole body had been drenched in thanks from inside outward. Are you on your way to your cell?" "I am on my way to find the Lama. Where is he?" "Gone." "Didn't you know that?" He left an hour ago, he and all the women and Samding on little Tibetan ponies. There was no ceremony. They rode away like ghosts into the mist. Maitreya took Omani's arm in rank defiance of caste decorum. Come along, Gupta Rao. I know you are no Brahmin. You are possibly a Kshatriya like me, but what the devil has caste to do with our profession? Whatever you are, you have the approval of me, Maitreya. You are a great actor. You are a man after mine own heart, a little conceited possibly, a trifle grumpy on occasion, but we all have faults. I know a first-rate actor when I see him. I forgive the little insignificances. I respect the strength of character, the genius. Come, let us go along to your cell. I have a proposal for you. Omani led him to the cell and sat down on the truckle bed. Maitreya would not sit. He threw an attitude and paced the floor, striving to create an atmosphere of tremendous drama that somehow refused to materialize between those dripping walls. He shuddered at the cold when he should have gestured like a Mogul chieftain and coughed, which rather spoiled the grandeur of his voice. Gupta Rao, let us accept our destiny. If two men mutually worthy of respect were ever brought together for immortal purposes, those two are we. Consider, have we not a task in common? Have we not a great ideal to espouse together? Is it not our duty to inspire the stage of Hind? Have we not a ripe field waiting for us? Should we not revisit all the scenes of our success and stage such plays as shall uplift the drama of this land of Hind forever? Think of those audiences, Gupta Rao. Think of the profits. Charge no more than 1/2 rupee admission and we make our fortunes. Omani cast about for an excuse for refusing that should not turn a friend into an enemy. Who do you propose should write the plays? He asked. We have a play. Ye rulers of the upper spheres, a play I tell you. I have memorized the whole of it. Let the Jew finance us, Gupta Rao. Let us go to Benjamin and use our joint persuasion to wheedle a decent contract out of him. I offer you a 1/3 interest. Commercialism. Pah! The Jew is a commercialist, so we must feed him with rupees. The Lama, on the other hand, is ignorant of money's value. He fails to see that it is good for the audience to pay a fair price for its education. As for us, let us take the middle way between two crass extremes, and if in the process we make a fortune, that will be no more than what is due to us. Have you heard that Christian adage, that the laborer is worthy of his hire? I seem to have heard another one about stealing, said Omani dryly. The play is the Lama's. Bah! It isn't copyright. He should have taken elementary precautions. Besides, he has no right to keep for his own use an idea that has universal application. The play is religious. Who can copyright religion? Did you think of obtaining the Lama's permission? Asked Omani. No, I confess I never thought of that. But it's too late now. He's gone. Let us go to Benjamin. The Jew will see the point of not letting a good profitable play lie idle for the sake of a bit of squeamishness. Come along. Let Benjamin convince you. Omani jumped at that solution. He knew Benjamin. All right, he said. You make the proposal to him. If Benjamin agrees, I will then consider it. And don't forget, you'll need a genius to act the part of San Fun Ho. Aha, exclaimed Maitreya. Genius? I can act that part much better than the Chela did. Not that he was bad, mind you. Not that he was bad. I will play San Fun Ho and you the king. Together we will create dramatic history. First, create confidence in Benjamin. I'll answer yes or no when you have persuaded him, said Omani. He got rid of Maitreya with difficulty. No argument availed until it dawned on Maitreya that he could pocket the cost of transportation by leaving Omani behind. Then he permitted himself to be led along the corridor and lost in the maze of passages and stairways. Omani went in search of the abbot and found a monk at last who did not shake his head and grin when spoken to, but led up an outside stairway to a grimly austere cell just under the roof, where the abbot sat cross-legged on a stone platform at one end, meditating. He opened his eyes and gazed at Omani for several minutes, before a smile at last spread over his Mongolian face, and he passed one lean hand down the length of his scrawny grey beard. He appeared to be well pleased with the result of his inspection. The spirit of restlessness is difficult to overcome, he said at last. It is sometimes wise to yield to it. There are many lives. Not all knowledge can be acquired at once. "In what way can I help, my son?" Omni thought of asking a dozen questions, but discerned that the gentle courtesy concealed an iron aptitude for silence. He came straight to the point. "I beg forgiveness for intrusion. I return thanks for food and lodging. Did the holy Lama Tsiang Samdup make a statement of his wishes with regard to me?" The abbot's face became wreathed in smiles again. He nodded. "Where do you wish to go, my son?" "To Tilgan." "When?" "Now." The abbot struck a gong that hung on the wall beside him. Before its overtones had died, a young monk appeared in the doorway and received swiftly spoken sing-song orders in a language Omni did not understand. The monk gave guttural assent and waited in the door for Omni to go with him, but there was 2 or 3 minutes' delay while the abbot amused himself by playing with Diana almost childishly, laughing at her new sheepskin coat and using his staff to measure her height at the shoulder and her length from the tip of her nose to the end of her tail. Omni made Diana sit up and salute him, whereat he blessed the dog solemnly. Finally, he gave 7 turns to a prayer wheel fixed in an iron bracket within comfortable reach, nodded to the monk, and smiled farewell at Omni, dismissing him with a blessing that sounded like the first bars of an anthem to eternal peace. Followed laughter, bustling friendliness, and no delay. They speeded the departing guest. A dozen monks made themselves agreeable. 2 of them carried out Omni's trunk into the courtyard. Some led out little sturdy Tibetan ponies and held them while others lashed the loads in place with the unhurried speed of old campaigners. There was ample supply of provisions, including grain for the ponies, and when Omni suggested paying for it all, they laughed. They seemed amused at the idea that any guest of theirs should pay for anything. However, he noticed that 2 sturdy-looking Tibetans, who were certainly not monks, had been told off to accompany him. They were listening to instructions from the young monk who had received the abbot's incomprehensible orders. Standing at a little distance apart, they kept nodding as the instructions were repeated again and again. There were in all 8 ponies, and the party was on the way, filing through the wide gate with 1 Tibetan leading, and the other Tibetan bringing up the rear within 30 minutes. Dawa Tsering burst into song as he rode under the arch behind Omni, and they were all swallowed in a drifting bank of cloud that even hid the monastery wall as they turned sharp to the right and followed the track that ran beside it. The sturdy little ponies put their best foot forward as they always do when they are headed northward. The 90 miles to Tilgan meant 4 days of strenuous going, for the miles are reckoned as the crow flies, whereas men and their mounts must climb and descend over the shoulders of hills heaped on one another by the gods to keep away intruders. The trail wound down through phantom deodars and dipped into a fleecy white fog that condensed in dew on everything warm that it touched, descending 7,000 feet into the Rungit Valley before they crossed a long bridge and commenced to climb again. Most of the time it was like sitting on an earthquake. There was nothing to do but cling tightly and watch the pony's ears in the mist as the nimble legs slid, struggled, and recovered. There was no chance for anything but single file among the rocks and rhododendrons. Even Diana had to trot behind the pony to escape being trodden on. It was not the surfaced high road they were taking, but presumably a shortcut, which the Tibetan guide appeared to know as intimately as a mole knows tunnels. They climbed 9,000 feet and slept in a windy hut above the clouds, where the Tibetans cooked greasy supper and sang plaintive songs in which Dawa Tsering joined. There was no sign of the Lama's party, nor any answer to Omni's questions as to how far ahead the Lama might be. Nor was there any indication that the Lama's party had crossed that pass ahead of them. But at dawn, when Omni wanted to make an early start, the Tibetans had scores of excuses that ended with blunt refusal. They were not impudent or surly. They smiled as cheerfully as Chinese statues and simply did not load the ponies. "If I slew them as they deserve, there would be none to do the work," said Dawa Tsering. "Why not offer them money, thou?" "Never fear. I will win it back from them at dice." Omni offered money, but the Tibetans only showed their teeth in wider grins than ever. There was nothing to do but wait until they were pleased to move, and they did not do that until the sun was over the highest ridges by a full hour and a wind had blown new banks of mist into the ravines. Then suddenly, as if they had received a message through the ether, They began to pack the ponies and were off in no time without a word of explanation. The hills lay in parallel waves that must be crossed diagonally, as a boat offers its shoulder to a rising sea. To the northward, the huge range of the Himalayas made itself felt but was invisible. There was a sense of impending immensity, increased by the curtain of cloud that drifted between earth and heaven. Wherever passes gaped between the shoulders of the mountains, dense white clouds flowed down along them, looking like incredibly swift glaciers. Half of the time, the rump of the pony ahead was just discernible through the mist, but once in a while some trick of wind would reveal enormous vistas that a man could hardly contemplate and keep his balance. But the ponies were content to climb hour after interminable hour, and Dawa Tsering sang about the wind-swept hills of Spiti as they rose and descended through every imaginable plane of vegetation, from steamy bottoms where dense jungle stifled them, up through bamboo and rhododendron to where oaks and maples flourished, up beyond those to the fir line, up again until the firs gave out, and raw wind rolled the clouds around them straight from Kanchenjunga, then down again into the suffocating tropics where wood ticks fell on them, and a man's hands were kept constantly busy picking leeches off the ponies, and Diana had to be gone over carefully 3 times within the hour. They crossed rock-cluttered torrents over bamboo bridges that swayed and danced under the weight of one pony at a time, and bivouacked again at midnight in the clouds, where icy wind shrieked through the chinks of a deserted herdsman's hut, then descended 2 hours after dawn into a steaming cauldron where black water quarreled on its way through aromatic jungle. Never a sign of the Lama's party, although they passed stone chortens every mile or so, and cairns built by pilgrims, to which every passerby had stuck little prayer flags to flutter the eternal formula, Om Mani Padme Hum. There were messages on bits of paper from one pilgrim to another, weighted down with stones near some of the chortens, but none that the Lama had left. And there were unaccountable delays. At times, the 2 Tibetans seemed to think they had come too fast, and after a whispered consultation, unloaded the ponies whether they appeared to need a rest or not. The ponies rolled on sky-hung moss banks within a dozen feet of the edge of an abyss, and the Tibetans chewed oily seed by the handful, offering Omani some, and pointing out good places to sit down when he showed impatience. Dawa Tsering flicked at the edge of his knife with a suggestive thumbnail, but they laughed at that too, showing him a tough tree, dwarfed by the wind that he could cut down if he needed exercise. In their own good time, they started off again without excuse or argument, usually singing hymns to pacify the spirits of the mountains. As he drew near Tilgaon, Omani's thought dwelt more on Hannah Sanburn than on the Lama and Samding. Aware now that for 20 years she had kept a secret from him, in spite of mutual respect and confidence that in every other way he could think of had been almost absolute. He wondered how to tackle her about it. He did not care to know even a part of her secret without letting her know that he knew it. There had been times when he had seriously thought of asking Hannah Sanburn to become his wife. Other times, when the thought that he could hardly live at the mission without marrying her had been all that kept him from resigning his forestry job and spending the remainders of his life in active duty as a trustee at Tilgaon. He was too confirmed a bachelor not to flinch from matrimony when he reasoned out all the pros and cons, but in the back of his head there was a conviction that Hannah Sanburn would not refuse if he should ask her. But he also had known, any time these past 10 years, that he never would ask her to marry him unless. He wondered what the reservation was. He had never quite defined it. Hunted through his mind and pinned at last into a corner, up there 13,000 feet above sea level with a view of Kanchenjunga to adjust mere human problems to their right proportion, he realized that he would marry Hannah Sanburn, gladly enough at any time, if by doing so he could solve a difficulty from which she could not otherwise escape. He was almost convinced that there was a page in Hannah Sanburn's life which needed very careful protecting, something which called for limitless generosity. He had no use for generosity that hedged itself within conventional limits. He liked his freedom and the habit of consulting no one's inclinations but his own in private matters, that becomes almost second nature in an independent man of 45. But he knew he could forego all that and be a reasonably companionable married man if his interpretation of the law of friendship should impose that course on him. To Cotswold, Omni friendship was the highest law. No conceivable claims could outweigh it. Hannah Sanburn was his friend. There was nothing to argue about. But he hoped, without much confidence, but he hoped that she was not in the predicament he guessed her to be in, suspecting that, since she had kept him in the dark for 20 years, she could quite easily have fooled Mrs. Cornet Campbell, who notoriously believed the best of everyone. He rather dreaded meeting her, very much dreaded the inevitable interview, and although he fretted to overtake the Lama, he was much more patient with delay than he might otherwise have been, leaving untried a good many methods with which he might have persuaded the Tibetans to hurry. He salved his conscience by grumbling aloud to them and sotto voce to Dawa Tsering, but there was not much energy in his complaints. At last, toward the end of the fourth day out, they topped a 15,000-foot rise and looked over a sheer ravine where eagles perched toward Tilgorn that nestled in a valley with a Lamist monastery perched on a crag 3,000 feet above it. The mission buildings glowed warm in the westering sun. One instance where a rich man's money had been spent on art as well as altruism, with good manners and respect for other men's historical associations, such as missionaries commonly dispense with. The graceful contour of the buildings and the color of the carved stone matched the panorama. There was no assertiveness, no challenge. The Tibetan rooflines paid acknowledgement to older art on crag and cliff around them. Without beauty, there is no beatitude. Old Marmaduke, who tortured $30 million from protesting pigs, had somehow learned that. So the mission buildings were a monument to beauty, not to his ambition or his zeal. Omni was thrilled by the sight, as always on his rare visits. All the way down the winding track that looked so short and actually was a half-day's journey, he recalled the days when Marmaduke had hurled Chicago business methods into battle with obstruction, subtly raised against him by foes that were easy enough to identify, but undiscoverable when it came to issues. Rajas, all the missionaries, all the Indian priesthood, politicians, and the press had joined in opposing the project, occasionally praising, always preventing. Even the banks that levied toll on Marmaduke's long purse had invented difficulties. There were strikes of labor gangs, imported in the teeth of government obstruction, because money for the payroll did not arrive punctually. There had been personal attacks on Marmaduke, 3 bullets, and a dose of ground glass in his food, in addition to assaults on his reputation. Missionaries had declared, and perhaps believed, that he was a satyr who sought to corrupt young innocents. Consignments of supplies, machinery, and what not else had failed to reach the destination, or had arrived so smashed as to be useless. Marmaduke had grinned, continued grinning, and had won, dying with his boots on 6 months after Hannah Sanburn was installed in charge, hoping, as they laid him on a stretcher, that the pigs he had slain for sausage meat might have most of the credit, since it was they who made the mission possible. His will, in which he appointed a Tibetan Lama chief trustee, had been a 9 days' wonder, partly because of its novelty, but mostly because that masterly provision introduced an international element, which made it next to impossible for politicians to undo the work. Tibet as a military power cannot be taken seriously, but it is noteworthy that not even big business has succeeded in controlling its government or in penetrating its frontiers. The backing of the Dalai Lama is worth more in some contingencies than $1 billion and 1 million armed men. There is a European parallel. And the Tashi Lama is to the Dalai Lama as is the differential calculus to the simple rule of 3. Only, if anything, rather more so. My son, the wise are few, for wisdom very seldom pleases, so that they are few who seek her. Wisdom will compel whoever entertains her to avoid all selfishness and to escape from praise. But wisdom seeks them who are worthy, discovering some here and there, unstupefied and uncorrupted by the slime of cant, with whom thereafter it is a privilege to other men to tread the selfsame earth, whether or not they know it. From the Book of the Sayings of Tsiang Samdup.